3 years ago, out of nowhere, Earth slipped into an age where spiritual energy came roaring back to life. People threw themselves into testing what this new world allowed, and a lucky few walked away with powers no human should have. A young man is staring down a betrayal from Lin, the one person he'd counted as an ally, and he asks her point blank what exactly is happening right now. The girl sneers at the beaten man at her feet. Lin makes her dominance look effortless as she winds up for the finishing blow. Rin was twirling her blade out of sheer boredom, waiting on Yuto when he strolled in, casually walking on thin air toward them across the rooftop. Yuto coldly admits he's the one who killed Shinji's companions. He drags the moment out, clearly relishing every second of it. Shinji balls his fists and fights to get back on his feet. His blood drips into the dirt, but his will refuses to crack. The man in the suit laughs off the effort. Whether the kid forgives him or not means nothing to him, because his plan is about to pay off any minute now. He steps over to Shinji and boots him clean off the rooftop, Yuto shouting after him that he hopes the fall kills him fast. Shinji plummets, and below him a swarm of monsters is already waiting, mouths gaping, eager for him to drop right in. On the way down, he thinks of every friend he'd invited to that party, and it hits him. They died because of him. Lin turns away like none of this touches her. In her head, she's already moved on to whatever comes next. With death seconds away, Shinji swears he'll wipe out the traitors. His final words carry across the emptied battlefield. Shinji vows that in his next life, he'll take revenge on everyone who wronged him. His voice shakes as the end closes in. The boy's lifeless body drops into a monster's mouth. Darkness swallows him, yet somewhere deep in his mind, a strange light flickers awake. A mysterious system materializes in front of him. Shinji cautiously prods the holographic interface and feels a faint tingle run through his fingers. Shinji wakes up in the past, 1 month before the disaster. He scans the familiar room in a daze, trying to piece together what just happened. He starts weighing his new options, memories from his past life whispering how to play this smarter. Shinji picks up on faint traces of spiritual energy drifting through the air. Not a single other soul senses the storm that's coming. He digs into everything about the coming mutations in plants and animals, plotting to snap up the rare spirit fruits before all hell breaks loose. Meteor showers and shimmering auroras become the first warning signs of what's ahead. Our guy logs every anomaly in his diary. The system lays out a choice of development paths. Shinji locks in his decision without a flicker of doubt, his past mistakes fresh in mind. Shinji trains to bend flame to his will. The first stray sparks slowly steady into fire he can actually control. A purple crystal dissolves in his palm and floods his body with energy. He can feel his very physiology start to shift. It fully lands on him now. He's been handed a second chance. And every thought is locked on revenge and clawing his way to absolute power. He crushes the purple crystal in his fist, drinks in all its power, and gets ready to put it to use right here, right now. Shinji shows off what the fire element can do. Yellow flames wrap around him, a living meter of just how much stronger he's become. Suddenly, his phone rings, and the caller ID reads, Tamura Lin, the very same girl who'll stab him in the back down the line. He picks up, and Lin is on the other end demanding a fat pile of cash from him. She's screeching, fully expecting the money to land that instant. Shinji flatly refuses and hangs up mid-sentence. His icy tone stuns Lin, who's used to him rolling over. Off to the side, Yuto smirks at the whole scene, and he's the one holding the pricey bag Lin was demanding. Lin slams the phone down in a rage, leaving Shinji alone with his thoughts, her voice still rattled by his sudden backbone. Yuto asks what happened. Did she manage to tick off her walking wallet? She snaps back that she has no idea what's gotten into him. Lin and Yuto keep cruising along, flirting behind the wheel, while our guy is already several moves ahead, mapping out his next play. Shinji stands outside yet another hospital, hunting for his girlfriend. This is his 4th stop. He simply can't remember which one she's in. He replays the past. Mika had told him her father forced her to take some sketchy medicine that wrecked her ice core. Shinji swears he'll undo the wrongs of the past. This time, he'll protect her, and her spiritual energy along with her. Mika is admitted to a ward with an impossibly low body temperature. The doctors are baffled by the readings that won't hold steady. Nurses scramble over the equipment. Mika's temperature keeps sliding down, no matter what they try to stabilize it. Dr. Lee pores over her chart. He suspects her condition ties back to spiritual energy, while her father, right beside him, begs him to save his daughter. Dr. Lee asks Mika's father about the trip to Iceland. The man grows uneasy, linking the illness to some natural anomaly. He cuts the conversation short, declaring there's a dangerous surplus of yin energy. She needs proper treatment and care before it's too late. Mika's father thanks the doctor from the bottom of his heart, and Dr. Lee brushes it off. It's just his job after all. Right then, the door bursts open and Shinji charges into the room, begging them to hold off on the final diagnosis. Nobody has a clue who this kid is. If the doctor doesn't take students, then he's clearly not one of them. So who on earth is he? A pair of med staff try to haul Shinji out of the room. He stands his ground confidently, flashing his grasp of spiritual processes. Mika's father listens to the warnings, panic rising. Shinji insists they halt the standard treatment immediately. Dr. Lee is floored by how much this boy knows about spiritual energy. He demands an explanation, but Shinji won't give up his source. Shinji says it doesn't matter who he is or how he knows any of this. The only thing that matters right now is getting the girl to wake up. The doctor, ringed by a crowd of colleagues, asks the young man what he'd actually suggest to treat her. He rattles off a prescription to bring Mika around, his calm a stark contrast to Dr. Lee's rising confusion. The ingredient list is packed with rare herbs. The doctors hang on every word, committing each one to memory. Dr. Lee is stunned by how precise the prescription is. He can't believe this kid picked up Eastern medicine, and his formula matches the doctor's own, line for line. But then the boy insists on adding Stardew. The flower is the stuff of legend, and that only cranks up the debate. Dr. Lee shoots the idea down, pointing out the legendary flower can't be found anywhere on Earth. The rest of the medical crew are stunned and skeptical. A kid this sharp surely wouldn't blurt out something ridiculous right after a brilliant call. Mika's father pleads with them to find a way. He'll pay any price if it means buying that flower for his daughter. But the doctor still refuses, explaining the flower is so rare and so potent that it isn't sold anywhere in the world. The doctor starts describing the Stardew flower. Blue petals and silver pollen shimmer across the screen. Dr. Lee thinks back to the ancient texts. He simply doesn't believe the flower survived once spiritual energy vanished from the world. Then Mika's father turns to the young man. Does this mean his daughter is stuck like this forever? The young man tells him not to doubt him for a second. He'll track down the right medicine, and Mika will walk out of this hospital without a single scar. Dr. Lee asks if Shinji seriously intends to go get the flower, and Shinji says that's exactly what he plans to do. Back in the infirmary, the young doctor and the old one argue over how strange all this is, chalking it up to dumb luck rather than any real knowledge on Shinji's part. Dr. Lee's whole attitude flips. After watching the kid's command of the flower's lore, he starts doubting whether Shinji's plan is so absurd after all. The young man asks the system to open up a shop where he can trade his points for an item to help him find the plant he needs. The system offers to swap points for Stardew. Shinji confirms the trade without a moment's hesitation. Shinji reveals the Stardew flower sitting in a box. It ran him a grand total of 5 experience points. Everyone around him is stunned at how fast the kid produced the legendary flower. And seriously, where did he even get it? He asks whether the doctors believe him now. Dr. Lee has to swallow his pride, apologize, and ask him to treat the girl with the flower. The boy walks into her room to find the long unconscious girl. Every doctor and Mika's father are gathered around her. Shinji promises that in this life, he won't let anyone lay a hand on her or bring her any harm. He pulls out the blue flower, and its glow lights up the whole room, while the man himself transforms into someone radiating raw energy. As the magic flower is brought to her body, everything begins to shine with blue energy, and little by little, she flickers back to life. Mika's temperature starts climbing. The nurses check the sensors in a panic, refusing to believe their eyes. Mika twitches her fingers and cracks her eyes open. She recognizes him, and everyone in the room is overjoyed that the girl is finally awake. Shinji warns her she needs plenty of rest, his voice steady but flooded with relief. Mika makes a full recovery from the treatment. Her father thanks Shinji, barely keeping the tears of relief in check. Dr. Lee lays out the aftercare instructions. He invites our hero to stay for tea, but Shinji turns him down. Since he's refusing to stay, Dr. Lee and Mika's father at least ask him to give his name, so they'll know who to thank. He says his goodbyes, and only at the door does he introduce himself. His name is Fuji Shinji. Sometime later, back home, the boy combs through websites, hunting for one that spells out every stage of cultivation. The system screen pulls up the cultivation levels. Shinji studies the breakdown of each stage. He recalls that in the world where he died, there was a war raging over spiritual energy. When Shinji fell, he was only at level 3. We see a spray of droplets and splashing water, and a plant sprouting right on the surface. Shinji meditates in an abandoned temple, turning his new fire abilities over in his mind. Yellow flashes of energy sheath his body. This time around, Shinji intends to pour himself fully into cultivation and reach the very top. Dr. Lee reports Mika's case to an influential sponsor. The man in the suit orders a test of the boy's potential. He explains to Mr. Liu that as this kid keeps building his energy, he'll one day store up enough to rewrite the future itself. The man hands his agent Yu the job of keeping tabs on the young man's strength and abilities. The red-haired man tells Dr. Lee that if any of this is real, this kid would be an incredible find. The system logs the jump to the second level. His grip on spiritual energy tightens after his first round of cultivation. Bright sparks of energy twist together into a spiral. The air around him hums, signaling a breakthrough in his training. The kid wonders why the water's already this filthy when he just washed a day ago, and it genuinely bums him out. He leaps out of the water and pads around the room barefoot, moaning about how starving he is and how he needs food, like, immediately. Shinji figures he'll hit up a convenience store. Training has wiped him out so badly, he plows through 3 packs of instant noodles in one go. Yu watches him from atop a streetlight. He ambles down the street, whistling a tune, blissfully unaware anyone's around. She checks his photo and chats up a stranger nearby. At last, it clicks. This is her target. Yu hurls some kind of purple disc at our hero, and its raw power makes it obvious his skills sit well above your average fighter. Shinji spins around to find a purple blast going off right behind him, smoke curling up out of it. Then a monster lunges from the smoke, the very same kind that devoured him at the start, and it's gearing up to take a bite. Shinji looks at the beast and realizes the mutations have already kicked in, and this thing standing before him used to be his own dog. The monster roars at him, the shockwave alone strong enough to blow out eardrums. Shinji shields his face, and it dawns on him. It's a dog, and its breath is absolutely rank. Yu watches Shinji fight from a distance. He weaves around several of the mutant dog's strikes and hits back. Violet sparks of energy gather into a glow. The young man lands a blow that leaves cracks running through a stone block. In answer, the mutant whips him with its pointed purple tail, loaded with fire and energy. Dodging it is no easy feat, but Shinji just barely manages it, planting himself in front of the dog and sizing up its mutated body and glowing eyes. He tenses, bracing for the monster's next lunge, working out how to take down the mutant first and then the girl behind it. Then a wild idea hits him, tied to his new powers. He springs off the ground without warning. He threatens to grill the dog, and his hand ignites, promising the mutant a brutal hit. Shinji unleashes the Flame Emperor's fist. The air detonates on impact, incinerating the mutant creature. A spiral of fire coils around his hand. The monster coughs up blood from the sheer force and energy behind the blow. Yu stares in pure shock, unable to process what happened or how. How could this kid have taken down her mutant? He yanks his blazing hand out of the monster's body, torching everything in its path and flinging tongues of fire in every direction. Shinji turns to the girl and tells her she's too weak to be worth his time. His hand is only just starting to cool. With the fight over, Shinji is suddenly ravenous. He bolts for the store, exactly like he'd been meaning to do since this whole thing started. The spy can't wrap her head around how this boy dropped the mutant beast in a single hit. She mulls over how easily he tapped into the fire attribute, the one with the fiercest attack power of all the elements. The girl rushes to the beast's corpse and can't trust her own eyes. What went down here just doesn't add up. She spots the animal's shattered tail and can't figure out how it happened. Unless, maybe that one moment. That moment when the tail came down on us, our hero didn't dodge at all. He took the hit head-on with his body and snapped the tail clean off. The fragment of the mutant's tail needs a lab analysis. You can't even imagine how hard his body must be to pull that off. Waking up early and catching his reflection, Shinji feels pain screaming through his whole body, which means he's a long way from perfect and has a lot more training ahead. Breaking news hits about an anomaly on Mount Shiranui. Temperatures are spiking to critical levels, forcing evacuations. Shinji chalks the surge up to the awakening of spiritual energy and decides to fast-track his prep while the area is still reachable. He grabs his gear and books it toward the site to soak up as much spiritual energy as he can. Out of nowhere, a girl on the street calls out to him, and it turns out to be Lin all over again. She demands money, threatening to end the relationship, her voice trembling with fury when Shinji refuses to pay. Shinji walks off and leaves her standing there. He suggests she check herself into a hospital instead of hassling him. Lin accuses him of being selfish, warning that if he won't pay up, she'll vanish from his life for good. He yells at her to get lost and never show her face again. His mind's made up. Nothing's going to pull him off his real goal now. A group of hikers bicker at the foot of the mountain. One of them insists on pushing forward despite the heat warnings. The air quivers with heat, throwing up a mirage on the horizon. Shinji takes in the scene, weighing the risks of the climb. Police warn everyone about the 27-degree heat right up on the mountain, using their own bodies as a barricade against the too curious. Tempers boil over, and the argument turns physical. The people around scramble to pull the two sides apart. One of them tosses a piece of corn into the fire, and it pops into popcorn on the spot thanks to the freakish heat. All at once, the idiots realize nobody was pulling their leg. It really is that hot up there. The kid perches on top of the bus and gets it now. This place is genuinely brimming with powerful fire energy. He kicks off from the shuttle and launches straight at the anomaly. Soak up all that energy, and he'll break through to a new level. He crash lands on one arm and the rest of his limbs dead in the center of the anomaly. The police around him are stunned by the boy's stunt and haven't the faintest idea how to help. The system flags an abnormal energy spike. He feels the energy seep into every cell, reshaping his body. Shinji funnels fiery energy into his palms. Purple waves of flame drink in the surrounding heat, boosting his aura. The warm stones under his feet fuse into glassy patterns. Shinji smiles, feeling a whole new level of control. The crowd scrambles back from the edge of the anomaly in a panic. Her voice cracks with fear, but the young man keeps up the reckless stunt. Shinji glances around and realizes he's drawn a huge crowd while siphoning every scrap of energy and heat from the place. Shinji slips into the shadows of the rocks, ducking the crowd's attention. His clothes are caked in ash, but his eyes burn with resolve. Tourists trade theories about the unexplained cold snap. Their cameras only caught a fleeting shadow amid the clouds of steam. A girl shows off a video of a flickering silhouette. Viewers argue over it. A god, an alien, or just a heat-stroke hallucination? Reporters start comparing Shinji to legendary cultivators. Footage of Mount Shiranui runs on every news channel. The red-haired man talks with his servant about the skills this kid showed today and how cleanly he took down the mutant. He glances at the kid's file and figures he should have recruited him into the organization ages ago. An influential man in a suit barks orders at his underlings. Crossing paths with Fuji Shinji is starting to feel like a death sentence. He says he needs to meet the boy soon, and his subordinate Yu falls in line with the order. Shinji shows off his progress, hitting the second level of cultivation. His aura pulses yellow, a mirror of his tightening grip on energy. The system screen pulls up his updated stats. He pores over the new options and starts mapping out future training. The system pings to mark the level up. The young man smiles, feeling a rush of strength and a readiness for whatever's next. Shinji experiments with forging a weapon out of spiritual energy. A blade edged with scarlet light takes shape in his hands. The system offers weapon evolution paths. He picks a sword and reinforces the blade with a dense charge of the fire element. Pleased with the result, the young man lets the weapon dissolve. His mind's already on hunting down materials to upgrade his arsenal. Then he catches a noise and wheels toward it, asking who's come knocking in the dead of night. Strangers in suits close in on Shinji. Their leader asks a blunt question, cross-checking him against the portrait on his tablet. Shinji warily clenches his fists as the man beside him lays out why they're here, to float the idea of him joining the Cultivators Association. Something about that organization jogs the young man's memory. His gaze flicks across the system's hologram, digging for intel on these two. He recalls how, in the past, he and Mika were once saved by a red-haired girl with fierce abilities who could levitate. Right then, a system alert about a new task cuts in. Now Shinji is dead certain there'll be no help coming. He'll have to do this all on his own. He asks how they even heard about him. The redhead says word got around about how he cured a girl. Mika comes up as a new member of the association. He sizes up the two of them and figures neither poses much of a threat. A while later, the three of them circle back to whether Shinji's really sure he doesn't want in. He answers that no organization is a fit for him. The kid says he first needs to train himself and fully rebuild his spiritual energy. The association rep pitches the perks of membership, backing it up with examples of other cultivators shooting up the ranks. Shinji listens with his arms folded. Memories of his past life keep his guard up, but the arguments are hard to dismiss. Stats flash on screen. 3 years of zero progress versus 1 year with backing. He clocks just how manipulative the framing is. Now both sides wait on how the talks land so they can adjust their next moves. Yu is quietly rooting for the kid to sign on. Shinji asks the girl's age. Yu tells him, then fires back a question of her own. Why does he care? He doesn't want to insult her by calling her a talentless girl, so out loud, he just tells her she's a great girl. The association rep brags about how exclusive its membership is. The young man catches the flicker of unease in the assistant standing next to him. The red-haired man walks him through the long list of privileges he'll unlock the moment he joins. Then, a call comes in, and he asks for a minute to take it. Urgent news. An emergency alert about a mutant slams the brakes on the negotiations. Shinji spots the panic flash across the association rep's face. Intel on the venomous snake lights up the hologram. The man is rattled by its level. It's a level 2. Its element, venom. The association leader gives the order to lock down the area. His assistant relays the coordinates, dodging Shinji's eyes. The talk gets cut off by the need to move. The young man lingers in the hallway, studying the map with the mutants' movement markers. He watches them leave and reminds himself that in this life, he can't afford to repeat the pile of mistakes from the last one. Strange thunderclaps with no rain spook the locals. A homeowner calls Shinji in a panic, calling the anomaly a curse. Lightning keeps hammering one exact spot behind the mountain. The young man crunches the system data and turns up traces of a rare spiritual energy attribute. Shinji agrees to help. Before heading out, he checks his crystal stockpile, bracing to face something he can't explain. Kotoge shows Shinji security footage of lightning etching ancient symbols into the mountainside. The young man ties the anomaly to the awakening of the elements. His fingers race across the system's hologram, matching the data against old legends. Shinji warns of the danger. He points to the cultivators who died trying to bend lightning to their will. Shinji brushes the warnings aside. His mind's made up. Claim the legendary attribute and crank up his power. The system confirms he can obtain the lightning attribute. Shinji flips on energy absorption mode and tunes himself to the resonance. The guys debate whether the mission's even doable. Their back and forth cuts off when the ground under them starts shuddering from the charges. We see 2 boys and a woman's shoe. She tells them today is their very first mission. One of the boys stands and asks Ms. Kaori what the plan is and where they're headed. Kaori talks tactics with the boys. She points to the spot on the map where the energy runs thickest. The world keeps adjusting to the revived spiritual energy. Shinji digs into the system's new features, noting his own abilities have leveled up too. He notices bursts of energy going off, but the young man tunes them out, zeroing in on the energy patterns instead. The system marks his achievements, but Shinji's already fixed on his next goal, mastering rare attributes. The system warns him about the risks of absorbing the lightning's energy. Shinji confirms the action anyway, double charge and all. The hologram demos the lightning technique. He feels a prickle in his fingertips from the clumps of raw energy. Landing the ability comes with a flash of blue light. Shinji smiles, sizing up just how much this new power can do. Shinji watches the process and clocks how unstable the energy flows are. The air reeks of ozone, and his hair stands on end. Meanwhile, we cut to Kaori and the two boys, standing right in front of a massive burst of electrical energy. Kaori shows off a thermos-like flask for collecting energy. Her assistant questions how safe the thing is, eyeing the cracks in its shell. Tension spikes as Kaori demands the device be handed over. Her voice wavers, but her hands stay steady on it. She stands and aims the device straight at the energy, which quickly starts pouring into the capsule. Lightning, energy, and light gather around them. And that's not even all of it. There's still plenty left to absorb later. The boys cheer their commander on, floored by how smoothly and fast she's pulling in all that energy. The thermos flask splinters, unable to take the load. Kaori jerks back in a panic, and her assistant freezes, eyes blown wide. She can't understand how the spirit collector failed to hold all that energy. Those bolts are unbelievably powerful. One of the guys throws himself at Kaori, shoving her clear of the enormous explosion going off right in her face. The system detects an abnormal power surge. The lightning strikes around them grow stronger and come faster. With the power spinning out of control, the group bails, leaving the busted equipment behind. Then one of them catches something shifting in the grass and glances over, expecting nobody but their own crew out here. They spot a civilian in this deadly zone and are baffled. What is this guy even doing here? The guy turns out to be our hero Shinji, and Kaori screams at him to clear out of the area, but the boy doesn't budge. His words drown in the roar of thunder, and his gestures scream despair and fear. The young man doesn't so much as flinch at the threats. His eyes stay locked on the hologram tracking his absorbed energy. The whole group watches, dumbstruck, as this stranger claws his way toward the very energy that nearly blew them to pieces. And then Shinji sprints dead into the eye of the lightning, grinning because he knows he's about to bag a new attribute and a mountain of experience for his next power spike. Kaori watches in shock as Shinji reins in the lightning. Her assistant drops the device in disbelief. The cocoon of energy around the boy pulses with brilliant blue light. The air thickens with static, tugging his hair around. The system wraps up its analysis. The lightning attack has been fully integrated. Shinji takes his first step toward a new tier of power. Shinji swears he'll become untouchable, and his shadow, thrown by a lightning bolt, towers against the night sky. The system's hologram flares green, objective complete. Shinji opens his mouth. A beam passes right through it, and new power settles into him. He rises into the sky, struck by lightning, and takes not a scratch of damage. He feels the fresh strength and stares at his hands, wreathed in energy and electricity. He's stronger now. The system suggests fusing two types of spiritual energy for an attack. His fingers fly across the hologram of calculations, hunting the perfect balance. He agrees, and two different energies flood into him, unlocking new fighting techniques and fresh dimensions of our hero's spiritual power. Shinji runs the anomaly through the system. The data confirms it's a legendary attribute, one that could tip the whole balance of power. Sometime later, the red-haired man's crew finds a colossal mutant snake writhing among the rocks. Its scales throw off a venomous glow shot through with iridescent flashes of spiritual energy. Yu hands the boys a jade shard. The artifact gives off a soft light, wrapping a protective field around each of them. He tests the orb's reaction to the toxic vapors. A green barrier soaks up part of the poison, proving it actually works. Before the mission kicks off, the group sinks their gear. Yu masks her aura, prepping for a silent approach. She gives the order to move out, and they're locked in to find the snake and kill it. The whole team files in through the gates of a hangar. It's pitch black. You can't see a thing. Before long, though, Yu catches the red glow of eyes deep in the hangar's darkness. Someone shouts for everyone to turn back, but it's too late. A savage green aura blow slams the entire team to the floor. The snake reveals itself in full, a scaly green horror with red eyes, baring its fangs at everyone in the room. The two guys chuck a couple of spears straight at the snake, figuring that'll be enough to hold it off. Out of nowhere, the snake gets sheathed head to tail in ice, freezing mid-room in a bizarre pose. The guys are thrilled. Sure, they've cornered this viper and ready to finish it off. Right here, right now. But Yu's no rookie, and she reads the room instantly. This is very bad. She screams for the others to run and bolts from the snake. The snake shrugs off the ice like it's nothing, spewing its green venom over everyone nearby. As luck would have it, the liquid and vapor slam straight into our guys, dropping them limp and fast asleep on the floor. The girl frantically tries to raise headquarters, desperate to get out a warning about the green snake. But she doesn't get the words out before she's out cold too, right alongside her companions, because you can't exactly wave off an airborne poison with your bare hands. On the last page of the chapter, we see the snake wound around the girl's body, tongue lolling out, poised to devour you whole. The scene shifts to nighttime near a trailer, where someone is laying out the situation for Shinji. Inside, the redhead talks with Shinji. He turns the monitor toward him and says Shinji is the only one who can save them. Chairman Liu brings up the rare fire attribute Shinji has awakened, and his words let slip that he's been quietly watching the young man's every move. He mentions a green snake with a venom attribute it can spread at will, and how it wiped out a chunk of his men in the hangar. Shinji is instantly suspicious of the surveillance and demands they cut it out as his condition for taking the mission. Liu apologizes, blaming safety concerns, and relief washes over his face the moment Shinji accepts. He also apologizes for sicking the mutant dog on him, still stunned that Shinji dispatched it so easily. Shinji sees right through the mutant dog setup. His voice comes out cold, but his stance stays loose, all control. He tells them the whole thing was humiliating for people supposedly running a serious operation. Liu tries to smooth things over with an offer of support. The young man waves it off, sure of his own strength. On the table between them lies a map of the plant. Shinji marks out the snake's hunting ground, ignoring his companion's twitchy glances. Liu pushes for reinforcements. Shinji cuts him off cold, making no secret of his contempt for the help on offer. Shinji strides out of the office without a backward glance, his footsteps ringing down the empty hall, driving home how done he is. We cut back to the hangar, where Yu is trapped inside, barely able to lift her eyelids, slowly slipping away from the poison. A giant snake is gorging on cultivators to fuel its evolution. Its scales glow poison green, flooding the workshop with a toxic haze. Yu runs the attack patterns through the system. The data flags a critical threat level for the entire region. Yu panics, chanting the coordinates of the weak points. Her voice breaks as the snake suddenly changes course. It strikes straight at her, unleashing another wave of poison-green mist. Yu stands frozen before it, at a total loss. But at the last possible second, she snaps her ice gun into her hand and leaps at the snake, meaning to land a fast, clean hit. And she does clip it near the head, drawing the purple blood of the mutant snake. Before she can drive the strike home, though, the ice shard in her hand shatters. Her eyes go wide with alarm. Nothing can save her now. The snake whips back at the girl and sends her flying to the ground, probably with a few bones snapped. She watches the serpent evolve in despair. Yu drops the device as the monster starts drinking spiritual energy straight out of the walls. The system warns of overload. The girl ignores the signal, laser-focused on finding the creature's core. Shinji recognizes the abandoned factory. The memory of the wages he never got paid pulls a wry smirk out of him. But it doesn't knock him off course. The girl recognizes him and is floored. How did he end up here? And who sent him to bail them out? He finds the team pinned down, faces drained of color, gear strewn everywhere, screaming that the mission went sideways. Shinji activates the attribute, lighting up the whole space. On the walls, the snake's shadows loom bigger than the threat itself. An injured cultivator begs Shinji to run, convinced there's no beating a monster like this snake. The boy ignores the warning and closes in on the source of the roar, slow and steady. Nothing rattles him. In front of him is a snake that's already evolved, and he faces it without a shred of fear on his face. The snake strikes, smashing through the support beams. Shinji parries the blow, searing a charred brand into the enemy's scales. Yu screams at him to fall back, but the boy pools energy into his palms. The air crackles with static, and the shadows on the walls warp under the pull of the elements. Beams of energy start pulsing around his body. The air fills with the smell of ozone, tangled up with toxic gases. Shinji meets the attack head-on in the dark. The lightning wrapping his body burns brighter, scattering the clouds of poison mist. The lightning punches through the snake's scales and lays bare a weak spot. Shinji reacts on instinct, firing a second bolt straight at the target. The mutant snake thrashes, trying to slither into a crevice. Its movements turn frantic, and its venomous glow dims under the relentless assault. Shinji seals off its escape with a fire trap. The flames braid together with the lightning into a lethal spiral around the enemy. Yu watches in shock as the monster loses control. Her fingers clamp around the barrier amulet, but she doesn't need it anymore. He tells the girl not to sweat the snake slipping away and grips the hilt of the sword at his back. Shinji draws it and holds it out in front of him, stretching his hands toward the blade and pumping it full of lightning and fire. He glares at his target with pure fury, and we see lightning crackling out of his blazing eyes, his power climbing higher by the second. Shinji wields both attributes at once. Waves of fire and lightning swirl around him, proof of just how far he's come. With a single strike, he finishes off the snake, and now there's nothing left to do but move on. Far, far away from here. Yu drops the measuring device. Her voice shakes. Not even the association has one like that. Her assistant logs the data in silence, avoiding eye contact. The young man calmly powers down his abilities. His thoughts are already drifting past this victory to the missions ahead. The association pores over the data on Shinji. The holograms show abnormal energy spikes that blow past every standard chart. Liu studies the report, pinching the bridge of his nose. His assistant murmurs, "If he joins the rivals," but never finishes the thought. Footage of the battle flickers up on screen. The only sound in the room is the low hum of the servers. At the meeting, they decide to stop spying on Shinji. Liu holds firm. The kid will come to them himself when he's ready. Yu, a junior agent, gets handed the job of making contact. Liu tells her she's to become the boy's girlfriend. The system digs into the data on the awakening of spiritual energy and pinpoints anomaly zones where they plan to test new control methods. The goal is to map how power gets distributed. Plenty of them also weigh whether they should warn residents about the power surges. But on the other side, some argue against it. After all, there's a real risk of sparking panic across the whole population. The debate drags on, with one camp insisting an early warning could have spared a lot of lives. But a police officer counters that the factory incident got handled cleanly, no public notice needed. The red-haired man takes it all in, stunned that these grown adults can't reach an agreement, even though they all know how dire the situation is. He bellows for everyone to shut up, and the whole room falls silent, waiting to hear what the master has to say. Liu chairs a meeting on the fallout of going public with the truth about spiritual energy. His voice is taut but sure. Shinji comes up as a key player in everything unfolding. Those present chew over the trade-off between safety and public panic. The idea of using the anomaly zones for testing draws mixed reactions. He jots down the arguments, keeping his own comments to himself. The map lights up with energy awakening points. Liu floats, turning them into research sites and watching how the public reacts. The man runs the risks through the system. The data hints at a possible spike in conflicts, but the young man stays neutral. Plenty back the idea, playing up the chance to gather data. And the assistant quietly tweaks the hologram settings. Liu keeps pushing to bring Shinji into the association. The fight over his standing splits the meeting into two camps. Shinji mentions he's awakened 2 attributes, stunning the room. Yuto lurks in the corner, whispering to Lin, he's more dangerous than he looks. The vote to run the test comes back unanimous. Liu hides a smile, already tasting the possibilities. Shinji's trial is built as a skills assessment. The setup includes zones of unstable energy and interaction with newcomers. The young man reads the requirements, brow furrowed in skepticism. The system flags the plan's soft spots, but he decides to go through with it. Liu smiles and puts on a show of it being their idea to pick Shinji for the organization. The plan clicking along exactly as designed. Shinji wakes early in the morning to a noise that yanks him out of sleep. He stumbles onto someone swiping his food. His face stays blank, but the energy around him gives a faint pulse, betraying his annoyance. Now he's fuming, thinking he's already broke, and here's a thief in his own home, helping himself to the last thing he's got. He throws open the door, ready to lay out the thief who dared break into his rundown apartment. His face is all rage. Yu shows up at Shinji's place, playing the friendly, cooperative type, her breezy tone clashing with how tense she's holding herself. Shinji demands answers. He figures she's been sent to spy on him again, and it sends him over the edge. The girl admits she was sent to move in with him, but keeps the association's real motives to herself. Liu hands Shinji the test requirements. Shinji flips through the paperwork, catching the gaps between the stated goals and the actual tasks. Mika is named as a participant. Shinji's whole demeanor flips, and he agrees to the test. His eyes go colder. Yu clocks the shift in his mood. Her fingers rattle off a message while the boy studies the map of the location. The test details list low energy zones. Shinji doubts they're safe, but tucks the thought behind a mask of indifference. Mika turns up on the participant roster. The young man's fist tightens on its own as her ties to the association come rushing back. Yu notices his reaction. Her questions go unanswered, but she scribbles down her observations for the report. The test participants assemble in the training grounds. Liu looks each of them over, his mere presence the thing that seals their place. The testing program gets cut off by an announcement of oncoming cataclysms. The man watches the buzz sweep through the group and stays completely unfazed. The master tells everyone that today he's introducing them to one of the most powerful cultivators, who'll be taking over as their captain. Kaori wonders where he wandered off to. She lets herself sink into memories of the past. She remembers talking to a guy and how he vanished in a flash. The person she's talking to insists that's impossible. Then a guy with tattoos running down his arms snaps her out of it, asking what she's so lost in thought about. Kaori shoots Yoshi a warning look, but he pointedly turns away. She says she's waiting on the captain and is curious what he looks like. Yoshi Kent stretches his arms out, limbering up for the meet and greet with the captain. His snide cracks about the rich kid get a few laughs out of the crew. He fires up the team's morale, promising to show the new captain who's really strong and steady around here. The team roster pops up as a hologram. The system flags Yoshi's profile, an ex-criminal with the wind attribute and a chip on his shoulder about authority. Shinji studies his subordinates' weak points, working out how to neutralize threats without ever throwing a punch. At last, the moment comes, and the red-haired man introduces the whole crew of cadets to their new captain. Shinji halts a meter short of everyone. Purple sparks of energy snuff out the gusts of wind, carving a pocket of silence around him. Mika looks at him and thinks he's probably the same guy who saved her back at the hospital. Kaori realizes it's him, the guy who vanished into the lightning that day. It hits her that he's a genuinely powerful cultivator. Liu keeps up the introduction, but suddenly someone in the crowd starts yelling, dragging everyone's attention off the ceremony. The red-haired gentleman clocks that it's Yoshi doing the shouting and asks him what the problem is. Yoshi swings first, asking whether the master is really so sure of this guy. He looks weak and nobody's buying him as captain. Our hero just smiles and asks if Yoshi wants to put him to the test, and Yoshi says he'd love nothing more than to size up this weakling. Shinji shrugs off the jabs about his power level, his stare ice cold and his fists balled, ready to answer the challenge. Yoshi taunts Shinji, arms flailing, face twisted into a snarl of aggression, his voice cutting over the howl of the wind. The boy stays calm, reading his opponent's movements. Beams of energy flicker faintly at his fingertips. The standoff gets cut short by a fierce gust of wind. The group goes still, waiting on the captain's reaction. The red-haired gentleman stops Yoshi cold, catching his fist a split second before it lands on Shinji. He asks whether Yoshi plans to defend the honor and the people of the association later, and if not, why is he swinging on the new captain? Yoshi backs down and mumbles some excuse about just wanting the new captain to show off his skills. The association members argue over whether Shinji's actually competent. Some marvel at his snake feet, others write it off as luck. Liu cuts the chatter with a sharp reminder about discipline. His commanding tone shuts the room up. He tells them how the young captain saved Yu by taking down a giant snake single-handed. Everyone's stunned and can't believe the fight was real. The briefing opens with a warning of deadly danger. Kaori points to a hologram of the thorn beast. Shinji studies the combat tactics, scanning the creature for weak points. His fingers glide across the system interface, fine-tuning his strategy. The group whispers nervously among themselves. Yoshi just grins, blowing off the safety rules. The team reaches a zone of abnormal energy. Shinji sweeps the area but finds no sign of the monster. Yoshi pushes to act right now, his impatience clashing with everyone else's caution. Shinji picks up on strange vibrations underground. The system registers hidden pulses of energy. Mika scans her surroundings, on edge, sensing a threat building. Something's off around them, though she can't put her finger on what. The energy around the trunk pulses harder with every step the rebel takes. Everything's glowing, and energy pours in from all directions. Shinji forbids anyone from going near the ancient tree. His voice is hard, but Yoshi flat out ignores the order. Yoshi mocks Shinji's caution, and his jokes about a walking tree pull nervous laughter out of a few of the crew. The boy tunes out the taunts and rattles off clear orders. Beams of energy weave a barrier around the group. Yoshi gets sent to hunt for traces of the monster, fingers trembling as they brush the tree bark. Yoshi is dead set on the idea of leveling up. He lays his hands on the trunk, trying to siphon off the tree's energy. The branches lurch all at once, shedding leaves. Shinji whips around, feeling an ancient power stir awake. Yoshi gets hyped daydreaming about all the girls who'll fawn over him once he powers up off this tree. They settle in a ring around the tree and try to absorb every bit of its energy. Mika asks Shinji whether the team's safe. Her voice trembles, but the boy answers with confidence, burying his own tension. Shinji keeps up his reckless experiment with the tree. The young man watches him, poised to jump in the instant it goes wrong. Shinji hears out the criticism about what went down on the mountain. His companion gets prickly, but the young man stays even, sidestepping a real clash. Faint energy beams shimmer around his hands, hinting at the tension coiled inside. The apology comes out flat and formal, his gaze staying cold and far off. The conversation gets cut off by a beep from the system. Shinji seizes it as an excuse to bow out, leaving his opponent standing there confused. The training ground is thick with dense spiritual energy. Shinji urges the team to make use of their resources while he himself hangs back. The girl needles him for sitting on the sidelines. The boy ignores the jab, reading the energy flows through the system's interface. Mika joins the group, her ice attribute striking a sharp contrast against the heat of the elements around her. The tree suddenly springs to life and snatches a team member up in its branches. Cries for help ring through the forest, tangled with the crack of snapping wood. Shinji reacts in a blink, hurling lightning bolts at the base of the tree. The sparks scorch the bark and force the tree to let go. Yoshi freezes up, unable to decide anything, his bravado draining away in the face of a real threat. An injured member drags himself to safety, face twisted with fear, clothes torn, hands shaking on adrenaline. Yoshi throws up a wind barrier, cutting off the ancient monster's path. Kaori lobs a healing amulet and steadies the victim. Yoshi finally jumps into the fight, but his wind attacks only slow the enemy down a hair. One of the group tells Yoshi to be careful and watch his back, but he's a beat too slow and gets slashed out of nowhere by a branch. Lu's warning comes true. The tree's branches morph into thorny tentacles, lashing at the group from every angle. Yoshi gets pinned to the ground, his swagger shattered, eyes wide as a stake drives toward his chest. Shinji intercepts the strike, sacrificing his own protective barrier. A bolt of lightning engulfs the enemy and forces it to retreat into the forest. Yoshi pushes himself up and hisses in fury. It's him again. It's that insufferable Shinji standing over him. Shinji gives the order to fall back. His voice is rock steady, because standing behind him are the people he's protecting. The rescued fighter shakes, clinging to Shinji's sleeve, gratitude in his eyes still laced with the leftover horror. His voice is firm, drowning out the monster's roar. To betray your own is an eternal disgrace. Yoshi, crushed by the captain's strength, goes quiet for the very first time. Waves of energy shake the ground, but the group pulls together. The young man's determination becomes a shield for everyone. Shinji stands in front of the imminent threat, shielding his companions. Lightning and flames envelop his hands, creating a shimmering barrier. The young man nods silently, looking away at the smoke on the horizon. Purple sparks fly toward the tree, protecting the team above all else. A member of the group trapped in a tree shouts words of gratitude to the team captain. Kaori screams as the ancient tree awakens, causing the branches to break, revealing thorny tentacles. Shinji advances, leaving a trail of fire behind him. Yoshi, overcoming his fear, follows him, clinging to the wind blades. The ground heaves in waves. The team freezes, realizing the battle is just beginning. It turns out it's a level 3 monster that emerged from the ground and is essentially a living tree. The entire team is in shock. They didn't expect to see him here, much less find him so quickly. Liu's words paralyze the newcomer with an icy tone. A coward will not survive in the world of cultivation. A heavy silence hangs over the hall. Shinji breaks the silence, walking toward the center. Fear is not weakness. Irrational courage is death. His words balance between challenge and encouragement. Yoshi clenches his fists, thinking for the first time about the cost of his apparent fearlessness. Edie dodges the tree monster's attack and jumps forward to attack it the next second. But the tree saw this desire and immediately raised its hands to retaliate. This blow will kill our hero if it hits. During the attack, the trees also send several sharp branches into our protagonist Shinji's body. The main character activates his fire barrier, incinerating all the branches that were directed at him. The tree monster is in shock. The protagonist's fiery energy is crawling along his hand, trying to cut him off completely. The next second, Cindy activates lightning in her hands, and now her technique has 2 energies. He applies his technique to the back of the fleeing ancient monster, which was unprepared for such a strong opponent. Shinji's lightning strike burns the ancient tree, leaving a smoking crater in its wake. Yoshi falls to his knees in disbelief. "How is this possible?" he whispers, staring at the gigantic wreckage. Kaori frantically writes down the data, her fingers trembling. The attack exceeded all the system's predictions. Shinji analyzes the battle plan by the campfire. The firelight highlights the weariness on his face, hidden by a mask of determination. Mika stares at him in silent admiration. His gaze speaks louder than words. He is now the true leader. In the data center, many people who watch the fight analyze Shinji's strength and are shocked by it. Liu slams his sword on the table, interrupting the discussion. "Shinji has proven his right to lead you!" The room falls silent. The earth suddenly trembles. Holograms turn scarlet as spiritual energy explodes wildly across the world. Yu bursts in with a report. "The awakening is everywhere!" Shinji stands, his silhouette on the wall looming large. Thornbeast exhibits an attribute of an ancient tree. Shinji analyzes the energy patterns, noticing a connection to the plant element. Mika mentions previous research, confirming the boy's suspicions. His cold attribute reacts weakly to the green glow around the trunk. The group prepares for a new phase of the battle, adjusting tactics under the captain's guidance. Icy energy bubbles from the rift. Mika focuses the attribute, forming crystals around her hands as Shinji watches. The boy regulates the energy flow through the system, preventing overload. Yoshi shows interest for the first time, hiding his envy behind a mask of indifference. Mika's progress impresses the team. His level is rising rapidly, confirming the effectiveness of the captain's method. Shinji announces that they will train together. His plan involves using ice anomalies to enhance Miki's attributes. Yoshi reluctantly joins them, realizing the benefits of teamwork. The wind in his hands resonates faintly with a cool energy. The group celebrates Mika's success. Toasts are made to her, but all eyes are on Shinji, the true architect of success. Yoshi lowers his head to the captain, his words filled with genuine remorse, though his voice trembles with shame. Shinji accepts the apology, emphasizing the importance of unity. Mika nods in approval, her trust in the boy growing. An alarm interrupts the moment. The team mobilizes instantly, following new instructions. The evacuation order catches the group off guard. Shinji scans the area, detecting energy synchronization with the fighter's attributes. The young man makes the risky decision to stay late. His fingers quickly scan the hologram, calculating the ideal time to train. Yoshi and Mika exchange glances, ready to support the captain despite the danger. An alien group of cultivators threatens Shinji. Their leader scoffs, oblivious to his opponent's strength. Yoshi steps forward, defending the captain's honor, as eddies of wind swirl around his fists in warning. The soldier interrupts the conflict with a gesture. His machine gun is aimed at their necks, forcing the intruders to retreat without a word. Yoshi takes over perimeter guard duty. His demeanor changes dramatically. He's now a disciplined fighter. The tension eases as the enemies leave. Shinji orders everyone around him to stop. The military discusses the consequences of restoring spiritual energy. The chaos in the ranks highlights their unpreparedness for global change. The captain interrupts the discussion, focusing on the mutant dog's escape. His voice is harsh, cutting off any objections. The team has been ordered to increase surveillance at the border. The power surge threatens stability, requiring immediate action. The discussion moves to the tactical plan. The commander distributes roles, highlighting key points for controlling the situation. The captain interrupts the discussion, focusing on the mutant dog's escape. His voice is harsh, cutting off any objections. Kawasaki is tasked with neutralizing the mutant creature. His determination leaves no doubt. Failure is unacceptable. The rest of the group moves to the edge of the affected area. Spiritual energy complicates their task, making every step risky. Kawasaki nods, clenching his fists. He is now the central link in this dangerous operation. The commander emphasizes the urgency of the evacuation. Delays could lead to irreversible consequences for civilians. Kawasaki is given a tight deadline, by the next morning. The pressure from management is reaching its limit. The evacuation of the east sector is in full swing. No one knows when the mutant dog will appear, which increases anxiety. A sudden noise makes the patrol freeze. The soldiers exchange glances, ready to react immediately. An alarm breaks the silence. The group goes into full combat readiness, weapons drawn. The captain reminds his subordinates to be careful. The world, filled with spiritual energy, has become unpredictable and deadly. The soldier confirms the order, demonstrating iron discipline. This is his main weapon in chaotic situations. The captain nods in approval. Unity and order are the only way to face threats. Mika is instructed not to slack off after training. Her progress directly affects the team's chances of survival. The captain introduces Kawasaki as an old classmate. His classmates are surprised by the unexpected connection between the commanders. The dialogue takes on a humorous tone, but the subtext remains serious. Past relationships can impact the current mission. The remaining soldiers tactfully retreat, giving their commanders space. Uncertainty hangs in the air, but questions remain unanswered. Kawasaki insists on his significant role in the captain's life. His words evoke a mixture of bewilderment and curiosity among those around him. The team quickly leaves the room, leaving the two alone. The dynamics of their relationship remain a mystery, complicating their interactions. Shinji asks how Kawasaki rose to such a high position and how he was put in charge of promoting military affairs. The discussion links the mutant dog's escape to the awakening of spiritual energy. Its presence in the city poses a direct threat. The captain reveals the details of the operation, keeping it secret. Information is limited to avoid panic among the population. Shinji wonders if the mutant dog Yu sent him and the mutant dog that caused the evacuation are connected. The civilian evacuation is complete. Captain Kawasaki gives the order to set a trap for the mutant dog. The military takes up positions, camouflaging the traps. This moment will test their true capabilities under the new conditions. The captain mentions Shinji, foretelling his future hardships. The young man will face trials that will shape his character. Hayakawa is tasked with escorting Shinji to a safe zone, and his role in the operation becomes crucial to protecting the rookie. The unknown commander demands unconditional obedience. His authority is questioned due to his ties to Kawasaki. The soldiers notice that all the newcomers are armed. Their spiritual energy level indicates experience. Most have reached the first stage. The commander assesses the enemy forces. The group's capabilities are impressive, but not frightening. His own team is ready for the fight. The dialogue breaks off mid-sentence. Distrust between the parties creates the risk of sudden conflict at the most inopportune moment. An alarm signal warns of the mutant dog's presence. Its location remains a mystery, complicating the search. The military is entering emergency response mode. Every second of delay increases the threat to the city. Captain Kawasaki mobilizes resources to try to predict the creature's route. His experience becomes his trump card in this game. The mutant dog's appearance is suppressed by severe measures. Order is restored, but the anxiety does not disappear. The bullets corrode the mutant dog's skin, but she doesn't feel them. For her, it's just like a tickle. She opens her mouth and releases purple fire with a roar, burning everything around. The flames spread throughout the street, destroying houses, cars, and more. The order to halt the action comes too late. The mutant dog has already activated a dangerous mechanism. The military is trying to minimize damage by sealing off the area of destruction. Their actions resemble a desperate race against time. The captain orders the evacuation of the remaining civilians. Risking lives for the sake of the operation is an unacceptable luxury. Shinji observes the unfolding events, analyzing military tactics. This knowledge will be useful in future confrontations. The operation has been suspended. It will resume after the forces have regrouped and the errors have been analyzed. Captain Kawasaki analyzes the reports, planning his next move. The mutant dog is still on the loose, but its days are numbered. A mutant dog evolves, threatening the entire city. A special squad is sent into battle to protect civilians. The team's determination leaves no room for fear. Each fighter knows that hundreds of lives depend on their actions. Captain Kawasaki leads the group, ignoring the risks. His aura of confidence makes the soldiers forget their doubts. The energy waves from the fight shake the ground, making the fight a test of strategy and strength. Thoughts of death pierce the fighter's mind. His hands tremble, but it's too late to back down. His fate is being decided here and now. The screams of his companions bring him back to reality. It's time to act, not to dwell on the end. The chaos around him dissipates. The character focuses on a single objective, survival at any cost. His gaze turns to the sky, as if searching for an answer. Fear mixes with anger, giving rise to an unexpected determination. Suddenly, Shinji appears and activates his lightning technique, protecting Kawasaki from the mutant dog's attack. The threat sounds like a death sentence. The enemy has underestimated Shinji's connection to those he protects. The young cultivator steps forward, his lightning attribute spontaneously activating. The air fills with static. The enemy is thrown back dozens of meters. Shinji doesn't waste words. His actions speak for themselves. Kawasaki, shocked, asks Shinji if he is also a cultivator, but now that doesn't matter at all. Discussions are suspended to eliminate the threat first. Shinji focuses on the mutant, ignoring the questions. One hit, and the fourth-level creature loses stability. Its attack power exceeds all the team's expectations. Captain Kawasaki hides his surprise, but his eyes reveal admiration. Such skills are game-changing. Preparations for the mutant massacre are in full swing. Shinji displays a composure unattainable to the newcomers. The escape attempt is instantly halted. Lightning strikes the target, leaving behind a smoking crater. Observers whisper about the attribute's incredible power. Shinji remains unfazed, as if it were just a warm-up. The mutant dog is defeated, but the battle isn't over. The cultivator scans the area for hidden threats. His reputation grows before our eyes. Now, even skeptics admit that he's not just a rookie, but a true leader. But the dog, with its body pierced and without even half its strength, still directs its gaze towards our main hero. She jumps and tries to reach Cindy's paws, but he remains calm because he knows what will happen in the next few seconds. He takes the knife and mixes his energies to obtain maximum strength and abilities. Shinji demonstrates a frightening level of strength despite his recent restoration of spiritual energy. His abilities surpass even military equipment, shocking everyone around him. Lightning and flames intertwine in his hands, creating a destructive symbiosis. Witnesses whisper about the boy's capabilities if he continues to absorb energy. Captain Kawasaki watches the attack with a mixture of pride and anxiety. Such power could be both a salvation and a threat to everyone. The allies gasp in admiration. The lightning attribute pierces through steel, proving that Shinji isn't limited by cultivation standards. The wounded soldier marvels at Shinji's hidden talents. His questions remain unanswered as the young man focuses on completing the mission. Kawasaki takes responsibility for clearing the area. His orders sound harsh, but his gaze shows respect for his partner's skills. Shinji ignores the praise and checks the team's condition. Even victory doesn't change the need to care for his allies. The doctor tries to stop the young man, but he ignores him. Minor injuries are the price to pay for saving dozens of lives. The stranger asks about Kawasaki's connection to Shinji. The commander emphasizes the absolute trust between them, concealing the details of their cooperation. The discussion turns to the young man's talents. The military invites him to enlist, but he is rejected. He already has a connection with the association. Kawasaki mentions Liu Jinghu, drawing mixed reactions. His intention to investigate sounds like a veiled threat. The dialogue is interrupted by new information about the mutant dog. Shinji remains the center of attention, although he himself prefers to remain in the shadows. Casual conversation masks the tension. Shinji forgets breakfast, immersed in the aftermath of the night's operation. The news about the commander's daughter is intriguing. The young man didn't expect his actions to attract so much high-ranking attention. Yu advises caution. The girl's persistence could lead to unwanted political complications. Shinji ignores the warnings. He's only interested in developing power, not in the intrigues of the elite. Someone calls our young man from a Kawasaki number. He's happy that his old friend decided to call just to chat. Fuma Natsue introduces himself as Kawasaki's superior. Shinji is immediately attracted to his proposal of a fire energy zone. The young man hides his interest, but the experienced commander notices the gleam in his eyes. The promise of increased strength is too tempting. Yu watches the exchange in silence. She understands that Shinji has already made his decision, despite the risks. Shinji analyzes the new data and plans his next move. His path to power is full of obstacles, but each step brings him closer to his goal. The story begins with the discovery of a fireball at a construction site. The workers mistook it for an evil spirit and called an exorcist, but the ritual only worsened the flames. The military cordoned off the area, but the fire continued to spread. The fire engulfed the area, making it unsuitable for any operations. With the restoration of spiritual energy, the situation worsened. Evacuating residents became the only way to avoid casualties. Shinji studies the reports, trying to find a connection between the anomaly and the global changes. His intuition tells him it's no coincidence. Captain Kawasaki is ordered to increase patrols. The fire could be a harbinger of more serious threats. Shinji asks if the fire is still spreading, and the purple-haired girl confirms. That girl is Fua. The discussion about evacuation evolves into a conversation about creating a military unit of cultivators. Fua hints at Shinji's personal connections to Yu. Shinji denies romantic overtures, focusing on the mission. His behavior betrays irritation. Political games distract from the main issue. The commander emphasizes the need to control the newcomers. Their spiritual energy makes them dangerous if left unsupervised. The girl mentions the behavioral problems of experienced growers. Their independence makes it difficult to form disciplined units. Fua offers Shinji the chance to lead the training of new recruits. In return, he promises benefits, but the young man declines. The girl praises her friend's integrity. Her words belie her pride. Shinji remains true to his goals. The discussion turns to the Cultivators Association. Shinji intends to see the project through to success before taking on more responsibilities. Fua accepts the refusal, but doesn't hide his disappointment. The military is missing out on the chance to gain such a valuable ally. The captain senses the tension and changes the subject. It's time to get back to fighting the fire anomaly. Chaos at the edge of the evacuation zone as people try to break through the barriers, ignoring warnings of danger. Soldiers block the passage, but the crowd doesn't back down. Tensions rise. Any more, and there will be a crush. A stranger appears, mocking Shinji's connection to Lu, and his taunts are meant to cause division within the team. He sees the couple Lin and Yuko standing near the crowd, looking at Shinji and making some sarcastic comments. The boy threatens Shinji, blaming him for the failure of his relationship with Lin. His words are filled with venom and jealousy. The young man remains calm, analyzing the attacker's motives. Perhaps it's a trap to distract him from his mission. The girl intervenes, protecting her friend. His authority forces the lovers to temporarily retreat. The purple-haired girl's appearance changes the dynamic of the conversation. Her interest in Shinji is obvious. She sees potential in him. The stranger compares the young man to a warrior of pure love, provoking laughter among those around him. The joke diffuses the situation. Shinji ignores the taunts and asks a direct question about Nakai's connection to the anomaly. His frankness takes everyone by surprise. Shinji realizes Nakai is withholding information. It's time for difficult negotiations. The character is furious at being rejected, and his anger is directed at the woman whose beauty he believes breeds arrogance. She vows revenge, no matter the consequences. The threats sound like an attempt to restore her self-esteem. The second character unintentionally draws attention by apologizing for his viewing habits. His apologies only heighten the tension. The first hero snorts dismissively. Without money, he says, Such a person would have been rejected by society long ago. On-site inspection confirms that the fire anomaly is intensifying. Expansion of the evacuation zone is inevitable. Captain Fuwa points to the source of the fire's energy concentration, and his words are supported by instrument data. Shinji silently studies the map of the area. Every decision is crucial now. One mistake will lead to disaster. The discussion moves on to the search for emergency measures. There's hardly any time for reflection. A special device records the growth of spiritual energy. The team is forced to expand the quarantine zone to 10 kilometers. The order causes confusion among the soldiers. Such measures seem excessive to them, but there is no alternative. Shinji approaches the epicenter, ignoring the warnings. His lightning attribute is weak to the fire element. Kawasaki tries to stop the boy, but he disappears into the smoke. All that's left is to hope for his luck. Panic grips the command post as officers struggle to contain the out-of-control fire. The commander's questions remain unanswered. His silence suggests the situation was planned in advance. Shinji appears at the door, his clothes singed, holding a strange artifact that radiates heat. Kawasaki takes the device. The readings are abnormal. The artifact may be the key to suppressing the anomaly. Sensors detect record levels of fiery energy. The system offers Shinji the ability to absorb it, but he hesitates. The young man analyzes the risks. It's unclear whether his body will be able to withstand such a heavy load, even considering its unique characteristics. Shinji makes a decision. His fingers tighten around the artifact, and a bright flash illuminates the entire area. Fuwa advises proceeding with caution. His experience tells him that haste now is deadly. The girl admires the progress. Perhaps the boy will even be able to reach the 6th stage in the future. The fire energy level reaches the 2nd stage. The system rewards Shinji with a new ability that enhances his attribute. Shinji gains the unique Eternal Sacred Flame technique, reaching a new level of mastery. The golden attribute greatly enhances his potential. The system rewards the young person with bonus points for their first golden skill. This discovery changes their approach to training. The team watches in amazement as his aura transforms. Even the experienced fighters can't hide their awe at the magnitude of the energy absorbed. Shinji absorbs the remaining fire energy, shocking everyone around him. His body is capable of withstanding a load ordinary cultivators couldn't handle. Fuwa whispers, confused. Is he really the incarnation of the fire god? Doubts mix with concern for his friend. The young man ignores the questions, analyzing the changes in his attributes. Every cell is filled with uncontrollable power. The military records abnormal energy readings. The data is sent to higher command for urgent analysis. Shinji feels the flames pulsing through his veins. Controlling them requires immediate meditation. Fuwa checks Shinji's condition after absorbing the energy, his voice trembling with a mixture of relief and worry. The young man insists everything is fine, but the pallor of his face says otherwise. The overload is making itself felt. She looks at the device and sees very strange indicators. What do they mean? She sees her device on fire and ready to explode. She throws the sensor away from her. Our protagonist grabs her and hugs her, hiding the shards behind his back. Fuwa looks at him with loving eyes and admits that she would do anything to have this guy touch her more often. The military demands an explanation for the absorbed energy. Shinji names his level as the 4th stage of the boiling spring. The officers can't believe what they're hearing. Such strength for a rookie is an incredible achievement, bordering on the absurd. The young man is evasive about his training methods, his secrets remaining a mystery even to his closest allies. Fuwa interrupts the interrogation, reminding them of their priorities. It's time to return to the evacuation and reinforce the barriers. Shinji notices a glint of interest in the officer's eyes. Perhaps his abilities will become the subject of new experiments. The military once again offers Shinji to join their ranks, promising benefits. The young man categorically refuses, loyal to the association. Fuwa supports the decision, but warns that the reports will raise questions from senior management. Shinji shrugs indifferently. His goals are bigger than political games: to become stronger, to protect his loved ones. The officer leaves, promising not to press. However, his expression betrays calculation. He will return with new arguments. Liu asks Yu for help in eliminating the anomaly. The girl agrees, but imposes one condition: complete autonomy in her actions. The team prepares equipment to suppress the fire. Every step is coordinated with the young man. He is now the main strategist. Shinji wakes up in the morning and smells the fresh, delicious food, saying that yes, Yu definitely knows how to cook well. Fua unexpectedly shows up at Shinji's house, citing military necessity. His visit violates Shinji's personal boundaries. The boy expresses indignation, demanding an explanation. His voice trembles with suspicion as to the intruder's motives. The soldier calmly justifies the registration of the house as a strategic measure. Her arguments seem convincing but cold. Shinji refuses to accept this intrusion. He wants to ask Yu how she feels about this situation, but her room is empty. Fua shifts to a proposal of cooperation, his words mixing a professional tone with a subtle threat. He analyzes the situation, noting signs of haste. Every detail indicates careful planning of the escape. The soldier examines the abandoned items, trying to piece together the chain of events. His suspicions fall on his allies. The announcement of the extermination mission makes him frown. The plan clearly has traps. Shinji decides to go it alone, ignoring protocol. The risk is worth it if the objective is so important. An emergency call forces the team to drop everything. The panic in the dispatcher's voice indicates the gravity of the situation. The girl thinks about everything, realizing that life is impossible without Shinji. His absence puts everyone at risk. Yu tries to take the initiative, but his authority isn't enough. There's a sense of hopelessness in the air. Yu notices subtle symbols on the edges. His hunch changes his perception of the entire situation. She breaks a huge energy fragment underwater and tries to dodge the fragments falling into the water. She is happy that she was able to do it alone, without anyone's help, and that she proved her strength. But suddenly a large shadow falls over the crystal, which doesn't mean very good news. Something is nearby and is moving here. Her eyes widened at what had caught her by surprise, and she was trying to get away from there as far as possible. She turns around and sees a huge fish opening its mouth and preparing to attack her, swallowing her in one go. An unexplained phenomenon is causing alarm among observers. Spiritual energy is pulsating abnormally, disrupting the normal balance of forces. A group of cultivators discuss what's happening. Their instruments register instability, but the source of the threat remains unclear. Yu panics and tries to stabilize the barrier. His efforts only temporarily halt the growing pressure. The monster's shadow absorbs Shinji's spiritual energy. The young man realizes that each moment renews the enemy's strength. She reaches out, trying to break the connection with the creature. The tension reaches a critical point. The tentacle hits Yu's skull, causing her to spray blood and pass out underwater. Yu stares in horror at the approaching shadow, as thoughts of impending death paralyze his will to resist. Shinji pushes him away, taking the blow. The lightning forms a shield, but its fragility is obvious. Yu screams, warning of another attack, his voice lost in the roar of the collapsing buildings. The subject coordinates the retreat, but the escape routes are blocked. The only thing left is to fight to the end. Yu, injured, is taken to a safe zone. Her condition is alarming. Her spiritual energy is nearly depleted. Shinji vows to deal with the culprits, his cold gaze promising ruthless retribution. He stands beside her bed, analyzing data about the monster. The system records her every movement. The commander thanks Shinji for saving his daughter, and his words mix sincerity with political calculation. The discussion turns to the nature of the monster. The shadow, called the Devourer, lurked in the depths for 6 months. The man reveals the details of the mission. The lack of information about the creature's true form complicates the development of a strategy. Shinji asks questions, revealing contradictions in the reports. His analytical skills impress even skeptics. The young man agrees to help, but demands complete autonomy. The commander reluctantly accepts the conditions. The monster's secret is revealed. It uses darkness to camouflage itself and draws power from the depths of the ocean. The restoration of spiritual energy has made it invulnerable. Normal attacks only temporarily slow the creature. Shinji studies energy flow patterns. His plan involves a risky discovery of the anomaly's epicenter. Natsuki explains to his grandfather the necessity of the risky mission, his reasoning based on the military's previous failure to deal with the threat. The commander emphasizes Shinji's uniqueness as the only one capable of resisting the shadow. He was chosen for a reason. The other candidates proved weak. Natsuki expresses doubts, fearing for the boy's life. His words reflect concern, but his grandfather remains adamant. 3 elite fighters are assigned to support. Their skills should outweigh the risks, but there's no guarantee of success. The tension in the room is rising. The decision has been made, and it's too late to go back. Restoring spiritual energy changes the world order. Falling behind in the development of anomalous zones threatens national security. The Class A zone becomes a test of strength. The mission's success will strengthen the country's position on the international stage. The captain reminds everyone of the importance of caution. His words are directed at Shinji, but they sound like general advice to everyone. The young man nods, hiding his excitement. The pressure is enormous, but he has no other choice. Preparations for the landing at the port are in full swing. Kaori is missing. Her skill level is insufficient for the current task. The captain checks the fighter's readiness, emphasizing discipline. Military assistance should simplify the operation. The soldier vows not to let his team down. His zeal is mixed with nervousness. This is the first serious challenge. Shinji arrives on the scene and surveys the area. His experience tells him that the real threat will surpass all predictions. The boy mocks the team's youth, and his disdain for Shinji irritates his allies. The mention of the 4th level of Boiling Spring makes Kuraki frown. He hadn't expected such strength from a rookie. The dialogue turns into conflict. Tensions between the military and the farmers threaten to derail the mission. Shinji remains unfazed, his calm contrasting with the others' emotionality. The group leader tries to defuse the conflict. His words aim to unite the team in the face of a common threat. The subject reluctantly backs away, hiding his irritation. Cooperation is necessary, but mutual distrust remains. Shinji ignores the provocations, focusing on the plan, and gradually his authority overcoming the disagreements. The team advances toward the goal. The first steps into the zone leave everyone tense. Danger is felt with every step. Shinji feels the darkness draining spiritual energy from his body. The attribute's corrosive effect instantly weakens the team. The boy scans the surroundings, trying to find the source of the threat. His lightning attribute pulses weakly, overwhelmed by the monster's aura. A shadow in the distance moves, becoming a blur. The group braces for the worst-case scenario. The smell of rot permeates even underwater, making the combatants nauseous. The captain warns, "A long stay here is mortally dangerous." Shinji blocks the effects of the darkness, stabilizing its energy flow. His actions temporarily neutralize the threat to his allies. The captain jokes about the possibility of panic among the newcomers, but there's tension in his voice. The young man ignores the sarcasm, focusing on tactics. Spiritual energy pulses erratically, creating the risk of a sudden breach in the defense. The team regroups, preparing for an attack. Mika activates the ice attribute, slowing the spread of the dark aura. Her efforts give the group a respite. The energy barrier shatters under the pressure of the darkness. The boy screams a warning, but his words are drowned out by the monster's roar. The boy pushes his ally away, taking the blow. Lightning flashes, forming a temporary shield. The illusion dissipates, revealing tentacles protruding from the darkness. The group retreats, breaking formation. The captain coordinates a counterattack, but the level 5 monster surpasses all expectations. Its power explains the failure of previous missions. Shinji stops the panicked fighter. His voice is harsh. "Watch and don't act blindly." The monster's illusion dissolves, revealing its true form, a giant kraken with hate-filled eyes. The tentacles grab the nearest soldier. Shinji lunges forward, cutting through the darkness with a flash of lightning. The boy nods, gathering energy in his palms. A blinding discharge sears the monster's flesh, forcing it to retreat. The boy mocks the crew's inexperience until the tentacles grab him. His arrogance turns to horror. Shinji reacts with lightning speed, cutting through the dark tentacles. Kuraki falls to his knees, shocked by the young man's strength. The captain shouts, "Level 5!" Now it's clear why the previous squads were defeated. Mika strengthens her barrier, blocking more attacks. Her face pales with effort, but she stands her ground. Mika attacks in desperation, ignoring orders. Her wind blades are useless against the monster's armor. Kawasaki grabs him by the collar and drags him to safety. "Fool! You're going to ruin everyone," he growls. Mika finishes preparing the technique. Golden flames envelop him, neutralizing the darkness around him. The monster roars, feeling threatened. The tentacles thrash in panic, but it's too late. Mika reports to the captain on the successful completion of the mission. His voice sounds confident, but the tremor in his hands betrays his fatigue. The team freezes, watching the aftermath of the explosion. The monster's shadow dissipates, leaving behind only ash and silence. The boy nods in approval, hiding his relief. The young man's risky tactics have paid off, though the price could have been higher. Mika checks the status of the barriers. Her ice attribute is weakening, but the threat has disappeared. She can catch her breath. Karaki didn't catch it, and the rest of the people were finished off by the octopus. Everyone except Mick reached the tentacle. The tentacle breaks through Mickey's defense, shaking the barrier and shattering it into several pieces. The tip of the tentacle is almost beside her, preparing to kill her right now. She looks at this and thinks that this is probably where her end will come, because of this monster. But suddenly, a yellow glow illuminates her, and the tentacle doesn't reach the girl. The discussion of Shinji's attributes is confusing. His flames are unlike ordinary fire, pulsing with a golden glow. The boy analyzes the data, noticing the abnormal energy density. Perhaps this is due to the boy's unique system. The monster, feeling threatened, tries to counterattack. The tentacles contract in convulsions, but they can no longer cause damage. Shinji activates the new technique promised by the system. The air fills with heat, forcing his allies to retreat to a safe distance. Golden flames engulf the shadow, dissolving its flesh. Even the captain cannot hide his awe at the scale of the destruction. Trying to pierce the monster with a sword seems futile to everyone. They think it will break as soon as it touches the creature's armored body. Kuraki shouts a warning, but Shinji has already acted. His fingers tighten around the artifact, activating the sacred fire technique. A blinding flash pierces the darkness, striking the monster's core. An attack that seemed insane becomes the key to victory. The team watches in amazement as the creature disintegrates. Even a level 5 isn't enough to resist this power. The flames completely engulf the underwater monster, turning it into a fried octopus. All that can be heard is the roar of death that pierces the entire watery space around. Everyone around is shocked by Shinji's strength, and our main character makes a poker face. This is a common thing for him. The commander emphasizes Shinji's exceptionality, comparing him to the moon, unattainable for ordinary cultivators. His words provoke a mixture of envy and anxiety among the military. Kuraki disagrees, pointing out the boy's lack of formal training, but is silenced by arguments about Shinji's potential. The discussion turns to a strategy to win over the young man. The risk of hostility toward him is considered unacceptable. His strength exceeds all available resources. Observing Mika's composure in a dangerous situation, Kuraki can't help but admire her courage. Her level in the third stage is impressive considering her age. Comparisons with Shinji leave him bitter. The realization of his own limitations makes him reconsider his attitude toward the team. The conversation is interrupted by a joke about sharing drinks. The tension eases, but distrust still lingers in the air. Kuraki apologizes to Shinji, admitting his mistake. His gesture of respect changes the group dynamic. The young man accepts the apology, emphasizing their shared goals. His modesty contrasts with the power he displays. The team quickly leaves the area to escape the suffocating smell. The captain remains, discovering an anomaly that requires investigation. Finding Stardew flowers turns out to be an unexpected advantage. Their properties can enhance Mickey and Yu's attributes, which is crucial for future quests. He collects them for himself and takes them with him to the surface, already thinking about how he will use them. Shinji surveys the area, noticing the absence of the crew. Being alone in a dangerous area is alarming, but curiosity gets the better of him. Shinji is surprised by the appearance of Tokido Light. The bodyguard introduces himself with cold politeness, handing over a business card with his contact information. His connection to the commander's daughter, Fuwa Natsuki, adds a layer of political intrigue. Shinji analyzes the hidden motives behind this visit. Tokido reveals the details. Mika is now safe and Kuraki is returning to base. A meeting with the commander is inevitable. This is a new challenge. Shinji assesses the bodyguard's strength. His stats are hidden, but experience tells him he's a level 6 opponent. Commander Fuwa invites Shinji for a private conversation, his interest in the boy's abilities reinforced by data on fire energy absorption. The man introduces himself as Natsuki's grandfather, confirming his connection to the military elite. The question about storing power within the body sounds more like a test than curiosity. Shinji remains calm, avoiding details. His answers are concise, but the commander senses hidden potential behind his modesty. The conversation turns to global change, with Fuwa hinting at the need to join forces in the face of new threats. The young man analyzes his interlocutor's hidden motives. The commander's every word is aimed at recruitment, but there is no explicit pressure. Fuwa observes Shinji's uniqueness in the world of restored spiritual energy. His power, developed without the support of structures, is both admirable and disturbing. The commander compares the current reality to chaos, where ordinary people are powerless. The offer of cooperation sounds like a call to responsibility. Shinji dismisses the praise as luck, but the old man sees strategic caution behind it, not false modesty. The mention of his granddaughter reveals Fuwa's personal interest. His assessment of Shinji as sensible implicitly approves of Natsuki's choice. The conversation ends with an allusion to future trials. The commander leaves the question open, giving the young man time to think. Fuwa reveals the dangers of the dark attribute, which can transform living beings into monsters. His explanations are supported by data from previous missions. Shinji's lightning is considered a fundamental weapon against the threat. The commander emphasizes that developing the strength of young people is crucial to the country's security. The boy agrees to intensify his training, but his eyes are filled with distrust. Fuwa's political games may have other objectives. The old man eases the pressure by shifting the conversation to practical matters. The advice about energy control seems sincere, but the duality remains. Shinji leaves, thinking about what he's heard. Promising to dedicate himself to training isn't just a duty, it's a personal challenge. Fuwa gives Shinji a reinforced military telephone. The device allows him to contact command instantly in case of an emergency. Suddenly, the young man asks for help with a weapon. His sword, a gift from the association president, cannot withstand the charge of spiritual energy. The commander examines the broken blade, noting the rare alloy. The promise to create stronger ones confirms the seriousness of his intentions. The conversation shifts to technical details. Fuwa's engineers are already working on adapting the weapon to Shinji's unique attributes. The farewell takes place in a professional tone. The old man reminds us that the telephone is not only a communication tool, but also a symbol of trust. Shinji returns to base, reflecting on the encounter. His thoughts are interrupted by an urgent message about Yu's troubles. His attribute has gone out of control. The young man rushes to the scene, ignoring protocol. The alarm in the reporter's voice indicates the gravity of the situation. Yu is in critical condition. His vital signs are deteriorating rapidly. The dark attribute of spiritual energy is destroying his body from within, causing him to fall into a coma. Doctors debate treatment methods. Attempting to extract energy can trigger an uncontrolled release, but inaction can lead to death. President Liu blames himself for what happened. His trembling hands reveal his desperation. Saving his daughter seems impossible. Shinji rushes into the room, ignoring the doctor's protests. His system activates a search for a solution, analyzing energy patterns. The young man orders everyone to be evacuated, except Liu. The risk of the procedure is too great to put outsiders in danger. Liu explains the connection between the dark attribute and Yu's insecurity. His desire to prove himself led to a fatal mistake. Shinji studies the data and realizes the energy is unstable. His system requires physical contact for accurate diagnosis. The president doubts the young man's methods, but agrees to the experiment. Every second of delay reduces the chances of success. Liu freezes, watching the process, his hopes now entirely dependent on the stranger's skills. The doctors try to expel Shinji, believing his intervention to be dangerous. Their screams mix with the beeping of the medical equipment. The young man ignores the complaints, focusing on the system. The lightning around him intensifies, suppressing the team's resistance. Liu ends the conflict by asserting Shinji's authority. His authority causes the doctors to back down, although distrust remains. The procedure continues. The dark energy resists, forming vortices that hit the chamber walls. The doctor demands an explanation, but Shinji continues his work in silence. His fingers tremble with tension, but his connection with Yu remains intact. Liu threatens to fire anyone who interferes with the process. His eyes are filled with rage. He's ready to take extreme measures for his daughter's sake. Shinji orders the room to be cleared. Those who remain risk being struck by residual energy once the procedure is complete. The boy agrees, strengthening the barrier around them. The final phase of the treatment requires absolute concentration. Liu gives the order to fulfill all of Shinji's demands. His voice is shaky, but his authority is unquestionable. The doctors leave the room, leaving their equipment behind. Their faces reflect a mixture of fear and curiosity. Shinji completes the procedure, his strength fading. Drops of blood fall to the ground, but the result is achieved. Yu is saved. Liu thanks the young man, offering all the resources the association can muster. His words sound like a pledge of allegiance. Shinji refuses help, claiming he needs rest. His body needs to recover from the strain. Shinji vows to bring his loved one back to life, his voice trembling, with a mixture of determination and fear of possible loss. Lightning pulses around his hands, reflecting the struggle within. Each second of hesitation feels like an eternity, but there's no turning back. The boy greets the girl and congratulates her on waking up. She has finally come to her senses. He asks her not to commit any more stupid, foolish, or daring actions. Yu regains consciousness, and her first question is directed at Shinji. The girl doubts her worth, considering herself a burden to the team. The young man explains how Stardew's flowers helped neutralize the darkness. His words sound calm, but his eyes show fatigue from overexertion. Yu compares her strengths, berating herself for her weakness. Shinji reminds her that her third stage level makes her one of the strongest in the world. The conversation is interrupted by a joke about her ambitions. The girl admits she dreamed of surpassing even President Liu, but now doubts that. Shinji gently interrupts her self-criticism. His faith in her is unshakable, as is his willingness to support her in any situation. Shinji announces the start of rehabilitation training. The nearby forest is chosen as an area where they won't be disturbed by strangers. Yu nods, hiding his excitement. His fingers instinctively tighten around the amulet, a symbol of hope for his recovery. We see Yu training with a mutant wolf. All of this happens under the guidance of our main character. Shinji walks away, leaving the team alone with their thoughts. His silhouette disappears into the twilight, a promise of new challenges. The level 5 mutant wolf falls to Yu's blow. Its body crumbles to ash, confirming the girl's growing strength. Yu claps his hands in admiration. His words about the promotion to Stage 4 sound sincere, but Shinji ignores the compliment. Training ends early. The group returns to base, hearing explosions that cut through the silence of the forest. Sensors detect a surge of dark energy deep within the forest. The system warns of a threat greater than any before. Shinji scans the area, noticing abnormal fluctuations. His lightning attribute spontaneously activates, reacting to danger. Yu clutches her heart, feeling the pressure of darkness. Her face pales, but she's ready to follow the captain to the end. Yuto and Koyuki discuss Lin's strange behavior after meeting the mysterious woman. The young man jokes, but there's a hint of jealousy in his tone. Lin silently gathers firewood, ignoring her friend's taunts. Her thoughts are occupied by the image of the stranger who has captured her imagination. Lin offers to help Koyuki with the stall, but Yuto is distracted by memories. His enthusiastic descriptions of the beauty only heighten his friend's curiosity. Yuto admits that the woman's image has haunted him for several days. His words mix admiration and irritation with his own passion. Koyuki teases his friend, making him feel uncomfortable. The night camp fills with laughter, masking unexpressed emotions. Lin continues to work in silence, her fingers nervously snapping dry twigs. The encounter with the stranger clearly shook her more than she'd like to admit. The boy suddenly becomes quiet, noticing a strange shadow behind the trees. His playful mood turns to caution. News of a global restoration of spiritual energy is causing a stir. Experts predict an era of unprecedented opportunities and dangers. An unknown masked man proclaims himself the future king of a new era. His manifesto sounds like a challenge to all existing powers. Lin clenches his fists, remembering the humiliation his wife suffered. His ambitions clash with the fear of losing again. Yuto watches the broadcast, his usual indifference giving way to anxiety. Clouds of change gather on the horizon. Lin feels a surge of energy during training, and her water attribute pulses more intensely in response to changes in the world around her. Koyuki notices a strange glow, but decides not to interrupt her friend. Her intuition tells her this is a discovery that will change the group. Yuto drops the branches he had collected, impressed by Lin's strength. His envy is mixed with pride for his ally. The young cultivator falls to her knees, exhausted. Her first experience of controlling the new energy comes at the cost of enormous effort. A pack of mutant wolves surrounds the camp. Yuto covers Koyuki, and his usual carefree demeanor gives way to a focus on combat. Lin tries to activate the attribute, but his strength is running out. His warning cry is drowned out by the creature's growls. Koyuki freezes in horror as she observes the predator's abnormal speed. The question of human limits hangs in the air, unanswered. Yuto repels the first wave with a blow from his staff, but the group doesn't retreat. The situation becomes critical. Yuto freezes, open-mouthed, recognizing that beauty. His admiration is mixed with the shame of his own helplessness. Lin grips her blade furiously, seeing her salvation in her rival's hands. Her ambitions take another blow, but her determination only grows. The stranger disappears, leaving the group confused. The air fills with the smell of ozone and dark energy. Mutant wolves infected with dark energy are causing concern for the group. Their uncontrolled aggression threatens not only the forest, but also nearby settlements. Yu suggests reporting to Chairman Liu immediately. His pragmatism clashes with Shinji's caution, who prefers to collect the data first. Yu examines the energy signatures, noting the abnormal density of the darkness. His fingers tremble, the experience of past encounters making themselves felt. Shinji reminds Commander Fuwa of his promise. Civilian safety remains a priority, even if it delays the operation. Traces of a recent camp are found near the contaminated area. An extinguished fire and abandoned items indicate a hasty escape. Yu examines the remains of the tent and finds claw marks. The size of the marks suggests that the mutants are larger than normal wolves. Yu finds blood traces that lead deeper into the forest. His suggestion to check the traces is controversial. The risk of encountering an alpha is too great. The boy freezes suddenly, hearing a growl. His hand involuntarily reaches for his gun, but everything around him remains silent for now. The appearance of another stranger shocks the group. His beauty and the power of his aura leave even Shinji momentarily speechless. Yuto tries to joke, offering to drink together. His bravado hides his admiration, but the woman ignores the provocations. The stranger demonstrates a level comparable to that of her previous opponent. Her gaze is filled with contempt for the weaklings who have invaded her domain. The woman boasts of her previous victory over Shinji. Her words are laced with venom, but the boy remains calm, analyzing her weaknesses. The boy asks a provocative question about her cultivation method. The answer shocks everyone. She absorbed the attributes of defeated enemies. Shinji notices traces of feedback in her energy. Such a risky method should have fatal consequences, but she appears unharmed. Shinji accuses the woman of intentionally releasing the infected wolves. Her disregard for innocent lives infuriates the young man. She ridicules his weak principles. According to her, strength justifies any sacrifice, a philosophy alien to the entire team. Yuto charges, but his breath sends him flying like a splinter. His failure only highlights the difference in skill level. The boy mocks the group's attempts, calling them childish. Her aura explodes in a dark glow, sweeping away all barriers. Shinji parries the blow with a commando-enhanced sword. The metal cracks but holds up under the pressure, a testament to the quality of the modifications. The world witnesses a sharp increase in spiritual energy. A fruit accidentally discovered in the mountains becomes the key to the evolution of ordinary man. The young man absorbs the fruit's energy, and his lightning attribute spontaneously activates. His strength indicators reach the second stage of the boiling spring. People around you whisper about your incredible luck. The restoration of energy changes the rules of the game, paving the way for new leaders. The mysterious fighter easily repels Yuto's attacks. His movements are precise, as if he anticipates his opponent's every move. The young man, in desperation, increases the force of his blows, but to no avail. His opponent's shields remain intact, as if made of adamant. The mockery in the stranger's voice hurts more than the blades. Yuto understands that his skills are mere dust compared to those of true masters. Shinji observes the fight, analyzing the fighting style. His system detects weaknesses, but it's too early to intervene. The young cultivator humiliates Yuto by comparing him to a novice. His words burn brighter than fire, scarring his pride. Yuto falls to his knees, unable to get up. The realization of his own weakness paralyzes his will to resist. Yuko frowns, noticing the power imbalance. Such confrontations are dangerous, sowing discord among allies. Lin and the others try to help, but their ice spikes melt a meter away from the target. The difference in levels is insurmountable without outside intervention. Shinji defeats Yuto in a training match, shocking the spectators. His progress seems incredible in such a short time. Yuto's ex-girlfriend laments the breakup. Her eyes are filled with envy. Now she understands who she lost. The team receives orders to detain the suspects. The mountain range is sealed off for fear of leaking information about new artifacts. Suddenly, some kind of epiphany comes to Yuto, some kind of vision, and everything suddenly goes dark. The masked shadow offers a deal: power in exchange for loyalty. His voice sounds like the whisper of a demon tempting a soul. Yuto clenches his fists, agreeing to the terms. Shinji's thirst for revenge clouds his mind, making him forget his principles. A dark energy envelops your body, altering your DNA at the cellular level. Pain becomes the price for the promised power. The new power transforms Yuto into a tool of the association. His wind attribute is now poisoned by darkness, capable of corroding flesh. He vows to humiliate Shinji by forcing him to his knees. The words sound hollow, like someone else's voice. Yu detects changes in Yuto's energy. Alarming data is sent to command. The threat is out of control. Suddenly, Yuto explodes with his infernal dark purple energy and hits all his friends around him with this liquid. Shinji and Yu put their hands in front of them so that all that dark and dirty energy wouldn't touch them. He loses his human form and turns into just a purple goo. Shinji is perplexed as he observes the sudden changes around him. The air fills with a dense energy, signaling the awakening of an ancient power. An unknown creature materializes in the darkness, its voice echoing across the landscape. The return to the world is accompanied by spatial distortions that break the usual laws of physics. The boy retreats, instinctively sensing the threat. His fingers grip the hilt of his sword, but victory is not certain. The enemy surpasses all expectations. Finally, after absorbing all of Yuto's friends, the demon himself, who tricked the foolish Yuto, appears from the ground. The demon's level increases rapidly from the second to the fourth stage. The creature's body deforms, becoming covered in spikes and black patterns resembling runes. Shinji's system identifies the threat as a lesser Dark Lord. The reward for defeating him includes a new attribute, highlighting the enemy's seriousness. The demon belittles the group, saying their energy is insufficient. Only Shinji and Yuto's attributes are of interest. Absorbing them promises to restore strength. The demon's first attack is blocked by Shinji, but the recoil nearly knocks him down. Lightning crackles, stabilizing the protective barrier at the last moment. The boy demands answers about Yuto's fate, but the creature merely smiles. Its movements quicken, leaving behind a trail of dark mist. The demon refuses to engage in dialogue, mocking attempts at negotiation. His aura thickens, forming blades of pure darkness, ready to pierce the defenses. Shinji activates the golden flame, creating a wave of light. The collision of energies causes an explosion, blinding everyone for several seconds. Yu seizes the moment to strengthen his barrier, his water attribute merging with lightning to form an electric shield around his allies. The group's attacks bounce off the demon's armor without leaving a scratch. The creature mocks their efforts, comparing them to raindrops. Yu changes tactics, focusing on mobility. His lightning strikes burn through the shadow blades, but each strike requires a massive expenditure of energy. The demon parries the combined attack, his voice disappointed. "Is that all?" he asks, spreading his arms in a dramatic gesture. Shinji ignores the taunts, analyzing the enemy's movement patterns. The system detects a weak point, a scar on his chest, hidden beneath his armor. He escapes the monster, tears it apart, and asks if this is all he can do. The chapter ends here. The purple being taunts Shinji, doubting his ability to resist after the dark space seal is removed. Shinji's ally resolutely declares her readiness to fight alongside him against a powerful enemy. The main character calmly refuses help, expressing a desire to test the limits of his own strength in this duel. The girl, clearly confused, demands an explanation about the meaning of Shinji's words regarding his full power. But then the guy activates his power, and the yellow energy, along with the lightning around it, shows what he was talking about. And at that very second, the main character quickly ran towards the demon to deliver his blow. Just before the hand and the demon touched, the hero began to emit even more energy. After that, we just see a huge beam of energy throwing the demon away, and hitting it on the ground with such force that an explosion occurred at that place. The defeated demon was shocked to learn that a weak human had managed to take him down and scoffed at his possible fear. The question sounds ironic. Was the devil really so afraid of an ordinary person? A scream escapes the demon's mouth, telling the boy not to look down on him because he is only human. And filled with rage and a desire to immediately destroy the enemy, he attacked him. In a split second, this attack hit the main character, and he was already face to face with death. But he blocked the attack easily, without trying at all. The demon is surprised that the boy blocked his powerful attack with just one hand without taking any damage. The main character asked if the demon finally felt real fear in the face of such power. Shinji states that he doesn't even need to use his full power, expressing obvious disappointment at the threat level. The demon is frightened when he realizes that the subject is not an ordinary person, but a creature superior to him in strength. Overcome with horror, the demon desperately denies the possibility of his death in that place. The idea of having to absorb more people to gain immense power and subsequent revenge crosses the demon's mind. Shinji's decisive sentence rang out, blocking the demon's path and declaring the impossibility of its escape. And then, the demon's entire body was enveloped by lightning and made him scream loudly in pain. The only way out of this situation is to transform into a bat to avoid this lightning. The subject claims that the devil sacrificed most of his body for salvation. An ally anxiously asks Shinji about his condition after a fight with a dangerous enemy. Shinji reported that he was fine, but that part of the monster had escaped and urgently requested to contact the president. Sometime later, meteorologists warned of a worsening of the weather, and because of the cold front, an emergency storm warning is being issued. Someone urgently inform everyone about the high probability of heavy rain and thunderstorms this afternoon. The scene changes, and the girl's angry voice blames a specific person for all the problems. The girl exclaims in disappointment as she sees her plans for a long-awaited walk ruined due to bad weather. Suddenly, she notices someone's presence there, and he turns around confused, asking who is here. But a moment later, she no longer understands where she is or what she is doing there. Suddenly, the same demon bat appears in the sky right in front of her, and he attacks the girl, scaring her a lot. But the demon doesn't have time to attack, because someone has already killed him in mid-flight. Someone asks in surprise if the girl saw today's important news. The boy orders her to return home immediately because of the mortal danger on the street. It turns out to be Shinji. He also informs you that it's not worth going out until the sky is clear again. The girl observes with admiration Shinji's coldness after the events. Suddenly, the main character takes his phone out of his pocket and asks Yue for information about the current situation in his area. Yue reports that the escaped dark attribute creature turned out to be much more dangerous than expected. He learned that, in order to escape, the creature divided itself into countless bats. It has been discovered that rats evolve by absorbing the spiritual energy of humans, and there are already second-level individuals among them. Yue realizes the bats plan to use the townspeople as fuel to evolve to level 3 and revive the monster. The man understands the need to urgently find a solution before the threat of the monster's complete rebirth becomes a reality. The scene cuts back to one of the thousands of demon bats that hovers high above the city in the sky and watches the people who live in it. The creature hopes to restore its full power by consuming all the people in the city. The monster plans to express his gratitude to Lightning Man after he regains his strength. The creature's plans include a slow and painful execution of Shinji before his final death. The scene changes to a huge highway with a column of military vehicles moving along it, and some military personnel have already arrived and taken their positions. Panic posts about a giant bat attacking windows are all over the internet news feeds. Users write in horror about man-eating bats and mutations, begging for help when the creatures invade homes. A desperate appeal for rescue is posted online, and someone in the newsroom deletes those comments. An angry girl wonders why people don't just stay home instead of posting stupid things about her strength. The same girl screams that the internet needs to be shut down because of the millions of users spreading panic. The interlocutor calmly explains that disconnecting the network will cause even greater chaos and uncontrollable consequences. The girl responds angrily that she was just speaking openly and accuses her interlocutor of being insistent. She demands information about the military deployment, noting a 30-minute delay and roadblocks. The response confirms the third-level rat barrier, asks for calm, and the girl sits and worries about Shinji's life. The scene changes to a large headquarters building. Captain Fuji arrives at the rendezvous point with his assistant, and his appearance immediately attracts the attention of the team. He promptly inquires about the condition of everyone present, showing concern for his subordinates. Kaori and the other girl explain that they were training in the village when the chairman reported the incident. A soldier reports to the captain about a bat attack while having dinner with his brothers at the time of the incident. He boasts of destroying the creature instantly with one blow and then frying it. The captain approves of the method, but asks to avoid eating the prey. Then, the red-bearded chief suggests scheduling a meeting with the military. The commander speaks with Fuwa and confirms the group's readiness for operational action upon Shinji's arrival. The military commander proposes to immediately begin discussing a plan to save the city of Amanami. He notes that the main roads leading into the city are blocked by several mutant bats. Intelligence has detected a powerful energy surge in Amanami Prefecture, the likely lair of the master control rat. Shinji says the name of the place with alarm, realizing the gravity of the threat there. The guy notices an unusual tension in Kaori's behavior, which raises questions. The military proposes an advance along the Eastern Highway, clearing the route and precision bombing for evacuation. Members of the Cultivators Association will be given a separate task, the expedited evacuation of people from the city hall. The command emphasizes the criticality of the time limit, just 5 minutes before the creature's uncontrolled evolution. A brief request was made regarding the presence of doubts regarding the operational action plan presented. Kaori raises her hand and says she is worried about the bombing being delayed due to the army's difficulty in arriving. Commander-in-Chief Fuwa is convinced that the bombing will begin strictly according to schedule, despite the risks. Kaori's indignant cry is heard over the fate of the civilians left at the epicenter of the impending attack. The commander warns that the evolution of the dark creature threatens the death not only of the city's inhabitants, but of the entire country. Fuwa suddenly asks Kaori if she has any relatives in the affected area. The girl admits that her family lives near the epicenter of the threat. All the members of the group are in shock. Only Shinji remains calm. Another girl confidently promises to save Kaori's family, citing her improved skills after training with the captain. The fighter offers a solution. He will call, and his brother will take the girl's relatives out of the dangerous area by car. President Fuwa removes Kaori from the operation due to her personal involvement in the situation. Kaori exclaims and asks, "Why is that?" Fuwa explains that the fighter's emotional instability threatens the success of the entire mission. Captain Fuwa asks Lu to urgently appoint a replacement for the grounded fighter. Lu himself is not happy about this. Shinji abruptly interrupts the meeting, declaring a critical miscalculation in the command plan. The soldier asks, why does he think so? Shinji states that normal bombs will not damage the monster due to its unique nature. President Lu reacts sharply to the man's words, demanding an immediate explanation. The military man demands an explanation as to why Shinji is so confident that the bombing will be ineffective. The guy remembers a recent battle where he personally seriously injured this creature. Shinji suggests replacing Fuwa's plan with his own, raising questions about the details of his strategy. This is reminiscent of the special weapon requested earlier, and he takes out his lightning ball and talks about his intention to destroy the monster with his own hands. The scene changes, and now we see a girl in front of a long, dark tunnel. She had a stopwatch in her hands, which counted time evenly. The girl swore to hand over Shinji to save the people of Amanami, showing determination at a critical moment. An order was given to all troops to begin an operation to destroy the anomalies. There was also an order to concentrate the operation on Amanami City Hall, and that the operation would begin on the Eastern Road. The 5 squads' job is to protect the weapons while they're delivered to the hall. It doesn't matter how, but the weapons must be delivered. The success of the mission is declared a matter of national survival. The battle cry to save all the country's citizens rang out, and a group of soldiers rushed into the depths of the eastern tunnel. The voices of 100 soldiers echoed through the tunnel, and now thousands of bats were preparing to attack. The battle began. The soldiers raised their machine guns and began shooting at the monsters, but there were too many of them, and hundreds had already begun to breach the defenses and kill soldiers. The captain gives the signal for immediate movement, calling on the group to follow him without delay. There was a strong sense of collective survival, strengthening morale in the face of danger. The scene changes to the sky of a city completely taken over by a swarm of bats. Many of them had already killed all the people on the street and were preparing to break the windows of the houses to get inside. But suddenly, a huge beam of blue energy erupted in the middle of the monsters and immediately destroyed half of them. It was Shinji who regretted his earlier restraint, realizing that full power could have prevented the current complications. The squad members asked the captain to wait, fearing they will fall behind in the rapid advance. A flock of rats moved and prepared for a quick attack. The girl's powerful release of water energy forms ice spikes, and the water dragon, which attacks flocks of bats with destructive force. All this energy was released into the air by the girls to destroy the demons. The girl assesses the scale of the threat, imagining the actual number of creatures in the black cloud. A reproduction mechanism has been discovered. Bats replicate by absorbing people's spiritual energy. The girls realize the danger of the countless swarm merging, predicting an exponential growth in the monster's power. Shinji dismisses the concerns with confidence, recalling his previous victory over these creatures in the forest. The priority is to meet with Fua at City Hall to coordinate the decisive attack. The scene shifted to the eastern tunnel exit. There weren't many soldiers left, and those who survived were very tired and injured. Someone's voice speaks about the belonging of the people around, and the girl sees how the bats gather together to form a kind of figure. The appearance of a demon in human form made of rats leaves everyone around him perplexed. He calls the girl beautiful. She looks at the boy in shock and says she is not happy to see him again. The girl accuses her opponent of the deaths of innocent Amanami residents, demanding an answer for the chaos. The answer is a cynical philosophy about survival of the fittest, which infuriates the accuser. The girl screams curses at the demon and quickly flies to hit the monster in front of her. And she succeeds, but the satisfied smile doesn't leave the blonde's face. There was no damage, and the girl was shocked by the turn of events. The demon compares the cultivators to a banquet, directly declaring his intention to absorb their energy for himself. The creature admits that the group's arrival will speed its recovery. Absorbing them will restore its absolute power. He grabs the girl and gives her mocking advice. Become food, like the former owner of this body. Suddenly, a massive block of ice filled with blue energy appeared between them. This was what prevented the demon from absorbing the warrior. Light notices the girl's lack of sympathy and coldly declares the need to eliminate the opponent. The enemy's strength level has been detected, 4th stage of the boiling spring, possibly higher, in terms of energy concentration. The monster claims that it is possible to evolve beyond its previous peak by absorbing this warrior light. The ally asks the girl to follow Shinji, taking on the task of delaying the threat despite the risk. She understood her task and almost started running towards Shinji, but before doing so, she asked Light to be careful. But the demon advanced and growled that he would not allow anyone to leave. But his demonic tentacles collided with Light's icy energy. They couldn't penetrate it, and the demon was isolated from the rest of the city. The demon's movement ban is clearly stated, blocking any attempt to leave the conflict zone. Meanwhile, an armed detachment was already moving through the streets of the empty city, fighting crowds of rats, who mercilessly devoured those soldiers who couldn't fight properly. The girl's angry exclamation revealed the overwhelming numerical superiority of the enemy creatures around. A new evolution of bats was visible, which made them invulnerable to conventional control methods. She has doubts about handing over the weapons and the possibility of finding Shinji, but quickly quells these thoughts with her faith in the team. The girl grits her teeth and thinks that if everyone puts in 100% effort, they can win. Suddenly, one of the rats noticed her and went straight for her soft fur. She was already ready to bite, but suddenly a huge lightning bolt destroyed it in a second. Finally, the main character appears, exclaiming that he had been looking for the girl for a long time and had finally found her and even saved her from death. Shinji's arrival immediately removes all worries, and he requests confirmation of delivery of critical weapons. The girl demonstrates the artifact she received from her grandfather, expressing sincere curiosity about its real capabilities and nature. It turns out the command provided no details about the weapon, only vague hints about its exceptional power. The discovery of the sword inside the case raises questions about its ability to contain the evolved threat. Shinji offers a practical demonstration of the blade's power, urgently demanding that Kate leave the kill zone. The command to clear the perimeter is given. The subject is preparing to activate the weapon in combat conditions. At that moment, a huge swarm of rats attacked the main character. Shinji opens the system window. The loading process begins. Magical energy merges with lightning and flames, strengthening the blade to its limit. And he makes the first attack with the cross. Power and energy cause all monsters to die at once, ridding humanity of demons. The force of the blow shocks observers, and the actions confirm the legendary status of both the weapon and Shinji. The girl admires Shinji's technique and asks him to teach her, showing genuine interest in his abilities. The boy agrees, but warns about the need to reach the 4th level of the boiling fountain to control such power. Shinji anxiously inquires about the fate of the remaining soldiers, fearing the worst outcome for most of the squad. It is confirmed that Light is fighting the Kai Yuto, and an urgent request for assistance is made in this confrontation. The boy is shocked by the possible return of Yuto, who was previously believed to have been absorbed by a creature of darkness. The scene changes to a landscape of a destroyed city. Light fights with all his might, using his ice spikes as claws. But his technique still fails. The ice breaks. The demon Yuto acknowledges his opponent's strength, but highlights the critical depletion of his spiritual energy during the fight. He says he has countless sticks that are ruining all of the group's tactical efforts. The creatures flew quickly and began to absorb the icy remains of Light's thorns. And he realized that the rats were absorbing the remaining spiritual energy from the icy battlefield to reproduce faster. The warrior notes with alarm that part of the swarm has evolved to level 3, which drastically increases the danger of the situation. All he can do to keep them at bay as long as possible is to erect a massive ice shield in front of him. But due to fatigue, the shield soon began to crack due to the endless number of bats. And soon they broke through the shield and attacked poor Luz. With the force of the blow from the powerful army of monsters, he flew back a few meters. The conclusion is grim, about a catastrophic development of events, leaving no room for error. A hand has already been lost. The demon ironically notes the opponent's distance, thinking it is a manifestation of fear of his power. But suddenly an ice attack was activated, the last hope. Light's spikes shoot toward the target with piercing speed and precision, but Yuto just smiled. And suddenly, he grabbed the thorn right in front of him. Apparently, for him, this attack was neither strong nor unexpected. Light was in shock. Apparently, his end had come. The monster triumphantly absorbs the released spiritual energy, admitting that it has been waiting for this moment of empowerment. Light realizes the evil plan. His attack is being used as an energy source for the enemy's evolution. In gratitude for the restoration of strength, the creature promises a special technique, a demonstration of absolute power. And he fired a demonic arrow straight at Light. This was clearly the end. He wouldn't have time to dodge. And Light closed his eyes in despair and could only apologize to a young woman. But Shinji was already there and apologized for the delay. Light was in shock, as he was already ready to die. But he is already shouting about the danger. It is impossible to block a level 4 attack. Only dodging will save your life. But the guy immediately does the impossible. With one hand, he deflects a demonic projectile flying at high speed. And he throws it aside. The projectile explodes with incredible force, leaving a crater in the ground. Light is simply shocked. What he couldn't do, Shinji easily did in a second. The boy asks again about Light's caution, demonstrating composure in a critical moment of confrontation. Shinji confirms the girl's safety. Fua and the others ensured Yu's protection while eliminating the threats. Shinji orders his ally to move towards the group, promising to join him after the enemy is eliminated. Now the enemies met again. Shinji stood before the demon and said he didn't understand who he was. After all, Yuto died at the protagonist's hands. The creature insisted it was Yuto, expressing outrage at Shinji's lack of recognition. Shinji asked him to be quiet and said he didn't want to talk. He came here to kill him. The main character promises a quick and painless death, demonstrating confidence and victory. The creature teasingly asks Shinji if he is still as weak as when they met in the forest. The monster displays absolute power, demanding confirmation of the terrifying scale of its current strength. The massive ball of energy was instantly in Shinji's hands, but he was not impressed by the demon's power. With a sword strike, the demon's strongest attack was repelled and split in two. Yuto was simply in shock. After all, the attack that had knocked out his sphere was now threatening his demonic life. But she passed by without touching Yuto, as if he wasn't even there. The sky was filled only with bats fleeing the battlefield. Shinji was shocked. He didn't know something like this could happen to him. The girl's panicked question about what was happening reflects the general confusion at the abnormal event. An urgent request was made to Mika, if she felt the same anomalous energy from the black cloud. Mika confirms. All the bats are moving towards the cloud in sync, as if they had received a single order. Natsuki refuses to believe the instrument's readings, which are outside the range of measurable values. The alarming question is directed at Natsuki, who has noticed catastrophic changes in the equipment's readings. Based on the accuracy of the scanner data, she classifies the celestial object as a super mutant level threat. Everyone was shocked. Anomaly level means monsters with minimal mutations, low threat, and low impact on the environment, not requiring the intervention of cultivators. High danger is attributed to creatures capable of causing large-scale destruction in populated areas. Their elimination requires coordination from mid-level cultivators. Super mutant, the highest threat level, capable of destroying small cities. The combined efforts of the strongest cultivators are required to neutralize it. The panic level describes monsters that threaten national security and are capable of destroying defenses. It requires the full mobilization of all resources. The end of the world category represents an existential threat to civilization. Neutralizing it requires a global unification of all forces. Natsuki's unshakable belief in Shinji's return alive seems like something that doesn't require confirmation. Yue is ordered to ask Chairman Liu for reinforcements and to use his connections with his grandfather to help Shinji against the monster. At headquarters, unsuccessful attempts to contact Captain Tomita by radio heighten anxiety about the fate of the 2nd Platoon in the affected area. Bats have been found to be able to block radio waves, which explains the loss of communication with entire units during an operation. Natsuki's grandfather's anxious question about her and the group's fate was heard amidst the chaos as communication remained unavailable. Someone noticed the bats moving in the same direction in sync, indicating that they were coordinating their actions. The tense question of what would happen next hung in the air as the dark cloud thickened over the city. Desperate attempts to radio Captain Tomita continued, despite the signal being blocked. Communication with the 2nd Platoon was suddenly restored after the rats disappeared from the operating area. Captain Tomita reported an encounter with Level 2 rats that were attacking the positions until recently. Confirmation has been received. All units have observed a large concentration of creatures in a single spot. An order was received for an urgent calculation of personnel losses after repelling the creature's attack. Headquarters received an emergency call from the commander's granddaughter with critical information. And as soon as Grandpa answered the phone, alarming information came from Natsuki. Natsuki warned her grandfather about the appearance of a super mutant in Amanami, demanding an immediate response. Everyone at headquarters was shocked by such a statement and understanding of the threat. Vice Commander Fua questions the veracity of the shocking situation report. Natsuki explains the simultaneous disappearance of the bats as a transfer of energy to the central mutant in the black cloud. There is desperation in the crew's voices. The fate of Amanami and its inhabitants seems sealed without immediate intervention. Everyone understood that without level 5 cultivators, resistance would be impossible, which would condemn the city to inevitable destruction. Fuwa pronounces the threat classification. Realizing the full scale of the impending disaster for the region, the commander mentally asks his granddaughter for forgiveness for the imminent losses among the city's civilian population, but there is no other way. The granddaughter demonstrates understanding of the tragic choice, recognizing the lack of alternatives to save the country. An order has been received to use weapons of mass destruction to destroy the supermutant at any cost. Fuwa emphasizes the inadmissibility of the threat spreading to other cities, demanding the complete location of the strike. The counselor asks the commander to remain calm and, first of all, organize the rescue of his granddaughter from the affected area. But suddenly, Fuwa reminded him of his military duty. Protecting civilians at all costs must be his priority. A resolute declaration of readiness for self-sacrifice is cut short by a failure of communication at a critical moment. Shinji's confused question about how the device worked shocked the office. The voice on the radio startled Fuwa. He couldn't believe that Shinji had returned contact after his supposed death. The boy harshly condemned the premature declaration of his death, recalling the promise he made to return alive. The main character's predictions seemed grim. The granddaughter would hate her grandfather for destroying the city with her participation. Shinji categorically rejected the bombing plan, vowing to personally eliminate the supermutant without outside help. The incredulous exclamation emphasized the absurdity of the claim that it was possible to defeat a creature of that level. No one in the office believed it. The subject confirmed the seriousness of his intentions, indicating the presence of a specific strategy to neutralize the threat. Shinji offers full cooperation to the commander as his only chance to save the city and his granddaughter at the same time. Subordinates await the commander's decision in confusion, trusting entirely in his authority at a critical moment. The commander gives consent, requesting specific instructions for military personnel. The subject presents the only condition for his intervention that does not require combat resources. An unexpected demand was made. The army must fully compensate for the material damage from the upcoming battle. The monster enthusiastically absorbs the spiritual energy of the world, feeling a complete restoration of vitality after being reborn. The creature celebrates its successful rebirth and evolution to the 5th maximum level of the boiling fountain. An overwhelming confidence in his own invincibility takes hold of the monster as he realizes his unlimited power. A warning was given about Shinji's fatal mistake, underestimating the enemy in his first battle in the forest. He decided to demonstrate his power and activated the technique, releasing a huge bat right in the direction of the main character. The monster laughed and rejoiced in his impending victory. But suddenly, the voice stopped mid-sentence as he tried to point something out. The shock was even felt at headquarters. They looked at the cameras and devices and didn't understand what it was. A huge bolt of electrical energy pierced the demon's projectile and illuminated everything around it with its blue light. The owner of this energy, Shinji, stood to the side and calmly observed everything that was happening. Someone at headquarters identified the legendary attribute of lightning, which manifests in the atmosphere in unnatural concentrations. The boy's power led to comparisons with a monster, whose potential exceeded all observers' expectations. In the city, an announcement urged citizens to remain calm and wait for evacuation buses without panicking. But suddenly, everyone was illuminated by a glow of energy, and people were shocked. City residents attributed the recent energy surge to the actions of cultivators and were surprised by its scale. Eyewitnesses were amazed by the scale of the lightning, comparing it to fantastic movie special effects. UA confirms that the source of the attack was Captain Fuji, whose power surpassed all observers' expectations. How did he manage to hide it for so long? The girl realizes the futility of trying to match Shinji, even after reaching the 4th level of the boiling spring. Natsuki's exclamation of admiration emphasizes that Shinji lived up to his reputation as an exceptional fighter. Shinji rises into the air with his energy and is now even higher than the supermutant. The guy announces a transition to active actions, demonstrating readiness to attack. The demon tried to do anything to stop the human-shaped monster in front of him. But he parried the blow with his sword and prepared to attack. Shinji activated the Thunder Flame Sword, Mountains and Rivers technique, combining the elements into a devastating blow, and he pointed directly at the super demon, who tried to save himself from massive damage with his shield spell, but the huge red cloud of energy easily broke through the shield and was already crushing the monster, who was in shock and screamed in pain and from a strong and unexpected attack from an ordinary person. After that blow, he had barely begun to regenerate and was already thinking about his next steps, realizing that he would have to use all his strength. He releases energy tentacles from his back and prepares to attack Shinji with them. But the guy quickly dodged and started cutting off the tentacles one by one. The demon blames the blade for his failures, claiming he would have won long ago without this artifact. Shinji accepts the challenge, demonstratively handing over his sword for an empty-handed duel. The monster interprets this as a signal to attack and immediately goes on the offensive with full force. And he aimed his accurate energy shot straight at Shinji's head. But here's the problem. The lightning bounced off his impenetrable head like a bouncing ball. The monster's shock had reached its limit. Its level 5 attack didn't leave a scratch on the enemy, indicating a higher level of power. The man doubted that this was the creature's maximum power, saying that the demon was probably joking or was very weak. Shinji declared the battle over then and there, eliminating the possibility of his opponent retreating again. Desperation could be heard in the monster's scream. It was eager to absorb more energy to evolve to the 6th level and take revenge. He fled the battlefield. His plan for revenge included reaching level 7 before returning, but his current defeat made that impossible. But the man prevented the escape, activating the Lightning Heaven technique to completely destroy the threat. The monster only had time to turn around. Suddenly, the final blow of Royal Crush fell upon the monster, leaving no chance for resistance. The creature's final scream expressed utter disbelief at its own defeat at the hands of man. He was shattered in midair, leaving only a bolt of lightning that struck the spot with equal force. The survivors were exultant. The super mutant had been defeated, and the city of Amanami and its inhabitants had been saved at the cost of incredible effort. Shinji's lightning bolt became a symbol of salvation, a light of hope that pierced the city's darkness at a critical moment. Shinji is declared a symbol of hope for all humanity, calling for urgent help to be provided to those affected. A few days later, the hero is thanked for saving the city from a destructive threat. The military and authorities, through Liu, offer the boy the choice of any award for his incredible achievement and merits. And now Shinji says he has such a wish. Shinji demands that the girls who have illegally occupied his home and are interfering in his life be immediately evicted. The man is particularly concerned about Mika's strange behavior, provoked by his neighbors. Liu thinks all the girls want to be here, and apparently only Mika is interfering too much. The government official incorrectly concludes that the boy is implying the need for more housing. The officer readily commits to solving the problem raised by Shinji, promising personal involvement. The scene changes to a warm, sunny day in a meeting place. The meeting moves on to the main topic of discussion, the question of rewarding the hero for the operation. Plans are underway to prepare a reward for Fuji Shinji for successfully suppressing the threat in Amanami. The option of providing the young man with spiritual energy resources to strengthen him as a super cultivator of the country is being considered. The proposal is to make the boy an online influencer to popularize, given his youth and potential. One participant vehemently rejects the idea of influencerism, emphasizing Shinji's status as a national genius. One alternative is to give the man a high military position to train army cultivators. The meeting solicits additional input on proposed options for rewarding the hero. Suddenly, a voice is heard opposing the current plans to reward Shinji. Those present recognize General Gento and are surprised by his presence at the meeting. Fuwa was shocked that he had not been informed about the outsiders at the meeting. General Gento Soshi explains his presence by overhearing a conversation about a bounty for the boy. Fuwa clarifies General Gento's position regarding Shinji's proposed reward. General Gento denies the need for a reward, calling the boy's victory luck and fortune. Officers were outraged by the general's words, citing video evidence of the significance of the feat. General Gento harshly demands that one of the speakers be silenced, calling him an incompetent fool. Suddenly, Fuwa hits the table, and it emphasizes the impossibility of defeating a level 5 boiling spring monster by luck alone, and also reminds him that the decision about the reward is not General Gento's personal responsibility. General Gento declares the dispute over due to fixation on the reward issue. It was decided to continue the meeting, requesting new proposals to reward the hero. It has been suggested that Shinji did not act for glory, making the titles an unnecessary reward. The commander turns to meeting participant Liu to ask his opinion. Chairman Liu claims to have the advantage of a trusting relationship with Shinji and knows what he really needs. Liu smiles and confirms that he received a direct and clear answer from the young man a few days ago. The assembly shows great interest in the information given by Shinji, demanding details. According to the hero, the main problem is the girls who have moved into his house. He recalled that Mika's strange behavior under the influence of new neighbors was causing particular concern. It follows that the boy wants a spacious house to live in together. Those present expressed surprise at such an unexpected, yet logical and simple human request. But Fua had a hunch that the young man intended to dump the girls rather than live with them. But considering his granddaughter Natsuki's feelings for Shinji, he deliberately did not correct the misinterpretation. Grandfather decided to raise the issue of the availability of suitable real estate in Amanami City with Shinji. Gento confidently declares that there is a ready-made version of ideal housing for a young person, without any additional research. Fua asked, "Where is this treasure located?" And Gento suggested a specific location, a villa on Lake Ryokuyo in the Kaio district of Asami City. A reasonable question arises regarding the status of Asami City, which is under quarantine. There are reports of anomalies on the 6th level of the boiling spring in that area. Liu accuses General Gento of deliberately harassing the hero during a dangerous mission. The general justifies the proposal by testing the boy's skills to qualify for the prize. The commander asks General Gento directly about his disagreement with his decision on the reward. The general denies the conflict, insisting on a personal verification of the lightning wielder's real powers. The scene changes again to Shinji's house. Representative Liu apologizes to Shinji for the issues with the reward due to interference. This is all explained by the military preparing a reward for the guy for the incident with the monster. The document confirms the transfer of a village on Lake Ryokuyo worth hundreds of millions. This shocks the main character. Liu thinks the guy is unhappy and says he is ready to replace the reward at any cost if he becomes unhappy. Shinji expresses shock at the cost of the gift, ruling out the possibility of refusing the village. The young man confirms his consent to accept the offered expensive property and hides the document. The condition is revealed. Next to the village, there is a lair of a 6th-level mutant. The military asks the subject to eliminate the threat along with an entire platoon of soldiers. Shinji confidently rejects the help, declaring that his own strength is sufficient for such a simple task. But Liu emphasizes the huge difference between the 5th and 6th levels of the boiling spring, and he must continue training to reach a high level, especially for such a young man, given his young age. But Shinji calmly reports that he has reached the 7th level of the boiling spring, and Liu's jaw drops to the floor at that statement. The scene shifts to a highway and a Geländewagen where General Gento is questioned about the subject's actual consent to the dangerous operation. A military officer emphasizes the difficulty of Green Lake, where the military suffered defeats for a month. Can a 20-year-old do it? The general intends to test the boy's true abilities in combat conditions. The officer assumes the victory at Amanami was just a stroke of beginner's luck. And if so, the boy's absence from the ceremony can easily be explained by fear of being exposed to the veterans. The general smiles at his conclusions and says that the boy should learn from them, from the old soldiers. Suddenly, the secretary reminds him to prioritize the mission over personal ambitions for Asami's sake. They drive up to the golden gates of a luxurious mansion, and Shinji himself is already standing in front of them. The mayor's secretary, Tawako Sugita, introduces herself to Shinji when they meet. The main character responds kindly and says it's a pleasure to meet her. The boy is introduced to General Gento and Lieutenant Tsuji, who are in charge of the operation. The general asks him about defeating that huge monster, and Shinji confirms defeating the level 5 monster in Amanami. The general expresses surprise at seeing the hero's lean physique instead of the expected muscles. Shinji asks ironically if the monsters will be afraid of them just because they are such muscular military men. Already enraged, General Gento threatens the boy with death if the operation at Green Lake fails. The young man immediately responds that he is practical and is not afraid of death, unlike his interlocutors. Secretary Tawako intervenes in the conversation and asks everyone to calm down and cooperate within the village towards a common goal. Silence is considered consent before assigning roles in the operation. The secretary prepares to report the next plan. She reveals the reason for the anomaly. Dark energy was placed here after Earth's restoration. The presence of a level 5 monster and 6 civilian casualties is announced to everyone around. The secretary says that's all and suggests they get some rest. Shinji immediately suggests not waiting, but beginning the operation immediately after the briefing is completed. The general's assistant says they have no plan, but the general says he can't leave Shinji alone. It's time to go. Shinji had already left and was approaching the threat. Opening the system window, he detects a third dark energy monster in a short period of time. There are many of them here. After the last mission, the guy received a new space to choose a strength attribute. A man decides between a dark and a light attribute for new abilities. Shinji reflects on his lack of experience with attributes in his past life. Therefore, it doesn't matter which choice he makes. The hero chooses a light attribute for healing, remembering the incident with Yue. The healing ability will be very useful to him. Tsuji and the general were already behind him, criticizing the boy's actions without a prior plan. Shinji explains the impossibility of planning without first studying the target closely. He's not a theorist, but a practitioner. The soldier starts shouting that the guy isn't serious, when the general notices a threat nearby. This danger turned out to be a huge red wolf monster, full of energy and rage. The general attacked him quickly, not allowing the monster to hit any of his subordinates or companions. And the wolf immediately retreated a few meters. The blow was strong. General Gento receives gratitude from his subordinate. If it weren't for him, the boy would have faced death. The powerful mutant in front of the village exceeds the military's expectations and strength. They haven't even entered the facility yet, and powerful mutants are already there. So what's inside? The general tells the others to admire him and watch him defeat the level 4 mutant dog. They entered into a fight with the dog, and the general defended all of the monster's blows, managing to land his own. Shinji looked at Gento with interest, and the sergeant was completely amazed by the general's strength. The fight continued, and now the general was delivering powerful kicks directly to the mutant dog. That's why the dog's whole face was beaten, and there was blood coming out of its mouth. But she remained in the same place, which surprised and angered the general. Shinji yawns and suggests continuing the mission and entering the village building without delay. Tsuji was outraged by the boy's disregard for a level 4 threat fighting a general. But the young man silently takes up the sword. Take it out and fill it with energy. And then, with one blow, without much effort, he cuts the monster in two, defeating it. The general was simply shocked. He had clearly underestimated the boy. The young man announces his independent advancement, leaving the group behind. Shock grips the soldiers. Shinji destroyed the monster with one blow during the retreat. General Gento realizes the danger of conflict with an unpredictable enemy. He decides to immediately apologize to the hero Fuji. At this moment, he has just entered the village, and the vast space without any sign of life seems very strange to his eyes. And the strangest thing is the absence of the bodies of the 68 dead inside the village building. Where are all these soldiers? Shinji approaches General Gento with an important question. The general is interested in the essence of the boy's question. Shinji asks if the military removed the bodies of the dead from the village. The general denies evacuating the bodies because of the fight against the threat inside the building. And he asks, why is the main character interested in this? The guy suggests that the threat level in the village has increased due to the lack of bodies, because they were clearly swallowed by something that was inside the village, and it's clearly above level 5. The image shows a side view of the village. Shinji suggests that the monster eat corpses, but the general clarifies his preferences. The main character says that they always wanted to absorb spiritual energy and eat human flesh. Despite the explanations, the group decides to remain extremely cautious. It is proposed to divide into groups to inspect the second floor and the basement, and the military says they will support Shinji's instructions as they are the most experienced here. As a result, Shinji goes up to the second floor, instructing the general and the lieutenant to check the basement. He walks up the steps. And now, having entered the second floor, he walks along the corridor. Open a door and enter. He closes the door carefully behind him and walks forward, looking around. Shinji notices one more thing, the absence of bones at the scene of the tragedy. The guy considers using a new light attribute for research, and activates it, and immediately discovers a dark demonic energy around. She runs towards him, almost breaking through his protective barrier and consuming his energy. Shinji smiles. He finally found what he was looking for. Meanwhile, on the first floor, the boy shares with General Gento an anxious premonition about how the situation will develop. A decision is made on maximum combat readiness for future advances. At that very second, a red demon dog flies past them. They look at him in shock, not understanding what to do. And as they thought, a huge explosion of red energy was heard in front of them. They braced themselves for the worst, sweat pouring down their faces. As fast as the saliva of the monster in front of them, stupid demonic creature, the general summons his partner to launch a combined energy attack against the enemy. But the creature opened its mouth and began to emit a foul-smelling energy. She threw him forward in huge blasts of deadly energy. She was quick and reached the general in a second, but he repelled her. The general was shocked by the force of the monster's blow. He barely managed to defend himself. With a cry of, "Die!" another young soldier attacks the monster with extreme determination. A special wind combat technique is used. The blow was struck at the demon. They finally got there. But Suji was shocked by the incredible thickness of the monster's skin, blocking his best attacks. The monster became even more furious with such insolence and was ready to devour the lieutenant, who was trembling with fear. The general shouts and swears revenge for the harm done to his subordinates. He attacks the monster with his bare hands, but it quickly hits him with its tail and throws it straight at the wall. A very strong blow that broke not only the general's ribs, but also the walls of the village. Here, the young soldier realized that it was his duty to avenge his general. Lieutenant Suji desperately prepares for another attack, ignoring the danger. General Gento demands that his subordinates stop his reckless actions. But suddenly, a huge bolt of electricity pierces the demon. The lieutenant only had time to raise his head to see his savior. Shinji could be seen through the hole in the ceiling, energetically mocking the prolonged fight with a certain mutant dog. Gento was shocked by the monster's destruction with a single blow from the boy's hand. Shinji explains that the creature he defeated was not the main threat, just an ordinary monster. The military assumed that this monster was the main one in the village building. The guy calls the defeated monster an avatar, avoiding complex explanations. Shinji suggests showing them the threat directly and transporting the group to the threat's true lair. The light of your power illuminates and blinds everyone around you. A moment passes, and now they are in a strange place. In a place where a pack of these dogs eats many human bodies. Gento was simply shocked by the sight. Some of the monsters have already turned their attention to them. The others continued with their activities, having lunch. The general was in shock. He had not managed to defeat any enemy, and there were many others there. The army of monsters in the lair shocks the military with their sheer numbers. Shinji explains the logic behind the large number of monsters in his headquarters. The general and his assistant announce that they will go no further. The army will come here and burn down the entire lair. Shinji bursts with determination, standing against the fire and protecting his future village. The subject assesses the monsters as weak, seeing no difficulty in destroying them. He immediately draws his sword. The hero announces his intention to end the threat with a single powerful blow. And he succeeds. The violent blow spins, and its force reverberates throughout the village. This scam was called very stupidly, "Snow that comes home." Some kind of nonsense. But it was incredible. With just one blow, many monsters were cut into pieces. The military is shocked by Shinji's one-hit destruction of the monsters. After the dust settled, only the boys were visible. All the other monsters were dead. The general was impressed by the boys' strength, believing the village was free of the threat. Lieutenant Suji admits he expected to die before the hero intervened. Shinji clarifies that the monsters he defeated were only minor opponents. Regardless, there are monsters in the village. General Hento is shocked by the monsters' insignificant strength and wonders how they managed to fight those small monsters for so long. He then reminds us of threat level measurements. The main monster is level 5 and is much more dangerous. The guy also took over the evolution of the main monster last month. It's already above level 5. Now the lieutenant began to have serious doubts about his chances against the growing threat. Shinji ensures the group's safety as they follow him, and all the other soldiers are ready to obey him. Shinji orders the group to follow him as they head deeper into the village. He activated his sword technique again, and many monsters were quickly transformed back into a mass of demonic flesh lumps. The general watched from behind cover and was surprised by the cultivator's display of true strength. There was a lieutenant nearby who felt useless due to Shinji's strength and speed in destroying opponents. How can they help him if he kills an entire floor of monsters in less than 10 minutes? Shinji, meanwhile, advanced deeper and deeper, killing monsters one after another. Shinji detects a powerful energy signature coming from the village garden. The man says he's running farther. His goal is to explore the backyard. The general was just trying to catch up to Shinji, who was advancing at a fast pace. As soon as he got there, a red light illuminated him. What he saw only raised more questions. He saw a huge demonic heart. It looked really scary. It was beating down on the lake in the garden and radiating an enormous amount of energy. The hero says he has finally met the final boss of this mission and activated his most powerful mode. The lieutenant interrupts the boy's concentration, but the general demands silence. The power of the energy Shinji has collected strikes fear into the soldier. Is it really that dangerous? The general says he has seen so much energy once, and compares the monster's strength to that of Chairman Kenjo, a level 6 cultivator. A very strong fighter. The general realizes the scale of this battle, a battle of titans between Shinji and the monster. Suddenly, a clawed hand emerges from a huge egg or heart. The protagonist immediately uses the extreme polarization technique to counterattack. But with one blow, the flesh monster repels the attack. And finally, the monster broke free and revealed itself to be a huge phoenix bird. Chunks of demonic flesh fell all around. General Gento was shocked by the appearance of a powerful and unknown monster. Shinji is happy to have finally met a worthy opponent with great power. The bird immediately flew into the air and released a burst of energy, which didn't hit the main character, who quickly dodged the blows. Now the bird decided to launch a direct attack from its beak. Shinji notices an opening in the enemy defense and uses a special wind technique through the discovered weakness. The blow was unmistakable. It was a powerful blow. The military celebrates as Shinji's attack hits its target. The monster immediately decided to retreat from the battlefield after seeing the GG's power. But Shinji decisively blocks the monster's escape route. He jumps in front of the bird and activates the flame lightning technique, mountain and river single attack. It also provides a continuous attack, leaving the bird no chance to dodge. The demonic bird roared, and then a huge wave of energy from Shinji hit her, knocking her back. The hero then uses the finishing move, Lightning Cross Prayer, which was also precisely aimed straight at the target, the tip of the demonic bird. Viewers are awed by the overwhelming power of the boy's true abilities. After his victory, Shinji finally claims the village as his rightful owner. In front of us, we see a weakened, monstrous bird, which is simply lying on the ground. Shinji prepares to destroy the monster by sending it to another world with a powerful blow. But suddenly, something surprises him. A multitude of green energy fragments pierced the bird, quite unexpectedly. The hero only managed to dodge, otherwise he would have been hit. The bird only managed to roar before dying. The military were delighted with the victory, but the guy said it wasn't his equipment, which meant there was someone else there. The officers were shocked. Shinji stepped forward and demanded that the hidden observer come to them, as he had already detected traces of their energy. Suddenly, some kind of energy portal opened in front of them. The unknown began to emerge and confirmed Shinji's victory over the enemy. But when he was fully recovered, he said that maybe the main character shouldn't have killed him. The general recognizes the stranger as the president of the Kenmo Cultivators Association and asks, "What is he doing here?" Shinji was shocked to learn that they knew each other, and the general explained to him who Kenmo was, a level 6 fighter. The general also introduces him to the genius cultivator Shinji of Tenkai as the army's order enforcer. Despite this, Kenmo asks to spare the monster's life, offering to use it for military research with their consent. The general agreed, but Shinji rejected Kenmo's right to decide the monster's fate and dictate his thoughts. But suddenly, the military reminds us of Kenmo's financial support for the Asami operations and his status. Kenmo's merits in saving soldiers with light spiritual energy are emphasized. Kenmo offers Shinji the task of taming the monster instead of killing it for the sake of friendship with humanity. He proclaims the philosophy of influencing all beings with love and spiritual energy. But as soon as Kenmo enters the monster's vision, Shinji fires his beam towards the bird. More precisely, not even on the bird, but somewhere in the other direction. He threw his punch at Kenmo, Apparently his words didn't resonate in Gigi's heart. The guy activated the energy of the green cube, and so he blocked the blow and began to absorb its power. Kenmo clenched his fist tightly, and he broke that energy from the main character's blow in front of him. Kenmo recognizes the young man's strength by observing his actions. The scientist demands an explanation for Shinji's actions, offering a choice. Does he want to fight him, or is he simply betraying humanity? The guy promises to give the reason for his actions if Kenmo wants to know so much. The first reason is announced. The monster must die from killing too many people. Shinji states the second reason. He does not obey anyone's orders, and Kenmo has no right to command him. The guy emphasizes the main factor by squeezing the sword. He points to the guy and talks about the abnormal monster energy that started emanating from Kenmo when he appeared. The soldiers asked, "What does he mean by what kind of energy?" The main character then discovered a strange reaction from the monster, a greater fear of the scientist Kenmo than of the murderer Shinji. Kenmo, however, says that they are both human and also explains the naturalness of fear through the cage he created to contain it. But while they were doing all this, Shinji used light energy to visualize the monster's memory. Kenmo was shocked by Shinji's declared abilities. The soldiers were also shocked by such abilities. Shinji explains that he gained the ability to read memories after defeating a monster in Tenkai. Since then, he has been reading memories through spiritual energy. Kenmo categorically rejects the subject's statement as absurd, but he shows his capabilities when he approaches the bird. This caused the monster pain, but that was okay. That was how it was supposed to be. Everyone watched in amazement at the main character's light energy abilities. Now he had finally penetrated the monster's memory and could show it to the others. Everyone around was shocked. The main character's words were confirmed. Shinji investigates the monster's energy and memory implantation methods. Kenmo was very sad and looked at the main character's back. And finally, unable to hold back any longer, he launched a blast of his green energy at him. The guy smiles because he finally provoked the bastard to attack. He turns around and retorts, exclaiming that he thought so. Their energies clashed and clashed, almost like swords. The general, horrified, demands an explanation from Kenmo about his actions with the monster. But now, after seeing everything, Kenmo decides to kill the witnesses after his activities are exposed. Shinji asks Kenmochi directly about creating a bird-like monster in the village. The military defends Kenmochi, reminding him of his assistance in helping the military eliminate threats. But the guy asks, do they believe the arguments they present in his favor? In favor of this hypocritical scoundrel. The boy questions the story, pointing out the monster's survival before they arrived. Shinji accuses Kenmochi of cruelty, remembering the monster's violent trembling when he appeared. Kenmochi praises Shinji's intelligence and acknowledges the creature's cultivation, but states that it is for defensive purposes and not for killing. The general was shocked by this, but still believed him. But the mad scientist clarifies that the purpose of creating the monster is to protect people, not destroy them. General Gento becomes enraged and blames Kenmochi for the deaths of his fellow soldiers during the liberation of Asakai. Kenmochi justifies the soldiers' deaths by accelerating the monster's evolution from level 3 to level 6. The junior lieutenant angrily accuses the president of using the military as guinea pigs. Kenmochi despises the lower class's lack of understanding of his grand plans. They have always been guinea pigs. He explains his ultimate goal, to use the monster against other threats to save the soldiers. An evolution study is proposed to improve the training of cultivators under control. And now the monster is under his control. Everything is in his hands, just as he wanted. Now Kenmo ends the discussion by announcing his intention to kill all the witnesses. Now this madman released a huge beam of green energy, similar to the one our MC has. The system detects a powerful source of light energy for immediate absorption. And now the guy, having received the ability to absorb energy, comes up with his new plan. He throws his hands directly towards the energy clot and quickly begins to absorb it. The soldiers were shocked by this and rushed to help him, but Kenmo was already doing his new deadly gesture. Thus, the two soldiers were trapped in place, preventing them from advancing and fighting. Kenmo smiles and says that now all he needs is to hear his death screams. At that moment, he began to pierce their bodies with his green spears. The general was at the end of his tether. Apparently, the first witnesses to Kenmo's atrocities would soon die. Kenmochi proclaims punishment for people who consider him a villain. But Shinji finally activated his powerful phase, and there was a lot of energy around him. The screen displays skill levels. Now all skills are level 2. The boy happily celebrates his good decision to come here. Shinji rejoices. Getting a house brings with it a significant increase in his combat level. He leaves right behind the mad scientist, and then attacks him with a lot of energy. Half of the attack was also aimed at freeing the military from the captivity of green energy. The general exclaims Fujisan's name with relief, recognizing his salvation at the critical moment. Shinji orders him to stay put, assuring him that the current fight will be concluded quickly. Kenmochi is confused and asks how Shinji maintains freedom of movement within the light barrier. Shinji, meanwhile, scoffed at the idea that a level 6 weakling could stop him. The boy ironically thanks Kenmochi for leveling up and sends a counterattack as a sign of appreciation. Kenmochi is outraged by the suggestion that he will be defeated by Shinji and demands a show of strength by challenging the younger opponent. And at that moment, he sends his new green attack straight at the main character. But he quickly interrupts her by attacking with his explosive attack, eclipsing everything and everyone around him. Shinji launched his energy dragon through the scientist's attack, quickly canceling it out. Kenmo was shocked by Shinji's strength, but after a few seconds, I was shocked by the incredible speed. He becomes enraged because he can't keep up with the guy or even dodge the attack. Shinji is confident that his next blow will be irresistible to the unbalanced Kenmochi. After that, all that was left of the guy was a red stain. After the fight, he carefully landed on the ground. Shinji was disappointed with Kenmochi's level. He found the level 6 Wakusen pathetic and weak. Humiliated, Kenmochi furiously vows to kill Shinji, screaming his name in hatred. Kenmochi is furious with Shinji's actions. He's simply furious. He promises to demonstrate the true power of the 6th level of Wakusen in return. The seal appeared in the sky right in front of the main character. Shinji coldly assesses Kenmochi's strength. Even at his peak, he poses no threat. Kenmo's powerful attack is called Holy Justice and is aimed at the protagonist. And many rays came out of that celestial seal. But Shinji easily repels them with an attack in return, which makes the green bastard even angrier. He quickly bypassed the main character and jumped on him from above with a dagger and a shout of "Die!" Suddenly, the dagger stopped being a small sword and became a huge sword, like Guts from Berserk, or even bigger. The impact was so strong that it nearly blew up the ground beneath him. But Kenmo did all this very slowly and over a long period of time. Shinji easily defends Kenmochi's attack, leaving his opponent far behind in speed, and the main character's enemy falls to the ground with force. Even in the face of death, Kenmochi refuses to admit defeat and vows to defeat Shinji at any cost. He gets up and is filled with that fiery energy again. His skin was completely covered in seals and symbols. Wings began to sprout from his back, transforming him into a monster. A desperate Kenmochi challenges Shinji, unleashing his most powerful final attack on the boy. Shinji challenges Kenmochi to test his opponent's strength against his blade in a decisive confrontation. The legendary Thunder Sword style, the ultimate technique of severing heaven and earth, is used in the final attack. Our main dragon's dragon faced the monster Kenmo, and Gigi's energy dragon was clearly stronger. Kenmo flew away, and then he hit the ground hard from Gigi's blow, the end of his crazy story. Kenmochi has difficulty accepting Shinji's superiority, denying the possibility of losing to a weaker opponent. He asks in horror if the boy has surpassed level 6. Shinji replies coldly, Kenmochi's maximum power is insignificant. Kenmochi is shocked when he discovers the truth. Shinji has already reached the unimaginable 7th level of power. Kenmochi is skeptical of the boy's rapid growth. Shinji, referring to the plans, announces the immediate dispatch of his enemy to the afterlife. A defeated Kenmochi clings to life, muttering about unfinished business before his inevitable end. Shinji demands full accountability from Kenmochi for all the crimes he committed before the final blow. He activates all his power to deliver the final blow to Kenmo's life. The guy is sure that only death will change the distorted worldview and cruelty of the defeated opponent. The soldiers are shocked by the speed of Shinji's victory over Kenmochi. The boy's incredible strength leaves everyone in awe. Shinji suggests checking the bird monster's condition. The general immediately agrees and points in its direction. There is also a bird lying there, which is still pierced by Kenmo's energy. General Gento insists on destroying the dangerous creature, approaching Shinji with a direct proposal. Shinji responds by calling the monster a victim of Kenmochi's experiments rather than the source of evil. He approaches him and directs his light energy towards him. The monster immediately starts screaming. The soldiers were shocked when they saw what Gigi was doing. The boy calms the creature, promising to help and saying he won't act like Kenmo. After these words, the monster became calm. She bows before him with a smile, and the boy completes his act. We finally saw the monster's true nature, an ordinary owl, not at all evil. Everyone is surprised by the transformation of the injured monster into an ordinary owl after using Shinji's energy. The lieutenant, completely perplexed, demands an explanation for the creature's unexpected metamorphosis. Shinji honestly admits he doesn't understand the process. The light energy treatment led to a change. The boy remembers Shinji's ability to see the past and asks him to find out the reason for the transformation. Shinji reveals the deception. His claim of having seen the monster in the past was a lie to manipulate Kenmochi. The soldiers are shocked by the revelation. They recall the images shown. The subject explains the projection of his memories. Shinji is pleased with the success of the ruse. He declares the matter closed and suggests everyone return home. The man mentions urgent matters, village renovations, etc. The lieutenant asks in surprise about the fate of his pet owl. Shinji doesn't plan to keep the owl as a pet, but he observes its obedience. He considers it a potential guardian for the yard. He suggests an alternative. Perhaps the military could take care of the unusual creature? The military politely declines due to budgetary concerns. They emphasize Shinji's achievements in restoring the bird and their affection for it. Shinji reassures the general, explaining that handing over the bird to the military was merely a suggestion, not a demand. The man decides to take the owl to see how his neighbors react. If there are any objections, he will call the military again. The scene changes to another headquarters. Commander Furiwa angrily accuses the Cultivators Association. He is furious about the experiments on soldiers and the growth of a monster. The association's representative denies any involvement, claiming he knew nothing about Kenmochi's actions. Furiwa argues that Kenmochi's veteran status is no excuse for inaction. It was precisely this kind of negligence that led to the disaster. The official justifies his role as an ordinary citizen and insists that the growers manage the association autonomously. The commander reveals his true intentions. Without Shinji's intervention, the association planned to shift the blame to the military. The association representative justified his inaction by citing Kenmochi's level. His marital status prevented him from opposing the cultivator. The officer begs Furiwa for understanding. A conflict with the military or the association threatens to lose his position. The commander rejects the apology. He demands accountability from the families for the soldiers' deaths, denying the officer's position. Furiwa announces a full military interrogation of all members of the Cultivators Association, starting today. The military threatens to use military law if he refuses to cooperate. The officer is ordered to prepare for the consequences. The association representative relents. He promises full cooperation, pleading only to preserve the organization's reputation. Furiwa accepts the surrender on the condition of the cultivators' complete submission. The officer confirms his agreement. The scene changes to Shinji's old house. He just came home, and some hot girls greet him, worried about Shinji's possible injuries after the fight. Shinji returns home. He is welcomed and, for the first time, feels the pleasant sensation of family warmth. The boy decides to become stronger. His goal is to protect his new lifestyle and the family bonds he's found. Natsuki notices Shinji's distraction and asks what happened. The guy explains how to successfully subdue the creature and tame the owl as a pet. Yu was shocked by the pet. How is this possible? And Shinji decided to demonstrate this. He called her with a whistle. The appearance of a small owl causes surprise among those present at the first glance of the bird. The girls admire the owl's cuteness, expressing their emotions out loud when they see it up close. Another girl is interested in the bird's origin, noticing its extraordinary cuteness. Shinji briefly recounts encountering an owl in the village during a mission, hinting at his struggle for survival. The girl assumes that the bird has a strong will to live, given the place where it was found. The guy reveals the owl's past. It was a level 6 monster before its recent transformation. The girls are shocked by what they hear. Now the owl isn't so cute anymore. They demand immediate confirmation of such incredible information. Shinji confirms his previous answer. Yes, that creature was indeed a level 6 monster. The girls panic. The little owl looks like an ancient, deadly monster. Natsuki freezes in panic, fearing an owl attack. Shinji reassures her, emphasizing the creature's lack of aggression. The boy changes the conversation to the neighbors' training and highlights their poor progress in cultivation as the main problem. Natsuki and Yu justify their slow growth. They lament their inability to match a genius like Shinji. Shinji sternly demands that training be intensified. He warns that his future assistants may not be able to prevent disaster. The boy announces the need for rest after completing a difficult mission and negotiations. The scene cuts to a building at night. Inside the apartment, news spreads. The strongest cultivator, Asamai Kinmochi, has been found dead under unclear circumstances. One of them calls death karma for murders. Another was shocked. How did a level 6 cultivator die? A story emerges about Kinmochi encountering a level 7 monster. Such a creature could defeat even the strongest. The third speaker slaps him on the head and curses. A level 7 monster would threaten the entire city. Its existence would put all residents at risk. The main question remains unanswered. If it wasn't a monster, then what or who could have killed such a powerful cultivator? They turned around at that moment, because it was time for the main news. Rumors link Kenmochi's death to a mysterious Tenkai cultivator. The same person had previously resolved the crisis in that city. The townspeople are shocked by the news. They doubt the existence of such a powerful fighter in Tenkai. General Gendo interrupts the soldiers' conversation. He's interested in the reason for the noisy argument during the changing of the guard. Soldiers justify this with common conversations over drinks. They emphasize the harmlessness of conversation during the shift. Gendo sternly reminds us of secrecy. The Tenkai cultivator's data is a closely guarded military secret. The soldiers confirm the general's order. His response is clear and immediate after the warning. The general demands confirmation of understanding of the order. After receiving it, he allows the soldiers to leave their posts. Gendo reflects on Shinji's power, highlighting the lack of understanding of the true extent of Shinji's power. The general realizes Shinji's influence. Such a person is capable of changing the geopolitical position of an entire nation in the world. The scene returns to the house. Fuwa's granddaughter, Natsuka, is sitting at her laptop, bored. News about the mysterious strongest cultivator, Shinji Fuji, who fought against Tenkai and the military, is going viral online. She is happy about this event. The reaction on social media was divided. Some praised Shinji as a hero, while others accused him of acting and demanded proof of his strength. A level 7 cultivator from Sekko announces a challenge to Shinji in a tournament to expose the alleged deception. Users are fueling the conflict by demanding that King Sekko make his decision public if he defeats Shinji. Natsuki is outraged by King Sekko's exaggerated claims about his future victory over Shinji. Yu notices Natsuki talking to herself and asks why she is doing that. The girl talks about Shinji being publicly challenged by a level 7 cultivator in a martial arts tournament. Yu is surprised by the news of the tournament. Natsuki admits that she also learned about the event recently. Gendo initiated a national tournament to determine the strongest cultivator and motivate others to train. Natsuki passionately asks the boy to win the tournament while rushing him with the food she bought. Shinji emphasizes the high cost of the food he bought for the owl, demonstrating his generosity. But the owl refuses such an impulse. The subject strictly tells the owl to either capture the prey or silently eat the offered food. Natsuki switches to the main topic. She asks the boy about his knowledge of the martial arts tournament. Shinji refuses to participate in the tournament. His reasons are lack of interest and being busy with other things. Natsuki is shocked by the decision. She insists that the tournament is more important than anything else for a cultivator of her level. The guy cites the urgent renovation of the village in Asami as the only priority worth his time and effort. Shinji threatens to move out if Natsuki continues to turn his house into a hotel without his consent. Someone in the entourage asks in horror, "Is it true that Shinji will not participate in the tournament?" The same man demands an explanation for the boy's unexpected refusal to attend an important event. Another meeting. The man quotes Commander Furiwa. The village's renovation is more important than the tournament. King Sekko is happy there's no strong opponent. Fukuhara notes that Shinji's withdrawal from the tournament will make it easier for organizers to hold the event. Fuwa demands an explanation from Fukuhara about the hidden meaning behind his words regarding the boy's absence from the competition. Fukuhara insists he is right, claiming he was merely stating an obvious organizational fact. He explains the situation. Fewer participants, fewer problems. Fuwa abruptly interrupts such statements. The commander reveals the tournament's objectives: to develop cultivators and find talent for international challenges. The officer reminds Shinji of his character. Patriotic slogans don't interest this guy. The commander recognizes the problem. The country will suffer enormous losses without the participation of such a strong fighter. The proposed solution is to lure the subject with rare resources for cultivation as a reward for victory. The question is heard in response. The military only has low-level spiritual energy zones. The bottom line is that Shinji is level 7. These rewards are too weak for his needs. Lu suddenly offers Fuwa an unconventional solution to the problem of luring Shinji into the tournament. Commander Fuwa shows interest, demanding immediate details of the proposed plan. The officer reminds that there are dangerous mutation zones in Asami, in addition to Lake Green Sleen. An idea is being floated. Tournament participants will clear the super mutant zone in Asami as part of the competition. The commander thinks about it and then makes a decision. Furiwa and Lu assess the potential. Success will revive the city and shock the global growing community. The military approves the plan, but the employee categorically rejects such a risky initiative. Authorities protest and panic, fearing personal responsibility for possible catastrophic consequences. As a compromise solution, it is proposed to move the tournament to the nearby and safe city of Seiko. Furiwa urges Fukuhara to remain calm, acknowledging the boldness of Yanagi's proposal, but rejecting his immediate refusal. Military security measures are proposed. Fukuhara vehemently rejects them, recalling the previous failures of such plans. Fukuhara calls for the tournament to be cancelled, citing his retirement age. Furiwa accuses him of being passive as head of the association. Fukuhara surrenders, realizing the futility of resisting Commander Furiwa's decision. He gives his final consent to hold the tournament, realizing the futility of further objections. Furiwa thanks Yanagi for the strategic proposal, affirming it as a basis for future actions. The commander announces the next step, the formation of an executive committee to organize the tournament. Lu thinks Yu will receive encouraging news. Perhaps traces of his missing parents will be found soon. The scene changes to a night scene at Shinji's house. He stayed home, full of energy and ready to train more. Almost at the limit of his strength, he is filled with more and more energy. Shinji reaches the 9th level of the spirit well. Only the final step remains before reaching the iron vein. The scene shifts again to the main character's house for the umpteenth time. He is reading on the sofa, and suddenly he gets distracted and the guests call him. Shinji is surprised by the early visit. He greets Mrs. Sugita, whom he hasn't seen for a long time. The young man asks the reason for Sugita's early visit. She's here on business related to a military award. Sugita explains the purpose, the delivery of the reward and the signing of the documents. Shinji politely invites her into the house. Mrs. Sugita presents military documents, the transfer of the village, the estimate for repairs, and a request for benefits. She asks to sign the papers to complete the formalities. The military will take care of the rest. Sugita mentions an additional important issue that requires a separate discussion with the subject. Shinji suggests the question is related to the martial arts tournament. He asks for more details about the case, admitting his previous inattention. Sugita confirms that the tournament will take place in the Asami Super Mutant Danger Zone, classified as an anomaly. The boy is shocked by the threat level in the city. Sugita explains that crossing power lines are the cause of the anomalies. The excess spiritual energy after its restoration created multiple danger zones in Asami. Shinji realizes the connection between the ley lines and Asami's problems. Sugita confirms that rebuilding the city will benefit all practitioners. Sugita reveals data on ultra-pure ray energy in the Super Mutant Zone, where the tournament will be held. The subject reacts sharply to the mention of the lightning attribute energy, again asking for clarification on the information. Mrs. Sugita confirms the high concentration of energy. She provides documents with detailed studies. Shinji accuses the military of setting a trap and sees the tournament as bait to use his power. Sugita, panicked, denies any malicious intent. She tries to explain the true purpose of organizing the event. The young man reassures her. He agrees to study the documents before making a decision about participating in the tournament. Sugita appreciates your understanding and offers ongoing support for any questions related to the prizes. Some time passed, and the main character breaks the silence by announcing dinner, addressing everyone present in the house. Someone in the house complains of drowsiness, showing tiredness after a long day. Yu was also sleepy. They enter the room and ask, "What are these documents on the table?" Shinji studies the military's tournament materials and the previous mission's reward documents that were handed out that morning. Natsuki asks if his grandfather gave him a military rank as a reward. The boy explains the modesty of the reward, documents for a village, and a budget. The girl is outraged by her grandfather's pettiness. A village isn't enough for Shinji's services to the country. Natsuki decides to ask her grandfather for more land. Shinji interrupts her, demanding that she wash immediately and go to breakfast. As they fought, Yu's eyes caught something interesting. The documents were written in an interesting, bold font. She was shocked by what she found in the tournament records. In the documents, Natsuki discovers a shocking detail. The tournament will be held in the anomaly where her parents disappeared. She suspects the military is deliberately withholding information about the site's connection to the family's disappearance. The girl asks herself a fatal question. Perhaps the military fear that the truth about her parents' fate will be revealed? As Natsuki brushes her teeth, the master of ceremonies looks through the door at the girl studying the documents. Shinji realizes Yu's awareness of the anomaly's connection to her parents' disappearance through the documents she studied. But for now, the boy decides to protect Natsuki from dangerous information, considering her unprepared for the truth about the family's fate. He stands on the balcony at night and continues to study these papers. Documents confirm that Natsuki's parents disappeared in the Lightning Labyrinth after a 5-day search. Their fate is unknown. Shinji informs Shigeta of his agreement to the tournament, who sincerely thanks him for such an important decision for the military. The subject harshly criticizes the military's methods, interrupting his sentence to emphasize his dissatisfaction with their actions. He accuses the command of counting on Yu's reaction. Knowing about her parents would have guaranteed her participation in the tournament. Sugita denies manipulation, calling it a coincidence. Shinji openly doubts the veracity of her words. She suggests passing on complaints to management. The guy demands that the military stop making standard excuses. Shinji ends the conversation with a stern ultimatum. Regardless of the military's plans, their methods are unacceptable. The dialogue ends, and he silently returns to the room. On the sofa, he sees Yu sleeping. He looked at the table in front of him, and I realized she had fallen asleep while studying the documents. Shinji walked over to her and covered her with a blanket, wishing her good night. He goes to sleep in the room and says he will definitely find her parents. The scene changed, and now Shinji drove to the right place in his car. The military urgently alerts everyone. "Attention! Mr. Fuji himself has arrived. Current events must be stopped immediately." The soldiers rush to organize the meeting, summoning their colleagues to quickly greet the important guest. The atmosphere is tense. The soldiers greet Fuji in unison, expressing deep respect for his presence. The respect is evident on their faces. The man is embarrassed by the ceremonial gathering and asks not to worry. He's not used to so much attention from the military. The general insists on the importance of the reception, dismissing the guest's modesty. The soldiers consider this the least they can show gratitude. He recalls Fuji's feat against the monster, which saved many lives. He modestly calls it duty. The soldier emphasizes the impact of the Kenmochi incident on the army. The entire garrison has great respect for Shinji. Someone asks again about the legendary move that killed Kenmochi in one blow. Doubt mingles with admiration. The man clarifies. The enemy was cunning but not incredibly strong. His victory didn't seem supernatural. The soldiers react with admiration to Fuji's modesty. This is exactly the reaction one would expect from a true master of his level. The boy orders the soldiers to stop the crowd. The girl in the car advises Shinji to get used to this kind of attention as a new reality. The boy compares himself to a rare collectible. Now he approaches, mentioning the need to speak with Chairman Yanagi. The man asks Gento about Yanagi's whereabouts. The commander points him in the direction of an important discussion with the president. Gento briefly directs Shinji to the right place, the gesture accompanied by minimal explanation. They pass huge military tents. Liu emphasizes the high risks of the anomaly. Strict participant selection is necessary due to the many unknown threats. Shinji greets President Yanagi. The phrase demonstrates that they've known each other for a long time, without any emotional connotation. Yanagi invites the boy to sit down. The president inquires about the purpose of Shinji's visit for further discussion. The man mentions information from Sigita. He connects the president to organizing a tournament in the danger zone. Yanagi acknowledges Shinji's potential displeasure. The president justifies his decision by citing a lack of alternatives. Yanagi reveals the truth about Yu. She resists during the day, but at night she cries bitterly for the loss of her parents. The president admits he tried to save Yu's family with the help of the military and his own resources. All his efforts were in vain. 5 military expeditions led by Yanagi have failed with heavy losses. He asks Shinji to inspire the tournament participants. Yanagi apologizes for pressuring her. The president takes full responsibility, begging them not to blame the ignorant Natsuki. Shinji demands to speak directly to him from now on. He rejects any manipulation by third parties or hidden schemes. Yanagi is surprised by Shinji's frankness. The president asks again, hoping to find a hidden meaning in his harsh words. The man calls Yu a friend. Helping a friend doesn't require complicated justifications or explanations. It's natural. The president bursts with emotional gratitude. He pledges eternal debt to the unexpectedly receptive man. The scene changes, and the official host loudly welcomes the tournament participants. The highly anticipated event in the world of cultivators begins. The organizer expresses the main goal of the competition, to help everyone assess their strengths and find motivation for new achievements. The presenter announces the start of the briefing. Participants will learn the main rules of the upcoming entry into the anomalous zone. The organizer specifies the location, a super mutant anomaly in Asami. The threat level requires extreme caution from all fighters. The man explains the nature of the zone, an intersection of ley lines saturated with electrical energy. A neighbor in the crowd introduces himself as Shizumiya from Flitsu. Shizumiya comments with admiration on Shinji's appearance. He was happy that the legendary Holy Sword turned out to be an ordinary guy without any arrogance. Shizumiya reveals that Shinji's nickname, the Sword Saint, came from rumors of a single blow that crushed Kenmochi. The boy shyly asks to stop talking about the title. Shizumiya is surprised by his ignorance about his own fame. Shinji asks about the purpose of the conversation. Shizumiya suddenly remembers the important question he was going to ask initially. The stranger suggests they team up inside the anomaly. He asks Shinji directly about crossing the danger zone together. The girls around him are amazed by the proposal. One of them asks again if he really deserves an alliance with a legend. Shinji suspects the Flitsu Association is organizing an alliance. He asks Shizumiya directly about hidden orders from above. Shizumiya asks for secrecy. He looks around nervously before revealing the true circumstances of his involvement. The man admits that the association sent him to the quota. He honestly admits his lack of real power, causing perplexity. Shinji is outraged by this approach. Shizumiya responds that management is only interested in formally filling out the lists. Shizumiya shrugs. People like him are used for their looks, even though they're completely out of their league. Shinji looks at his interlocutor appraisingly. The phrase about conformity with appearance provokes a skeptical reaction in him. Shizumiya clutches his head in panic. He's frankly afraid of death, realizing his utter unpreparedness for the anomaly. Shizumiya begs for protection, hoping that an alliance with the legendary Shinji will give him some chance of survival in the zone. Shizumiya's teammates angrily condemn his cowardice. Natsuki finds it shameful that such weak fighters are participating in a serious tournament. Shizumiya tries to calm the girl. She stands firm. The truth should be spoken openly, not whispered behind her back. Natsuki sets one condition. Shizumiya must not interfere with the group. Any delay will result in immediate disbandment. Shizumiya values perfect discipline. He ensures complete obedience to orders and the absence of any burden on the team. Shinji's companion whispers a suggestion. Perhaps they should allow Shizumiya to join the group for everyone's peace of mind. She stands her ground. The boy's lack of hidden agendas makes him a safe travel companion. The risk seems minimal. The man gives his final consent. The stern warning is repeated. Selfishness or recklessness will lead to immediate expulsion. Shizumiya thanks Shinji and the girls. He promises to act as carefully as possible, avoiding any problems for the team. Suddenly, an official announcement rang out from across the court. the first annual martial arts tournament was declared open. The main event was about to begin. The scene changes to a vast desert, the future battlefield. From the enormous portal, the most powerful cultivators began to emerge, ready to participate in the tournament. Shinji and his group have already landed. The rest moved on. The participants' ruined streets shock him. He attributes the devastation to a super mutant anomaly. His companion explains the monster's ability to change the landscape to their liking. Mika turns to Shinji for a command. She stares at him questioningly, awaiting a decision on the group's next steps within the danger zone. A sudden scream echoes through the air. The pillar they are standing on begins to tremble. The weakest of the group cries desperately for help, caught off guard by an unseen threat in the ruins of the city. Shinji sternly warns everyone. He demands constant combat readiness, forbidding any relaxation in this deadly anomaly. Suddenly, monsters begin to emerge from the sand, and as soon as they were fully formed, they immediately ran towards our group. A loud command to fight is heard from the man. The group reacts instantly, assuming combat positions in the face of an unexpected attack. Suddenly, someone counterattacks. Their technique is flame illusion, and it creates a barrier of fire that prevents mutants from attacking as they approach the group. Everyone was in shock. A mysterious stranger calls Shinji's name. He recognizes the legendary fighter on the chaotic battlefield of the Asami ruins. The man demands the intruder's name. His cold gaze assesses the potential threat that interrupted the fight with the mutants. The stranger introduces himself as Koji Hojimi. He reminds us of the challenge he left on the tournament notice board a few days ago. Natsumi is shocked to recognize the title. She exclaims, confirming the stranger's identity as the infamous Rei Seiko. Koji Hojimi challenges Shinji directly. He mentions his message on the board, expecting an immediate duel right in the anomaly zone. The man categorically refuses the challenge. Shinji refuses to waste time on a duel, suggesting that his opponent leave the dangerous territory. Koji ironically doubts Shinji's legendary feat, suggesting that the story of an attack on Kenmochi is a military hoax. Koji advises his opponent to train harder. The man promises to accept the challenge later, when he's truly ready for a serious fight. Natsuki is ready to join the fight in Shinji's place. Shinji stops her, reminding her of the priority of the mission in the anomalous zone. Shizumiya describes the harrowing flight with Koji. Shinji ignores the comment and leads the group towards the mountain after a brief readiness check. Yu's silent plea echoes in the air. The girl gazes anxiously at the horizon, hoping to rescue her missing parents. And now they are already flying to this important new location. Shinji points out the anomaly abruptly. Your warning of strange activity halts the squad's progress toward the target. They fly into a strange cave and descend into its depths. Yu analyzes the evidence from the battlefield. The damage indicates an attack by a mutant with fire abilities. The subject decides to explore the area and orders the group to enter the structure for a detailed examination of the discovery. The further they advanced, the more alarming the situation became. So the more they walked, the more they looked around. A sudden scream fills the air as one member of the group points in horror at an unidentified threat approaching from the depths of the anomaly. They see huge monsters and a bunch of cultivators, both living and dead, all fighting here in this chaos. Many lost very quickly. Others resisted more, but were still quickly killed by the monster's special techniques. Some fled the battlefield and begged for help. Many were lucky, but some people did not make it out. Suddenly, one of the fugitives looks up and focuses his attention. Someone recognizes the figure in the smoke. A voice calls out Fuji's name, hopefully, identifying the arrival as the savior. Relief washes over the group upon seeing Mount Fuji. Confidence returns. Its presence guarantees safety. The man looks at the monster and identifies it as a level 4 creature. Shinji turns to Natsuki and Mika, pointing out their ice techniques as the perfect weapon against this monster to gain combat experience, and they immediately went straight towards the monster to defeat it. The monster had already directed its fire beam at them. Mika uses the ice barrel technique. She saves her from the lightning. Yu goes around the monster from behind and counterattacks. His ice spike technique forms sharp ice structures to strike a target, and all the spikes hit their target. Huge blocks of ice were coming out of the creature's legs. The monster began to scream in pain. Yu's attack continued, and now she was back behind the nasty monster. Yu uses his new technique, Skyflight, which accompanies his aerial maneuver during a joint attack with Mika, and it is very useful, causing great damage to the monster. Mika activates the Ice Spear technique at this moment, and he throws the sword directly at the demon, piercing it completely. And it was this blow that ended the monster's life. He literally collapsed before everyone's eyes. The spectators watch the fight with delight. Their exclamations compare what is happening to a divine spectacle of incredible power. Shinji comments on the importance of recognition. He emphasizes the value of demonstrating strength for the entire team, not just for oneself. The gaze falls on an unusual artifact. A guy discovers a fire crystal, and he runs towards her at full speed because he understands that he is able to increase Natsuki's fire abilities. Suddenly, someone unexpectedly appears. He loudly claims the crystal, interrupting the group's moment of triumph after defeating the monster. A red-haired guy with a big sword appears from behind, and Shinji asks, "Why did he come again?" Koji demanded that the group hand over the crystal or he would destroy everyone there. And then everyone started blaming Red because he hid during the battle and appeared only to the crystal, pretending to be an important person. Koji abruptly interrupts the accusers and orders them to shut up, calling them pigs. And suddenly, he attacked with his powerful fire blow towards the rescued. People scream warnings of danger. There are desperate pleas to get away from the immediate threat, and most people manage to dodge the flame beam a second before death. The crowd understands that the redhead is a very strong opponent, and they are not ready to face him. Koji challenges everyone present, declaring that only those prepared to die have the right to fight, and most people didn't dare oppose him. Koji immediately laughed out loud at the group's weakness. He was disappointed by their easy victory and wondered where their courage had gone. The man claimed the fire crystal as his property and asked if anyone had any objections to it. Shinji calmly states his disagreement. The boy directly opposes Koji's claims. The attacker asks Shinji again, surprised. He reminds him of his recent fear and mocks his sudden courage. Shinji explains his initial reluctance to fight by saying that he was trying to avoid a pointless conflict, but now he accepts the inevitability of the fight and declares that since the enemy insists, the fight will begin right now. A moment later, he had already activated his power and was one step away from the red-haired wretch. Shinji attacks with lightning speed and a powerful blow. His Flame Emperor fist strikes his opponent with tremendous force and pierces their body. Blood immediately began to flow from Koji's mouth. The wound was serious. He fell to his knees in front of the main character. His body was completely pierced and his clothes were soaked in blood. The result of the attack shocks observers. The enemy is defeated with just one devastating blow from Shinji. The defeated enemy angrily vows revenge, shouting death threats at Shinji. And Koji immediately stood up, his entire body covered in flames. He activated even more power. This power burned all the people around. The audience is impressed by the enemy's sudden transformation. They attribute the improvement to the cave's fiery energy, which fuels their element. The participants discover a frightening fact. In this cave, the enemy is virtually immortal. His element grants unlimited power. Boten worries about the outcome of the battle and Shinji's life. Natsuki confidently reassures him, reminding him of Fuji Shinji's invincibility. Meanwhile, Koji proclaims himself a god in the cave. He mocks Shinji, whose level 7 power is useless there. At that moment, the main character observed this entire transformation. Shinji scoffed at the boy's arrogance. He despised his confidence despite the level of skill he had achieved. The enemy becomes furious and demands Shinji's death. He was ordering him to shut up and die, and immediately sent another flame attack straight towards Shinji. The protagonist simply waited. Such attacks did not impress him. Shinji called Koji weak and was already taking out his lightning-filled sword. And then, drawing his sword, he responded with his electric flame attack. Shinji's attack immediately pierced through Koji's weak fire attack, and it almost reached the Red Wretch himself. It was almost all over. But Koji managed to dodge, but in doing so, he lost his left arm. And then his hand, and Koji himself fell to the ground, screaming in pain. He grabbed the shoulder of the hand that was no longer there. He continued to scream, and the blood continued to flow and flow. Shinji approaches and coolly comments on the consequences of arrogance. He points out the folly of attacking without understanding the differences in strengths. The guy calls it a warning. He spared Koji's life only out of respect for the army's reputation. The man makes it clear that the next meeting will be the last. His ultimatum leaves no room for error. The defeated enemy begs for mercy. He vows never to contradict Shinji, admitting his complete defeat. A humiliated Koji thinks that they will meet again someday and that he will get revenge for everything. The people around were shocked by Shinji's easy victory. He defeated Koji, who was a level 7. His power seemed to have come from heaven. Boten calls Shinji a hero with admiration. He jumps around him with joy and adoration. The girls were also delighted and ran up to their incredibly cool captain, praising his skills and strength. Shinji immediately handed Natsuki a fire crystal and advised her to absorb its energy after returning from the cave. The girl doubts the fairness of the decision. She remembers that Shinji himself also uses fire techniques, to which the main character says that for him, it won't make much difference whether with or without the crystal. Natsuki thanked the man with a kiss on the cheek and told him he'd always been kind. The boy even felt embarrassed about it. Shinji returns to focusing on the main objective. He asks Yu if she remembers the true purpose of the mission. Yu asks if they aren't here for the martial arts tournament, but Shinji interrupts her. Participating in the tournament doesn't interest him at all. He has another goal. And Yu was very surprised when she heard that their main objective was to find her parents here. Shinji began to calm the shocked Yu and explained that he had accidentally discovered her parents' names in the mission documents. Yu immediately asked the boy, was he really one of those who removed the pages from the mission file? Gigi had to admit to seizing the documents. He explains this out of concern about the girl's possible obsession with the past. Shinji reveals the contents of the deleted pages. They discuss the search for Yu's parents in the anomaly and ask if she remembers anything about it. The girl confesses to having vague memories of her childhood. If it weren't for the president's photograph, she would have forgotten their faces. Yu expresses fear of forgetting her parents. Shinji resolutely promises to find them, but the girl worries about the danger of the anomaly. The boy confidently declares his readiness to eliminate any threat on the way to her parents. The man orders Natsuki and the group to wait. He announces his intention to explore the depths alone with Yu. Natsuki expresses concern about Shinji's decision. She warns him about the potential dangers of the anomaly. Shinji dismisses her concerns. He invites Shu to participate in the research, but is immediately rejected. He then places the responsibility for the girl's safety on Shu. He emphasizes personal responsibility for their well-being. Shu protests the role he has been given, remembering his position as the weakest member of the team. But the dude has already given Yu the signal to move. His short sentence begins their journey toward the danger zone. The scene changed. They had already descended to a certain depth in the bowels of the earth. All the way, Yu looked around and was worried about every rustle. The man calms his nervous companion and assures Yu that his progress is safe. They walked further into the cave and stopped, seeing something incredible in front of them. In front of them was some kind of enormous glow, similar to a portal or anomaly. You didn't understand. What was that? Shinji felt the presence of a rare spiritual energy of unknown origin. A powerful, high-level fire spiritual energy was detected. A pure lotus flame materialized before him. Luck was clearly on their side. The man hadn't expected to encounter such rare and powerful energy in that place. The man asked Yu to wait for him there. He himself went down and quickly examined the object that interested him. Gigi noticed that the flame behaves strangely. It doesn't emit smoke and doesn't burn in close contact. It's been decided to test the true power of the mysterious fire. Shinji is ready to test his capabilities and absorb the energy. Fire energy begins to interact. Experience in controlling the elements grows rapidly. Mastery continues to grow. Experience indicators increase. But suddenly, something strange began to happen beneath his feet. Yu also noticed and suddenly realized what it was. And suddenly, huge sharks began to emerge from the water, and one of them even flew out of the water. And growling throughout the cave, she prepared to eat the main character in one bite. A sudden scream alerts Shinji to the danger. Yu quickly rushes to his aid. She took the dagger and swung it to pierce the shark. And his blow hit the shark right in the eye. So, to be sure, she decided to finish her off, with her right foot in the teeth. And then she launched her weapon like a harpoon at another shark. And this time she managed to pierce the shark from end to end, and it howled in pain. And she quickly tried to swim away from these two angry warriors. Seeing this, Yu anxiously asked Shinji about his condition. At that moment, the boy continued absorbing energy and realized that the process would take a little longer. He asks the girl to cover him while he absorbs energy. He needs protection to focus. Yu vows not to keep anyone close to Shinji. She's willing to fight to the death for his safety. At that moment, a green reptile with shiny scales stuck its tongue out above its head. And apparently, she got tired of waiting and decided to open her mouth and attack the blue-haired girl. But Yu managed to quickly dodge the blow, where now there was an explosion. The lizard immediately got up and rushed to attack Yu. With her claws, she managed to touch the girl, and she sobbed in pain. There was a burn at the cut site, and even steam and smoke were coming out of the wound. She couldn't expose herself to that anymore. In response to the reptile's attack, a counterattack was launched. Ice spikes flew rapidly toward the enemy. But the lizard didn't care. Its scales didn't allow it to withstand even the most powerful blows. This surprised Yu greatly. Now he had to come up with a new way to defeat the lizard. But there wasn't much time. The reptile had already released its attack of green slime and fire. All that filth was already flying towards the girl, intending to finish her off quickly. And even after dodging, Yu expected a quick strike from the lizard's tail. The attacks were too fast. The last thing Yu managed to do was put up an ice shield in front of him. But the lizard easily broke through her shield and hit the girl hard. Blood and ice flew everywhere. And then Yu slammed his entire body hard against the asphalt, and blood gushed out of his mouth. Lying on the floor, covered in blood, she realized her body was failing her. She couldn't even move. And the reptile stood in front of her and prepared to end the situation by eating the poor girl. But suddenly, a huge beam of blue energy pierced the lizard. Finally, the lizard was nearly defeated. This attack left him only the opportunity to look at his killer and growl. Finally, Shinji approached Yu, filled with a new and powerful energy. He declared that anyone who dared touch his friends would be instantly destroyed. Shinji, levitating in the energy sphere, contemptuously asks the reptile how a lesser being dared to defy him. To which the lizard responded with a long, vile scream. Suddenly, his scales began to shine even brighter, and in front of Shinji was already a huge lizard, full of energy and glowing with it. She tried to attack Gigi, but he quickly dodged and intended to hit the reptile. And for that, he needed his favorite sword. And he launched his new and powerful attack, a thunderbolt, at the reptile from behind. But the reptile immediately retaliated, and Shinji managed to deflect its tail with his sword. He was thrown back a few feet and barely managed to stay on his feet. Now they were facing each other again. Shinji recognizes the being's spirit, noting that this was expected of a level 7 spirit. A powerful aura surrounds him. And the lizard prepared its next attack, opening its mouth and revealing its terrible teeth. Shinji gripped his sword tighter and declared the game over. He intends to initiate a real test of his capabilities and discover the true power of the purifying flame of the lotus, hidden until now. He activated a series of attacks of pure lotus-killing energy and sent them straight towards the lizard. That he was not prepared for such a powerful and fast attack, and she quickly paid the price. Now, a lizard has two halves, and all because of one blow. After the fight, Shinji quickly helped Yu to her feet, and she thanked him for saving her. She admits that without him, she wouldn't have been able to handle the threat. The guy reassures Yu, saying that the lizard is a minor problem, but advises him to be careful of surprise attacks from now on. And the girl, wiping the blood from her face, agreed with the main character's advice. Suddenly, there was a noise behind them, and both heroes paid attention. The main boss's appearance has finally happened. Shinji states this without surprise. Water splashed. Apparently, it was the water monster again. And from the water arose a huge blue dragon, dazzling with brilliant light, and pouring water on Shinji and Yu, who were standing in front of him. The dragon began to speak and celebrate his release after many years of imprisonment under the seal at the bottom of the lake. Yu couldn't believe her eyes. An incredible creature appeared before her, a real talking dragon. Could it really be inside that anomaly? The dragon is surprised by the human's astonishment. The ninth level of the spirit easily explains its gift of speech. The dragon's dangerous aura makes Shinji consider opening a dialogue as the best tactic. Shinji asks the dragon directly if he is the creator of this anomalous singularity zone. The dragon denies the creation of the singularity. He explains that it arose for another purpose. The creature explains that the anomaly was created specifically for him. This raises new questions for you. 10 years ago, the dragon dove into the lake, absorbing the energy of the world, seeking to surpass its limits. The peaceful course of events was interrupted by an unexpected intrusion. Two people entered the lake. The dragon blames two humans for his defeat, imprisonment, and attempt to steal his power. Yu asks, what does he remember about them? What were they like? The creature remembers names. The man's name was Vitarli, and the woman's Yukina. These details surface in its memory. Yu recognizes these people as his parents with a choked voice and the shock evident on his face. The dragon bursts into venomous laughter. The one who freed him was the son of those who sealed the monster. The creature sarcastically expresses gratitude to its rescuers, and its words sound like a veiled threat. Shinji sees a clear contradiction. The dragon speaks of gratitude, but is clearly preparing to kill them. The monster cites the law of the jungle. The strong devour the weak. That's how nature works, and the dragon is stronger here. And now the responsibility for his parents' actions will fall on Yu. And he will kill her. Shinji orders Yu to get out of there as quickly as possible. He'll handle this himself. The girl refuses to leave him there alone. After all, her goal is to discover the truth about her parents. And this dragon can tell her. The dragon stops thinking about fleeing. Everyone present is declared victims of his vengeance, and he attacks them. But Shinji manages to repel this attack with his own. The man demands that Yu not be a hero. This enemy is beyond his strength. The battle is his sole task. Yu insists on fighting alone. Even though she's weak, she won't let Shinji fight alone. The dragon calls their persistence touching, but doomed. There is no way out of the cave alive. Shinji tells Yu to look for traces of his parents. His task is to explore, and the dragon will stay with him. The thought of her parents' tracks flashed through Yu's mind. She looked down. Shinji abruptly repeats the order to leave, taking control of the dragon. And the girl calmly thanks the main character. And then she turned and started running away from that cave in search. The dragon tries to chase Yu, its roar filled with rage at the thought that its prey might escape. Suddenly, his attack was stopped by the main character's sword. Shinji blocks the way, issues a challenge, and declares himself the Azure Dragon's only opponent. At that moment, Yu quickly ran through the cave, thinking about how Shinji was and what she needed to find there. Suddenly, a huge, beautiful, and shiny stone appeared in front of her. Yu is shocked by the discovery. Her question expresses complete incomprehension of what she saw. And, looking closely at the stone, she noticed two figures, a woman with blue hair and a man with a short beard and gray hair. She looked closer and her eyes widened. She realized it was her parents. Seeing her parents, the girl ran to the rock to save them. Her cry was full of determination and desperation. She decides to use her ice shard technique again to free them, and she threw them straight at the stone, hoping to break it. But nothing happened. This made her upset because she had traveled a lot and met her parents, but there was nothing she could do. Despair overcame her. She asked herself, why did this happen? And she used even more force to break the stone. But nothing worked. Tears streamed down his face, and the hope of saving his parents began to fade. Faced with the cruelty of the situation and despair, she fell to her knees before the stone and placed her hand on it, while her parents were reflected in it. The scene changed again, back to the dragon and Shinji fighting. The dragon declared that Yu's revenge was only the beginning of his plans. More far-reaching actions would follow. The creature attacks with a deadly whirlwind created by its dragon wings. Shinji's calm response sounds like a self-evident fact. He said the dragon couldn't kill him. Their attacks met, the dragon energy and Shinji's blood lightning energy. The dragon mockingly acknowledges his opponent's unexpected resilience. His words sound almost respectful. And then the enormous flying reptile accepts the challenge. He's ready to end the fight immediately, as his opponent persists. And the guy stood there waiting for the blow. He drew his sword and said that this attack was too weak, and then he defended the attack of a huge dragon with just one hand and a sword. Their magics were clashing with each other. And then, in Shinji's place, a huge explosion of energy occurred, which quickly dispersed the dragon's attacks. Emerging from the smoke of the explosion, Shinji asks, "Is this all the power the dragon can show you?" The guy openly doubts the dragon's stated 9th power level, as its attacks were too weak. The dragon is furious at the blockade of the attack. He can't believe that 80% of his power was wasted. Shinji gives it one last chance. He demands all of the dragon's power, or the creature's life will be over. The dragon vows to make the boy answer for his words. He unleashes all his power without a trace, and that was exactly what the boy was waiting for. The creature activated its dragon breath and foresaw Shinji's death in its fire. Its roar was filled with absolute confidence in victory. Shinji laughed and parried the attack, clearly dismissing the dragon's attack as weak, and then he quickly flew up, raised his sword, and prepared to destroy the dragon. The dragon was shocked by such a quick maneuver, just a few moments. And then Shinji suddenly cut the dragon's neck with thunder flames, making it roar in pain, and then the guy landed calmly. The dragon screams in rage, as only Shinji's sword has stopped him from turning the boy to ash long ago. The guy was surprised by such a strong statement from the almighty dragon. Shinji calmly suggests continuing the fight unarmed, throwing back his sword and issuing a surprise challenge to his opponent. The dragon explodes with rage at the proposal. The boy calmly repeats the challenge, emphasizing his readiness to fight with his bare hands. The creature swears that this time Shinji will definitely not come out alive. The certainty sounds absolute, and he activated the demonic dragon wave with renewed vigor, trying to finish off the person who irritated him. The lightning advanced and was almost killing the main character. Shinji briefly invites the dragon to attack. His stance expresses complete readiness for combat. The aura around him glows brightly, and putting one hand forward, he easily stopped the dragon's huge and powerful lightning attack. There wasn't a single scratch on his gloved fist. He even managed to send all that attack back to the dragon. The dragon is shocked. The man took the deadly attack with his bare hands. What kind of man is this with such strength? The boy declares the dragon obsolete. Both possess the 9th spiritual level. Shinji claims this territory. After the dragon's tricks ran out, it was his turn to attack. He pulled his sword from the ground. The dragon desperately denies the possibility of dying there. The instinct for self-preservation takes over, and he begins to fly away. The creature screams with injustice, so close to a new level of power, but death is already approaching. Shinji blocks the escape route. The dragon's loud roar immediately echoed throughout the cave after the True Thunder Flame's swift attack, and the last thing the dragon did was fall defeated after a strong blow. Shinji had already gone to Yu and asked him to take him to the mysterious crystal immediately, and they approached this crystal in which Yu's parents were. The guy looked and felt something bad coming from the crystal's magic. "I need to check something." He asks the system to analyze the spell. The system confirms that the analysis process has started. The information is not yet ready. Analysis has shown that the crystal is sealed with a curse. Absorbing it requires a level of iron veins. Shinji decides to change tactics. After all, he won't be able to defeat him directly. So we need to think. He will try to dig underneath. He quickly grabbed the katana and stuck it into the ground next to the crystal. It should work. Yu anxiously asks about the boy's plans. She's worried about his determined expression. The boy turned with a smile and explained his objective. He intended to extract a crystal from the ground. Shinji, furious, demands that the enemy show himself. The destruction attack is now ready to be used. And he activated it right next to the crystal. An aura of energy spread through his body again. The ground cracked, and stone began to emerge from the ground. Everything was going according to plan. Shinji claims this has already been fully revealed. Yu asks about the next steps. The subject announces the start of the operation. His words sound like a signal for action. At the same time, the defeated dragon was flying somewhere in the cave. The dragon, furious, vows revenge on the man after his recovery. Rage gushes from his mouth. And now he almost flew out of the cave. There is light at the end of the tunnel. Somewhere, there was a group of people who admired Fuji's strength. His punch surpassed Koji Hozumi's. Someone in the crowd told us to be quiet, as Koji might be nearby. But another said he wasn't afraid of a man who only talked. The injured redhead threatened to destroy the group instantly in his thoughts if it weren't for the wound on his arm. It's Koji. Suddenly, everyone looked up. There was something scary there. It was a dragon that suddenly flew towards them and had already managed to use its deadly breath. And almost all members of the group died almost immediately in the flames, leaving behind only screams and ashes. Others in the group noticed the dragon's appearance, and they urgently urged everyone to be careful. The command is given to combine forces for a simultaneous attack, and immediately the fiery energy merged with the water energy and then with the ice energy. Slashing blows, fireballs, and water dragons all flew towards the monster. This time, the dragon feels absolute power and strength. His laughter expresses the ecstasy of true dominance. The laughter grows louder. The voice proclaims such behavior as the only thing worthy of a ruler, and he killed common warriors who were clearly weaker than he. Hozumi admits that the fight is futile. He decides to flee immediately, valuing his own life. Suddenly, the dragon sensed something and looked through the crowd. The dragon senses the escape attempt. It raises its paw and reaches out toward Koji to grab him. The traitor realizes his discovery. The dragon's paw landed on his back, and now he couldn't move. The creature asks ironically about the chances of escaping his absolute control. Hozumi begs for his life. He offers any service in exchange for mercy. The dragon sat above him and scornfully questioned the one-armed weakling's capabilities. A desperate traitor offers to help kill former allies. The other warriors accuse Hozumi of treason. If Shinji were here, he would definitely kill the pathetic Koji. The dragon rejects the deal. He could easily kill these people alone, so he doesn't need Koji's help. Hozumi, in desperation, promises to free the dragon from the singularity. His offer sounds like a trump card. The dragon doubts the viability, but he is interested. Hozumi explains the plan to destroy the barrier with energy, and once he destroys the barrier, the dragon will be able to escape easily. Suddenly, an energy enveloped the dragon around him, and he turned towards the source of the threat. Standing at the door were Mika and Natsuki, who were in shock at Koji's betrayal of humanity. The criticism is a forgotten debt. Hozumi cynically calls it the ability to sense trends and where the wind is blowing. The dragon laughs at the line about the direction of the wind. He approves of the joke. The creature gives the chance to prove the sincerity of the words. This test will be a pass to life. He directs some of his energy directly to Koji, and immediately covers him, and the guy himself screams in pain. The magic even covers his severed hand and starts doing something to it. And then, in an instant, a new dragon hand appeared on him. This is the Dragon Force skill. The girls around tensed at this turn of events. The dragon's short command demanded immediate confirmation of his worth as a dragon's assistant. Hozumi meekly agrees, calling the Dragon Lord and examining his new body as a subordinate dragon. Natsuki and Mika, brimming with determination, declare the need to stop the villain at any cost. They challenge the enemy, willing to sacrifice their lives for a common goal. The villain only laughs scornfully at their naive attempt to defy him. In response to the threats, Guy challenges the overly talkative girls to a fight to test their strength. Boten tries to stop the conflict, but Mika rudely pushes her away, calling her a burden. The girl attacks her opponent with ice chains, trying to immobilize him. Koji laughs back at her attack, calling her too weak. With a single blow, he shatters all the ice chains that were aimed at him. Just then, Natsuki appears behind him, trying to kick him with her fire attack with her foot. But the guy managed to turn around and grab her leg hard, squeezing her arm tightly, causing the girl to cry out in pain. Then the guy intercepted and grabbed her leg, starting to pull her behind him. And quickly turning around, the Koji slammed the Natsuki's back into the ground. He then drew his sword and prepared to deliver a strong and deadly blow to the girl. Natsuki watched this with horror and the realization that she didn't have time to dodge the swift attack. Koji strikes the girl with force, but suddenly something stops his attack, preventing him from killing the girl. The man feels a sudden piercing coldness from Mika's attack. Mika used her ice chains and demanded to release her friend Natsuki immediately. but the guy angrily released his dragon hands from the ice captive technique again. The freed Natsuki is relieved and thanks her savior for her timely help. Mika warns her friend about the extreme danger of the attacks coming from the enemy. The villain blames the girl's success on luck and demands that they show all their hidden trump cards. After that, he strikes his energy-filled sword on the ground so that the shards of the cave were in the air. And the girls themselves were already falling into the huge rift that appeared from Koji's blow. They were falling faster and faster, and the bottom of the chasm was not even visible. This was also the end. But finally they landed hard, hitting their backs and heads on the hard floor of the cave. Natsuki immediately got to her feet with great difficulty after her serious injury, and seeing her unconscious friend tried to bring her to her senses after the fall. Natsuki was horrified to find that Mika had suffered an even more serious and life-threatening injury. Koji, already down on energy, mockingly points out the overwhelming difference in their strength and capabilities. Natsuki is furious, calling Koji Hozumi a traitor and threatening that Shinji will deal with him as soon as he gets here. Koji mockingly declares that he will find Shinji himself before they can call him. The traitor proudly declares his new, frightening power now at his disposal and sends a huge wave of dragon energy straight at the girls. Natsuki, with an injured Miku in her arms, apologizes to the absent Shinji for her defeat. But a second before the girls die, the dragon attack is stopped by some strange energy, and then, just as quickly as it appeared, it dissipates. The girl was in complete shock, as she was already preparing to die. At the same time, Shu comes to them and sighs with relief, realizing that he managed to avoid being killed by the mighty Shinji for not saving the girls. Natsuki was shocked that the nerd was able to do something to protect them after all. Koji weaves a little closer and directly accuses Shu of changing the trajectory of his attack earlier. In response to the direct accusation, the boyfriend only smirks and confirms his hunch. Suddenly, the man raises a finger and offers to stop the fight. But Koji acts very cautiously, for he doesn't know all of the nerd's abilities, and asks what he means. The guy suggests that Koji leave the singularity with the dragon to quiet the conflict. Everyone will forget about it. Natsuki vehemently rejects this plan, warning about the deaths of the military outside, and how he hurt their friend badly and is a bastard in general. But Shu also reminds them of their severe wounds and need for urgent treatment, and adds that he hadn't originally planned to get into this kind of mess. He goes on to reason that even with the dragon outside, Koji won't be able to make much trouble. He reminds everyone of Koji's crushing defeat to Shinji in the recent past, which makes the traitor very angry. Koji attacks him with his triple dragon attack. Apparently, there will be no truce and no treaty. The sudden attack forces Koji to admit that he was almost overwhelmed by his opponent's power. Hozumi unleashes a swift attack, which he calls a flaming 10-strike dissection. The guy again offers to stop, calling himself a convinced pacifist, and easily deflects all of his attacks. Koji becomes enraged and demands that Shu stop defending himself and attack for real. The nerd mockingly asks if his opponent is angry and explains his dislike of fighting. However, the man immediately stipulates that this does not at all mean he is weak in combat, and attacks Koji from all sides, forcing him to strain hard to fend off all of the nerd's attacks at once. But he clearly didn't succeed, as the nerd's techniques quickly pinned the guy down. As soon as he realized that he couldn't hold back this huge force, he only had to take his last breath, and a huge, powerful explosion went off in the cave in place of the Koji. After the explosion, the guy stood exhausted on his knees. Koji Hozumi is furious, and demands to know what kind of power his opponent has awakened. Shu replies with a chuckle that he has no intention of revealing information about his powers to such people. Suddenly, the boy suggests Koji leave the place with the dragon, ending the senseless fight. Koji announces his name with a haughty look and loudly proclaims the impossibility of his defeat, attacking the nerd. Shu quickly repelled his attack and calmly reiterated that such attacks only hurt Koji himself, quickly demonstrating that pain to him through a strong kick technique from behind. Koji couldn't believe what was happening, his face contorted in shock and disbelief, while Shu calmly and not loudly crushed him with his technique with monstrous force. He had cornered the traitor and was striking him from multiple directions. The realization of his opponent's strength slowly crept into Koji's mind, causing him to despair. He cannot lose. Natsuki, too, continues to analyze his opponent's incredible abilities, previously hidden from everyone. Koji decides to strike, and warns that absorbing these fiery attacks is impossible for his opponent. And he strikes with his sword, releasing a bunch of energy into the ground, activating his shockwave of blue dragon flame, and aimed it directly at Shu, who was calmly standing and waiting. In the blink of an eye, activating his huge barrier technique, stopping the traitor's shockwave, and reflecting it right back at Koji, leaving him lying on the ground. Koji collapses into a scream, not realizing the reason for his defeat, until Shu walks up to the injured boy and calls an end to the game. The nerd, with a slight chuckle, calls what happened just a fun game, and he doesn't even know there's already a dragon behind him. At the last second, the kid looks back and sees the monster, but he doesn't react in time, and the huge, sharp claws pierce him. Natsuki was in shock. She couldn't do anything to help the man who saved her life. Koji noticed the appearance of the Azure Dragon, addressing him with a respectful greeting. The dragon announces his complete healing and transition to the next level thanks to Koji's energy. While the guy was squirming in pain, the monster flips the guy off and announces his intention to leave the singularity and take revenge on those who sealed him away. The Azure Dragon vows to make his abusers pay for what they have done. Koji begs the powerful dragon to take him with him, vowing his usefulness. The dragon recognizes Koji's merit, but calls him unnecessary trash, and grabs that trash by the head, preparing to destroy it right there. Koji continues to desperately beg for at least one chance to prove his worth, but the traitor's life was quickly ended. The dragon didn't want to give Koji a chance. He only stared at the breathless body of his assistant and savored the sight and its energy. Azure Dragon coldly states that it was now the turn of Shu and his girlfriends. Natsuki was still in shock at everything that had happened here. Mika still had no way of waking up. The injured Shu asks Natsuki to come over to him for an important conversation. The girl surprisingly interjects about the necessity of such a conversation right now. The man explains his plan to create a crack in the singularity for their escape. Natsuki worries about his safety in case they leave without him. They can't leave him here, he'll die. Shinji firmly states his promise to Shinji to protect them at all costs. And that's when the dragon decided to swoop down on them with a piercing scream and death wishes. It was then that Shu realized it was time to act. He reached out and opened a portal right next to the girls. And boy, does he order them to seize the moment for an immediate escape. It's either now or never. Natsuki begs him to stay alive and make sure to come back, and quickly enters the portal with the injured Miku in his arms. As soon as the portal closes, the guy is immediately hit by a dragon strike, a very strong one. The dragon mocks his attempt at heroism and threatens to kill him first, and the wounded Shu confidently replies that it won't be so easy to kill him. Suddenly, the scene changes, and Yu and Shinji appears, clearly tired from carrying the huge crystal. Yu offers him a rest after his long burden, but the guy refuses. He starts bragging about how this load is like a regular workout for him every day. Suddenly, a portal opens behind him, startling him. Two girls fall out of it in a flash. Yu notices that these girls are Natsuki and Miku, rushing over to meet them. And while Mika was still out, Natsuki urgently asks Shinji to help Shu, who is in danger. They help them up, and Shinji anxiously asks about the cause of both girls' serious injuries, and what's up with Shu. Natsuki explains that Shu was severely injured fighting the Azure Dragon to save them. The guy instantly realizes that it's about the same dragon that escaped earlier. Shinji orders Yu and Natsuki to evacuate immediately with Mika and the crystal, and sets off to help himself. Yu insists on accompanying them, knowing the dragon's new stage of evolution, but the boy confidently promises to return safely with Shu. The girl quietly pleads with him to be sure to stay alive after the upcoming battle. The scene has once again moved further into the cave. The dragon beats Shu mercilessly, dragging him and slamming him against the ground and walls of the cave. The boy painfully admitted that the dragon's attack had caused him serious damage. He tried to use his magic to defend himself and escape, but nothing worked. Even a small piece of technique quickly dissolved into thin air. His spiritual power was almost completely depleted after confronting a powerful opponent. The Azure Dragon, on the other hand, loomed over and mocked Shu's helplessness, explaining the impossibility of creating a crack with his intervention. The monster sneeringly asks about his feelings in the face of imminent death. Shu calmly replies that he has faced mortal danger before. The dragon decides to keep up the pressure until he submits and pleads for mercy, striking mercilessly, and blowing not only with his claws, but also with his dragon breath. The monster taunted the guy. Not a single living spot was left on the surface of his body. After the blow, he fell flat on the ground, and the dragon approached him again. Shu raised his head slightly and declared his resilience, calling the fire attacks insufficient to break him. The dragon was enraged by this, and then decided to give his deadly attack to finish off the nerd. And the wave of flame was about to reach the mutilated boy. As the dragon's attack was interrupted by some other energy, the dragon squinted his eyes and realized that he had seen this energy before. His gaze fell on the protagonist, who had come there in his full aura to save Shu. He thanks his comrade for helping him protect the girls, but Shu interrupts him, refusing to accept death as a given. Shinji now takes control of the situation, offering to trust him. The boy reminds the dragon of his previous favor and declares an end to his escapades. The dragon arrogantly declares that he is not so easy to kill now. He declared his superiority thanks to the Iron Wen stage, and compared the impending killing of the GG to squashing an insect. Shinji calmly offers him a demonstration of his full power and abruptly pushed himself off the ground. Soaring upwards and preparing to deliver a bunch of slashing blows with his red cool sword at the dragon. The dragon disdains his opponent's technique as a cheap trick and conducts a swift attack, trying to knock the hero as far away as possible. But GG sharply dodged and inflicted a huge slashing wound on the monster. That's how these lizards should be. But Shinji still noted the strength and defense of the enemy thanks to the new stage of evolution. The guy applies his Thunder Flame explosive slashing technique. The monster in turn activates his Dragon Storm technique and disperses GG's attack, hitting him directly. From such a blow, Shinji flew very far away and crashed into the wall of the cave with force. But once the dust cleared, he mockingly asks if this is really the best the Iron Wen stage can do. The dragon is furious, questioning the reasons for the enemy's survivability. Shinji uses the advanced Thunder Flame Blast technique. In response, the dragon uses the shield technique to repel all attacks, and then the spiritual palm technique to attack Shinji. And he succeeds. It's as if he's giving the protagonist an uppercut. With this blow, Azure Dragon disdainfully declares the insurmountable difference in strength between him and the human. Shinji recognizes with a dose of sarcasm that defeating the Iron Wind stage creature will be difficult. The dragon reacts with disbelief to his opponent's words, suspecting him of hiding his true strength. Guy confirms that he was indeed holding back his abilities, wanting to gauge the dragon's strength. The monster categorically rejects the very possibility of a human reaching the Iron Wen stage. Shinji explains that he had originally planned to undergo the breakthrough in a safer place, but since he didn't know what to expect, he decided to accumulate more spiritual energy. But since the monster killed all the cultivators and GG's friends evacuated from here, he is ready to show him a couple of surprises. The system notifies him that enough spiritual energy has been accumulated to break through. So, GG presses the button that will allow him to break through the barrier. Now, his strength increased many times over, and his body was simply torn by uncontrollable, powerful energy. The dragon was shocked by what he just saw, a powerful transformation of a man. And now, already Shinji accepts the challenge with determination and prepares to immediately enter the next level of battle. The Azure Dragon can't believe that a mere human has reached the Iron Wind stage. The monster admits that he feels genuine terror at the aura emanating from this man. Shinji mockingly asks if his powerful opponent has suddenly chickened out. The dragon tries to convince himself that his opponent's power is only temporary and borrowed. The monster tries to threaten, but his speech is cut short halfway through. After all, the protagonist was already there and pointed his sword straight at the dragon's throat, leaving a long trail of blood. Shinji innocently apologizes for not having enough control over his new power. The boy assures the dragon that he won't let it die easily after all the suffering his friends have caused. The dragon tries to counterattack with his crowning technique of Dragon Fist. He tries to harass the protagonist with his attack, who deftly dodges every blow, and confidently counterattacks with forces that are several times greater than the dragon's. The monster is amazed by the incredible speed of his opponent's movements, confirming his new level. Shinji uses his Thunderflame Slash technique against the weakened dragon and hits the monster very hard, splitting its belly so that dragon blood poured out very profusely. Shinji, on the other hand, put out his sword and warned the dragon about the next attack to its left side, advising it not to make any sudden movements. The dragon screamed in rage not to be mocked and tried to gather the rest of its strength. Gathering his last breaths, the monster decides to deliver his slash blows. The energy hits like a razor. But in response, Shinji demonstrates another technique called lightning flash, and their energies collide firmly, causing a large energy explosion, from which the hero quickly appears near the dragon, preparing to strike the reptile. But the dragon noticed the nimble guy and immediately activated more aura around him and tried to hit him again with his slash attack. But Shinji quickly jumps behind the dragon's back and prepares to give him a fatal blow. And so it goes. He finally punched the monster with his katana from behind. True skill. The dragon was squirming in pain and couldn't understand how this was even possible. The man defeats it in its strongest phase. The guy in turn explains that this punch was for Natsuki and Miki, and the next one will be for Shu. The dragon realizes the hopelessness of the situation and looks for a way to escape. The monster decides to use Shu's life as a bargaining chip to save himself, and quickly fires a large and powerful blob of energy at him. Shu sees this, and for the 5th time today, he prepares for his imminent death. The protagonist, on the other hand, quickly realized the dragon's plan. Wasn't happy with it, even swore at it. In a moment, he was already there and easily fended off the dragon's deadly blow to the Shu. And while GH was doing this, the serpent was already at full speed and laughing, flying through the cleft to the outside. Shinji quickly appears next to Shu to make sure he's safe. Shu pleads with the guy not to let the dragon escape, oblivious to his own wounds. Shinji confidently declares that he won't let his opponent get away. The guy asks Shu to keep secret what he's about to do, putting the guy in complete bewilderment. But he quickly agrees with his savior. You can't ask too many questions in a situation like this. And then Shinji activates another ability and summons even more aura. So much so that now it was swirling near him with such force that it resembled a tornado. Shu watches in amazement at the manifestation of the power of the Iron Wind stage, and realizes that apparently there really are 3 different spiritual energies inside Shinji's body. Now the protagonist is ready to activate all of his power and channel it into catching that dragon bastard. Shinji demonstrates a powerful technique called the Thunderous Auroral Slash, and wishing only death to the monster, releases a huge beam of energy forward. It moved quickly and was about to reach the flying monster. The dragon at this time felt an incredible presence of power coming from the enemy, and before it could fully turn around, the dragon's body was pierced by the main character's huge beam. It was fatal. Now the dragon clearly didn't fly anywhere, his whole body in wounds and blood from his mouth. It let out a mighty roar into the air before leaving and giving up its spirit. Shu at this time sat and marveled at the true power of the Iron Wind stage Shinji had displayed. At this time, the GG walks over to him and helps him stand up. Shu immediately asks in amazement if the guy has really reached the Iron Wind stage. Shinji also recognizes Shu's impressive abilities against the Azure Dragon, but asks why was he hiding them and not showing them to anyone. Shu explains his fears of losing control of his own power. He reveals the nature of his ability called spatial separation, but the guy also expresses concern about the unpredictable consequences of his power if there is a loss of control. But Shinji immediately takes him by the shoulder and cheers him up, talking about the possibility of using such a great power for good. Before finally leading him out of that cave, Shinji advised Shu to train his skills and control. That way he could protect even more people. The scene abruptly shifted to the deployed headquarters, where Natsuki informs General Gendo of the Azure Dragon's evolution and the critical situation in the Singularity. The general interjects in amazement about the presence of the dragon and the fate of the other cultivators. The girl sadly confirms the death of all the cultivators from the monster's clutches. The general cannot believe the deaths of such powerful warriors of 7th level and above. Yu explains the incredible power of the dragon after reaching the Iron Wind stage. Yi looks at his slumped friend. The general was shocked. How is it the Iron Vein stage? Natsuki desperately begs the general to immediately send reinforcements to rescue Shinji and Shu. The general gives the order to assemble an elite squad to move into the singularity immediately. And the scene shifts again to closer to the cave. Active preparation begins. The first squad is checking the ammunition. The second is studying the operation plan. Suddenly, the entire military detachment notices some movement inside the cave and declared a state of high alert to prevent the breakthrough of the dragon. The commander stresses the unacceptability of the Azure Dragon breaking through their lines of defense, but it turns out not to be a dragon, but just Shinji with a shoe on his hands. He too is shocked at so many guns pointed at him. Yu and Natsuki are relieved and rush over to check on his condition. The guy assures everyone of his good condition and wonders the reason for the military preparations. Natsuki explains that they were preparing to support him in the singularity. Shinji calmly reports the victory over the Azure Dragon and his death. The general can't hide his amazement, interjecting about Shinji's personal involvement in the victory. The guy confirms the elimination of the threat and asks to check the area for survivors. The military agrees with Shinji's arguments and begins an organized entry into the singularity. A clear command is given to begin search operations inside the anomalous zone, and a large Sherpa of the military was already inside the cave loudly pacing. Suddenly, they all stopped in shock and horror at what appeared before them. Amidst the ruins, the military team makes an incredible discovery: the real body of a dragon. The soldiers are amazed by this fact. They had never seen a real dragon before. And even more, they were surprised by Mr. Fuji's incredible power, comparing it to the power of a nuclear weapon. They can't believe that one man could defeat a creature of the Iron Wind stage. What is happening seems to the general like an unreal event ripped out of a fantasy novel. Suddenly, there is a cry of discovery of a survivor among the wreckage of the singularity. The scene suddenly shifts to a hospital. The medics finish treating Shu's wounds, stating that there is no threat to his life. They tell all of this to the protagonist, who has been watching Shu the entire time of his recovery. Shinji inquires about his comrade's well-being, showing genuine concern for his condition. Shu replies with relief that he is just glad to be alive after the terrible battle. He turns to Shinji to ask about another request. Shu asks the protagonist to keep his true power a secret. The guy agrees without too many questions to respect his friend's wish to keep the secret. Shu gratefully accepts it. Shinji heads off to check on the condition of Yue's parents, leaving Shu in the care of the medics, and the scene shifts to another room. He asks the scientists about their progress in analyzing the mysterious crystal with people sealed inside. The researchers throw up their hands, recognizing the futility of all attempts to destroy the crystal. The red-haired boss attributes this to the incredible hardness of the seal material, which defies all methods of influence. Shinji recalls the system's hint that the seal's energy can be absorbed at a new stage. He decides to use his new level of power to attempt to free Yue's parents. Guy asks everyone but Yue herself to leave the room for the risky procedure. Red agrees to his plan and is willing to help in any capacity she can, and together with the medics, they leave. Yue asks hopefully and anxiously about the details of the plan and her participation in the process. Shinji explains that the crystal contains powerful and unstable seal energy inside. It is this energy that makes the crystal incredibly strong and resistant to destruction. Guy offers to absorb this energy using his spiritual power to break the seal. Yue expresses concern about the possible danger of such an absorption to Shinji himself. The man assures her it is perfectly safe, calling this level of energy negligible. He adds that the current growth rate of Yue and the others is insufficient for future challenges. Yue mentally disagrees, finding his own progress absurdly fast. Shinji offers to share some of the absorbed spiritual energy to accelerate her evolution. The girl asks in surprise if he has also awakened ice energy, but gets a negative answer. He still has thunder, fire, and light as well. And now the girl doubts the possibility of accepting alien spiritual energy with her body. The system demonstrates a new ability to create a special pill to add a new attribute of energy. Shinji smiles at his new possibilities, and Yue looks at the unexpected find from the singularity with amazement. Shinji shows Yue a mysterious pill that glows with an inner light. The girl is amazed to recognize it as the legendary elixir described in ancient manuscripts. Yue cannot believe that such a precious medicine exists in the modern world. The guy insists that she take the pill without asking any questions. The girl hesitates, believing that such a treasure should go to Shinji himself for his growth. The man assures her that he has other ways of strengthening himself and does not need this pill. Shinji explains that the elixir will strengthen Yue's body for the upcoming transfer of spiritual energy. The girl finally agrees and prepares to accept the gift, understanding its necessity. The process begins, and Yue feels powerful energy overflowing her cells. Her body struggles to withstand the pressure of the force, causing a wave of excruciating pain. It makes her cough up blood and then scream in pain. Shinji orders her to relax and not resist the flow, promising to help. He places his hand on her forehead to calm her energy and ease the pain. With his other hand, he takes the crystal, which is already emitting yellow energy. The wave of energy immediately transferred to his hand, and the hieroglyphs shone even brighter. Yu was shocked and asked the main character what he was doing. Shinji announces that from this moment on, Yue has become a practitioner with a double attribute. The girl was shocked to realize that he had given her the incredible power of dual attributes. She immediately tried to activate her second attribute power. Even more energy began to flow through the main character's body. It infuses the girl with more and more power with every passing second. The guy confirms that now this power belongs only to Yue herself. The scene abruptly changes to a country house. The main character returns to the house in new clothes. He is immediately greeted by a joyful Natsuki, who hugs his arm. Shinji reports on the successful rescue of Yue's parents, who are now in a coma. He is confident that they will recover in the coming days and that Yue herself is fine. The girl was hospitalized for observation after awakening a new attribute. Natsuki is surprised. What does he mean, a new attribute? The guy says she'll soon see for herself. A sudden call from someone catches the girl off guard. Who would call her at this time? It was her friend Haruka. The guy asked, "What's so surprising about that?" The girl explained her surprise by saying that her friend rarely called him on her own. Natsuki picks up the phone and asks Haruka if something serious has happened. Haruka asks her if she saw a practitioner named Shu Sumida at the tournament. The girl immediately notices that her friend's voice sounds strange and alarmed, as if something has happened. The girl shares the terrifying news that a super mutant monster has appeared in their city. Natsuki is shocked by the news that the army and all the practitioners have been destroyed by the monster. She tries to get more details, and Haruka replies that she is in an underground shelter, but the situation seems completely hopeless. The girl desperately describes the complete destruction of all the city's defenders, not knowing what to do next. Natsuki urges her friend to hold on and swears to contact her grandfather immediately to organize a rescue. But Haruka has almost resigned herself to her fate and asks Natsuki to tell Shu not to return to the city. She describes the city of Fuyutsuki as a living hell, where there is no point in returning, and Natsuki then calls Shinji. The boy assesses the main question: how quickly they can get to the stricken city. Natsuki swears to his friend that he will definitely come to her aid and save her. Haruka finds it hard to believe, but still thanks her friend for her words of support. The connection is suddenly cut off, and Natsuki tries in vain to shout to Haruka. Shinji takes the initiative, instructing Natsuki to prepare the helicopter while he goes to look for Shu. Natsuki nods understandingly, accepting the plan and preparing to carry it out. Suddenly, the scene abruptly shifts to the clinic. There, a battered Shu is happily drinking ice water. Suddenly, the main character appears in the room and asks how he is feeling. Shu only has time to report the appearance of a man who looks like death itself in his room. So he doesn't have long left. Shinji informs Shu about the appearance of a super mutant monster in Fuyutsu and the complete destruction of the army. The guy mentions a call from Natsuki's friend named Haruka, but Shu abruptly interrupts him and asks if something happened to Haruka. The guy watches Shu's sharp reaction to Haruka's name with surprise, asking if he knows her. Shu confirms that he knows the girl, as she is the daughter of the head of the city's practitioners association. And then the guy wonders if he has romantic feelings for this girl. Shinji says he is going to the city of Fuyutsu and asks Shu directly if he is ready, despite his injuries, to be a guide in the rescue mission. Shu immediately jumps up confidently and declares that he knows Fuyutsuki like the back of his hand and is ready to help even with his eyes closed. A moment later, he was already at the command center. Shinji asks the military to provide him with a secure satellite laptop. The officer acknowledges the young man's merits, but refuses due to the strict secrecy of the technology. The military explains that he cannot simply hand over a device containing classified information. The man firmly states that this is not a request, but a decision he has already made. The officer panics and tries to convince Shinji that military power does not give him the right to violate the charter. The young man contemptuously ridicules the mention of any rules in this situation. Shinji asks if it is appropriate to talk about regulations when a monster appears in the city. The stunned officer asks again about the super mutant and the lack of intelligence. The guy calmly states that all forces in Fuyutsuki have been completely destroyed, and after such an address, he still took the laptop. Shinji declares that, given the circumstances, he is simply taking the laptop with him. The scene changes, and now they are in a helicopter. Shu, who is observing the situation, cannot believe that the military has really given in. He notes with concern that the device contains a huge amount of secret data. Shinji counters that all the old information has lost its value with the return of spiritual energy. Shu is forced to agree that the world has changed, and the old data is now useless. At that moment, a girl with purple hair named Natsuki runs up to their plane. She is worried and asks the boy to be extremely careful during the mission. Shinji reassures her, comparing his trip to a quick trip to the store for soy sauce. The girl is amazed that he can even find a chance to joke at a time like this. At that moment, the helicopter's blades begin to spin. Natsuki watches the helicopter fly away with concern and silently asks Shinji to come back alive and unharmed. A couple of hours later, they were already deep in the sky. The boy looked hopefully toward Fuyutsuki, wishing that the boy would make it in time. Shinji asks Shu about the number and strength of the cultivators in the city. Shu reports that there were about 5,000 practitioners in the city, mostly 6th level. He clarifies that 20 of them were 9th level, and Harukawada was considered the strongest. The guy adds that the military garrison numbered about 1,000 elite soldiers. Shu mentions the presence of a large number of anti-aircraft missile systems in the city. With bitter regret, he states that all these forces were completely destroyed. Shinji orders the team to begin preparations for arrival in the disaster area. The pilot announces that they will soon be entering the airspace above Fuyutsuki. The city was already in complete chaos and engulfed in flames. Shu stares in horror at what is happening on the ground, unable to comprehend the scale of the destruction. The buildings were almost completely destroyed by the green substance, and around all this, hordes of zombies were running around. They watched from above as buildings collapsed and crowds of zombies ran through the destroyed city. Along the way, they killed the last survivors, and already rushing forward toward the main character's helicopter. The main character watched this and noticed a familiar, dark spiritual energy enveloping the city ruins. The pilot asks about finding a suitable place to land the helicopter in the destroyed city. Shinji calmly states that landing will not be necessary and orders the door to be opened. Shu is simply shocked by this order. The pilot, completely baffled, asks again, not believing his ears because of the altitude of 6 kilometers. The guy insists on his order. Despite all attempts to dissuade him, the pilot must simply open the door. The doors open, and Shinji explains his plan to attack the small monsters first, before the main group. Shu is shocked by the crazy idea of jumping from such a height, predicting certain death, and he makes this incredible jump from the helicopter. The pilot yells, saying that after such a jump, his body will simply be torn into a bunch of little pieces. But Shu counters that his iron vein stage makes this stunt possible. The guy becomes like a comet or a meteorite and moves at breakneck speed towards the ground. And when he crashes into it, there is a powerful explosion. All the piles of zombies around him are blown away by the strong shockwave. Those who survived looked ahead in horror. After all, at the very epicenter of the explosion was Shinji, burning with his powerful energy. They became angry at the sight of the man and began to growl even more, intending to attack the main character. But the protagonist simply decided to draw his sword, ordering all the zombies around him to perish in agony. As soon as he drew his sword, they were blinded by a huge flash of energy. It immediately sent a powerful splash forward across the ground, cutting down the crowd of monsters in front of him. The rest of the zombies were shocked to see their comrades turn to ash in a second. The guy looked at them and smiled. These brainless bastards continue to attack. And indeed, the monsters kept pushing forward, not intending to give up. But that made him happy, and he glowed with energy. After all, if they wanted to die so badly, he could grant their wish. He released more and more energy and almost began to glow. The monsters took this as a signal and attacked him. They swung their claws at the main character with rage, baring their teeth. And then the monster attacked and broke the ground with its blow. But the main character was no longer there. He was behind the monster and struck it with his sword, mocking the zombie for being too slow. The Walking Dead was in complete shock at this turn of events, and in the next second, the main character cut it in two. The zombie fell to the ground, shocking his comrades with such force. Shinji ironically asked if the zombies were scared by what they saw. His face was covered in blood. The zombies roared even louder. In the helicopter, the pilot wonders in amazement whether Shinji is even human after such a jump. He expresses concern that even such strength could be depleted under the onslaught of a huge army. Shu confidently counters that he still greatly underestimates the boy's abilities. The pilot is shocked and insists that Shinji's body is already close to its limits. The zombies continue to attack, but suddenly, something happens. Suddenly, a dazzling flash of incredible power appears below, stunning the observers. The pilot was simply shocked. It blinded him too. Shinji uses his signature technique called Thunder Flame Extermination, and this power destroys everything in its path, even slightly damaging the helicopter in which people are already screaming in terror. The pilot cannot believe that humans are capable of such large-scale destruction. Shu suggests finding a place to land so they can reunite with Shinji on the ground. The pilot asks in surprise if he is not going to jump after him. The guy dryly replies that in his place, any ordinary person would have simply crashed. The scene changes to the now calm city. Shu is already sitting in the Hummer and is amazed by Shinji's destructive power, realizing the might of the Iron Vein stage. Suddenly, he drives a little further and sees Shinji. Shu is concerned about the guy's condition, but he assures him that he is fine. Shinji asks Shu for the exact location of the shelter that Haruka mentioned. Shu immediately took out a map and pointed out that the shelter was located on the outskirts of the destroyed city. He explains that it is an abandoned factory that was used by other cultivators. Shinji decides to go there immediately to rescue the girl. The guy draws Shu's attention to the strange circumstances of the disaster in Fuyuts. Shu does not understand what exactly Shinji finds strange in the current situation. The guy explains that even with the appearance of a super mutant, the disaster rarely develops so rapidly. Shinji points out the abnormally large number of monsters and the huge area of destruction. He gets the feeling that this disaster is not accidental, but carefully planned by someone. Shu is terrified and suggests that someone like Huzumi may be involved. Shinji says that there is a very good chance that this is the case. And now, Shu just quietly hopes that Haruka is still okay, despite all this chaos. As they approach the location, the group notices a suspicious silence, more like an ambush. Gigi and Shu get closer and notice that it doesn't look like an evacuation point at all. They go inside and it's pretty empty. But then Gigi noticed something ahead and it confused him, so they stopped completely. They saw two huge holes in the ceiling of the room in front of them, through which light was seeping. Shinji immediately noted the complete absence of any defensive structures at the shelter. The question arises, were they not installed in time, or were they destroyed by someone? They climbed the stairs, and as soon as they reached the top, their faces were frozen in horror. On the floor, they noticed Haruka, badly beaten and unconscious. Shu immediately rushed to her, shouting her name, and desperately tried to revive the seriously injured Haruka. Shinji noted her serious injuries and disrupted spiritual energy flow. Shu insisted on immediate medical attention to save her life. Suddenly, the protagonist is overcome by a strange premonition about the whole situation. He abruptly orders his companion to look up. Immediately, a cage falls on them from above, and only the main character is able to return and avoid the trap. The guy was simply in shock. And Shinji is a little angry because he didn't immediately give in to his intuition. An ominous laugh echoes from the darkness, mockingly greeting the hero. And Shu realizes in shock that he has heard this voice somewhere before. Suddenly, a man in an expensive white suit with an ominous grin emerges from the shadows. Shu is shocked to recognize the man as Takada Kiryu and asks him what he is doing there. Takada cynically explains that he used Haruka as bait to capture Natsuki, the commander-in-chief's granddaughter, because he wanted to use her to blackmail the entire military. Shu furiously demands that Kiriyama explain his reasons for betraying and destroying the association. He reminds the traitor that he was supposed to serve a life sentence or be executed. Shu angrily shouts that Kirya should still be in prison awaiting his fate. Kirya replies contemptuously that he is no longer interested in all this talk about the past. The traitor declares that there is no place for old laws and concepts of order in the new world. He proclaims that the only real value in the modern world is brute force. Kirya cynically declares that weak creatures exist only to be destroyed. Shu tries to argue that power does not give one the right to impose one's will and destroy entire cities. Kirya only smiles in response, openly confirming his cruel and tyrannical intentions. He coldly states the demise of the association, explaining it by their weakness as a species. Shu painfully recalls the numerous victims among the cultivators who died for the sake of Kirya's training. He asks in disbelief how it was possible to so cruelly wound Haruka, who had helped him. Kirya replies that all those who died were simply fools who wasted their lives. He asks mockingly whether a truly strong person should sacrifice themselves for the weak. The traitor compares ordinary people to ants, not worthy of any sacrifice on the part of the strong. This angers Shu. At this time, Shinji was sitting aside, finding this scene quite interesting. Suddenly, Kirya notices Shinji, who had been silent until then, and asks about him. Shinji calmly introduces himself as Shu's friend, and says that he has listened carefully to their entire conversation, and declares that Kirya's worldview is surprisingly naive and primitive. The traitor reacts with irritation to the sudden intervention of a stranger. The guy begins to challenge Kirya's assertion that power gives one the right to set the rules. Shinji asks Kirya what would happen if someone stronger than him appeared. The guy asks if Kirya would then agree with the right of the strong to decide his fate. Kirya takes these words as a direct threat against him with a smirk. Shinji parries that it is not a threat, but simply a warning about his opponent's lack of strength. After these words, the mad bastard immediately activates his energy and tries to attack the main character. Shu warns Shinji with a shout that Kirya is using the same lightning element. The main character was even a little surprised, and easily parried the blow from this crazy freak. This greatly surprised Kirya. Shinji's system detects powerful lightning energy, the absorption of which will strengthen his attribute, and immediately repels the mad brute's attack. Shinji orders Shu to leave immediately with the wounded Haruka. Shu tries to use his power, but finds that it is blocked in this cage. Kirya gloats, mocking Shu's naive attempt to escape. He explains that the cage is made of a special material that suppresses the powers of cultivators. Kirya clarifies that inside the cage, any cultivator becomes an ordinary person. At that moment, Shinji tells his partner to hold on tight and get ready. Shu is not very happy with this order. Shinji defiantly declares that he will now test the strength of the cage, and immediately tears off the roof of Shu's cage. The guy crouches down in horror. Kiriyama is shocked by such disrespect for his efforts. Shu swears in anger that he will return as soon as he ensures Haruki's safety. Shinji coldly replies that Shu's help will only get in the way of the upcoming battle. And a new dimension opens up. Kirya contemptuously assesses Shinji's courage, not believing in his strength. Shinji calmly repeats that he is simply stating the fact of his opponent's weakness. Kiriyama is enraged by Shinji's calmness, accusing him of overconfidence. He activates his slash with a purple lightning bolt. He grabs it more comfortably. He shouts insults with hatred, calling Shinji a cultivator's trash. He leaps into action. Kirya goes on the offensive, using his Shadow Spear of Thunder technique. He directs it straight at the main character. Shinji respectfully notes his opponent's good attack technique. Kirya is amazed at the guy's ability to dodge and doubts its effectiveness. But she still can't catch up with him, striking the air instead of the main character. Kirya mockingly questions Shinji's former confidence, who only dodges. But the guy continues to dodge, jumping right in front of him, and lands softly. The opponent continues to taunt him, saying that all that remains of his former bravado is flight. But Shinji is disappointed by the low level of combat being demonstrated. With doubt in his voice, he asks again if this is really all his opponent has. The boy watched in amazement as his opponent unleashed a powerful burst of energy. and Shinji coldly noted that these forces were clearly insufficient to win the upcoming battle. The enemy shouted in rage, preparing to demonstrate the power of the ninth level of the spiritual spring. Kirya jumped up with tremendous force and aimed his storm arrows at the main character. But nothing hit him, and the boy noticed that his opponent was too slow. After that, Kirya became very angry, and then, with a deafening roar, he unleashed all his power on Shinji. The guy parried the attack, noting the superiority of his own technique over brute force. After that, he asked Kirya to let him demonstrate his abilities. A second later, the energetic protagonist was already a few centimeters away from the bastard in white. The man calmly stated that the fight would soon be over, and then he struck with his fiery whip. Seeing this, Kirya was simply terrified of his imminent death. It was truly inevitable. He couldn't even move his head, and the fiery whip struck him, cutting his body in two. The defeated opponent gasped out a question, unable to comprehend his defeat. He fell to his knees, but still arrogantly declared that he had reached the ninth level of the spiritual spring. The highest level! Shinji skeptically assessed his opponent's claimed level of power. The opponent was astonished and assumed that the boy had also reached the ninth level. But then, how could he not have sensed his aura? But then Shinji revealed his true level of power, the first stage of Iron Veins. The stunned enemy could hardly believe that he had achieved Iron Veins. Shinji asked mockingly if his opponent was scared now. Completely destroyed, the enemy began to beg for mercy and forgiveness. He offered to become his loyal servant, just to save his own life. Shinji reminded him of the cruel principle that the strong set the rules. Kirya himself had spoken of this. The young man asked sarcastically why the rules should change for the weak, and pointed his sword at Kirya. But the enemy again rushed to beg the main character not to do this, justifying himself. The enemy tried to shift the blame onto his leader. And then Kirya saw the blade at his throat with horror and shouted a question about the strongest cultivator in the city of Fuyuts. Kirya immediately began to deny this status, referring to another person. Kirya asked about this person's involvement in the destruction of the city. The man explained that everything that was happening was just an experiment. Shinji indignantly asked about the use of people as guinea pigs. The enemy confirmed that person's complete indifference to human life. Shinji asked directly about the real level of power of this mysterious enemy. And then, trembling with fear, Kirya revealed shocking information about the third level of the Iron Veins. The boy pondered the information he had received about such a powerful enemy. The defeated enemy began to beg Shinji to spare his life, but then the main character's sword sparkled with lightning energy. And then Kirya desperately reminded him of the information he had provided and asked to be released. The man insisted on compliance with the supposed agreement. Shinji coldly replied that there was no agreement between them. Another desperate plea for mercy and salvation followed. But without even listening to him, Shinji pierced the bastard in white with his sword. His voice suddenly stopped when the situation took an unexpected turn. And Gigi noted the change in the rules of the world after the return of spiritual energy. Shinji confidently declared the immutability of the principle of responsibility for evil deeds, and then Kirya fell to the ground. His contemptuous laughter was accompanied by a question about the young man's supposed heroism. The enemy uttered an insult, belittling his chances of victory in the upcoming confrontation. The opponent confidently declared that it was completely impossible to defeat that man. The prediction of imminent death was accompanied by a reminder of the third level of the Iron Veins. Shinji coldly dismissed his fears, promising to send him to the underworld. And the guy wasn't particularly pleased with that remark. His eyes rolled back. Suddenly, the system detected the presence of lightning energy and offered to absorb it. And the guy was happy about that. And spheres of energy suddenly burst out of Kirya's body. They began to actively spread and swirl around the room, while the main character slowly sucked them into his palm. Suddenly, he was seized by a convulsion, as there was an instant increase in the level of control over the lightning element inside his body. The lightning energy inside him reached the second level, significantly increasing in power. Even the body of our main character changed, and then Shinji felt the power of the second level of Iron Veins, assessing his new abilities. After a while, Shinji left the building and called out to his companion, Shu, who was fussing over the car and the girl. He anxiously inquired about Shinji's condition and the fate of Takata Kirya. The guy calmly assured his friend that the enemy was finished. Shu expressed complete bewilderment because the ninth level of the spiritual spring was a serious force. Shinji explained that at the Iron Veins stage, such a victory was commonplace. Then the man asked with slight irony about the safety of his friend's love interest. He reminded Shu of his unusual, desperate reaction at the sight of the wounded girl. A serious question was asked about the current condition of the injured Haruki. Shu reported stable indicators, but a dangerous mark on her consciousness with dark energy. Shinji confidently stated that it would be possible to quickly remove the mark thanks to the resistance of lightning, and the energy from his finger transferred to the girl's forehead. As soon as it reached her forehead, the entire spot sparkled. Then lightning wrapped around her entire body, and she began to come to her senses slightly, uttering a couple of muffled sounds. Her hands began to move, and she suddenly opened her eyes, exclaiming in surprise. The unexpected appearance of a stranger caused immediate shock to the girl. She asked where she was and what she was doing here. The guy quietly asked Shu if he really liked such frivolous girls. Suddenly, with tears in her eyes, the girl asked loudly if Shu was really here. Then, even more shocked, she jumped up in the car and shouted, "What are you doing here?" Shu explained that he had received a distress signal and immediately returned from the city of Tenkaichi. Haruka realized with surprise that he had rushed over specifically to rescue her. Then the girl began to reproach him for taking a senseless risk in a city engulfed in chaos. Especially since cowards who can't change anything in the city are doomed. Shinji pointed out that it wasn't entirely fair to call someone who had defeated the ninth level a coward. The girl asked in surprise if he really meant himself. She anxiously pointed out to Shu the recklessness of involving others in a dangerous situation. Shu passionately explained that he couldn't just ignore the distress signal he had received. He added that the complex terrain of the city required navigation assistance for Shinji. The girl accepted this when Shu said it was all true. Haruka sighed and acknowledged that there was no point in discussing what had already happened. She still thanked him for his help despite all her fears. Shinji quietly noted the obvious mutual attraction between them. But the girl suddenly became serious and suggested leaving the city immediately while there was still a chance. Shinji was immediately interested in the real situation in Fuyutsuki City. Haruka began her story with the incessant rain after Shu's departure. At first, everyone thought it was just a normal change in the weather, but the rain continued without the slightest sign of stopping. Suddenly, people who had gotten wet in the rain began to turn into zombies. Shu cursed in amazement. How could this happen? And Shinji asked if it really affected everyone. The girl confirmed that at first the rain seemed completely normal. But over time, strange changes began to occur in people's bodies and minds. Their eyes sank deep into their sockets, and their skin began to rot. They began to look like zombies. The transformed people attacked everyone around them indiscriminately, including their families. People realized how strange the rain was too late to do anything about it. They all became victims. The military and the Cultivators Association tried to resist, but even spiritual energy was of little help. Shu stated that the city had turned into a real zombie city, and the girl sadly confirmed this fact. Shinji was most interested in the fate of the members of the association and the military who had undergone the transformation. Haruka clarified that only those who were caught in the rain at the beginning had been transformed. A logical question arose about the current whereabouts of the survivors. The girl anxiously reported that they had disappeared without a trace. Shu asked in confusion what exactly this disappearance meant. How did it happen? The explanation began with the detection of a powerful energy signal from the central tower. This energy collected abnormal spiritual energy and probably caused the disaster. The military and high-ranking officials went to investigate. But after that, everyone who entered the tower disappeared without a trace. Shinji thoughtfully repeated the key word about their disappearance. Haruki continued and reported that there were no traces of bodies, cries for help, or signs of battle. It was as if the city had simply swallowed them up with no way to return. The boy suggested that someone might know the answer to this mystery. He recalled the recent sending of Takata Kiria to the afterlife. Haruka was shocked to hear the news of the murder of the strongest cultivator, and Shinji remembered that before his death, he had revealed the artificial origin of the disaster. Takata pointed to the real culprit behind all the events. It turned out to be a cultivator who had reached the third level of Iron Veins. Haruka expressed complete disbelief in the existence of the third level of Iron Veins in the city. After all, Takaya was the strongest. Shu immediately suggested that Takada Kiryu might have lied out of fear for his life. Shinji asked a reasonable question about the senselessness of lying before death. Suddenly, purple slime began to pour down over Haruki's head. She looked at the drop of purple liquid in her cup and immediately understood everything. The sudden zombie rain forced the group to quickly find shelter. They quickly headed toward the car. Someone unknown suddenly appeared next to them in the ruined city. Shinji noticed this. There was speculation that the master himself had come because of the death of his subordinates. Shu urgently ordered the guy to hurry up and called Shinji to take cover. But the guy immediately pointed out his situation, confirming the enemy's iron veins level. On the main character's shoulder was some kind of dead man's hand in a purple aura. Seeing this, Shinji's allies ordered him to turn around quickly in horror. But without even looking at the dark figure, Shinji directly asked the stranger about his involvement in the disaster. And without waiting for an answer, the guy punched the bastard with all his might. The guy in the purple aura flew with force into a nearby car. Shu immediately looked up at the beaten man and realized he knew him. And then suddenly, they all realized that it was one of the missing soldiers. Suddenly, an aura enveloped the body and devoured his face. The main character was in shock as he watched this happen. After all, the soldier had disappeared right before their eyes, completely unexpectedly. Meanwhile, the monster's true form wrapped itself around the protagonist's legs, and in a moment, the monster's claws were already aimed at Shinji with force. They were ready to tear him apart in a couple of seconds. The allies were in shock and now just screamed in horror and anger. Gigi only heard that the monster was behind him and began to turn around. Shu immediately activated the spatial separation. He opened a portal above the heads of the main character and the monster. A second later, the portal immediately began to draw in the aura of this purple monster. Shu was already nearby in his car and ordered the main character to jump in and drive away. As soon as the main character jumped into the car, they sped off with a screech of tires and a cloud of smoke. After the creature disappeared, the only question that remained was its nature. But Haruki in the back seat warned them that the creature was not yet dead. A huge cloud of aura began to form on the ground, and from it ran a black silhouette of a cat. In an instant, it became clear that this was not just a cat, but a real panther. The creature began to change shape, causing new cries of horror. The guy asked Haruki for the exact location of the tower, and Haruki asked him about their future plans in return. He put forward a theory about a hired killer sent by the conspirator. Shinji linked the killer's appearance to the elimination of Takada Kiryu, and until they killed him, the rain and chaos would not stop. After the statement about the need to destroy the creature, Haruki reacted with disbelief and horror. How could anyone kill a level 3 Iron Vein Master? Shinji simply demanded to be taken immediately to the central tower of the city. Haruka gave precise directions on how to get to the mysterious tower. The wheels spun faster and faster, and the panther from the bastard's aura did not stop running. And the car slowly drove up to that very tower. Pulling up to its base, the car made a sharp turn and parked. But the panther was very close to them. But Gigi was no slouch either. Shinji struck the panther because the creature showed incredible vitality, continuing its attacks no matter what. But after the blow, it seemed to become liquid. The guy ordered Shu to immediately evacuate the girl from the dangerous city. However, Shu flatly refused to leave Shinji and was ready to fight alongside him. Shinji tried to reason with him, pointing out that they would surely perish against the third-level Iron Veins. Such a battle would be tantamount to suicide. And then Shu begged Shinji to promise that he would definitely survive this battle. And in a moment, the guy stepped on the gas. Leaving the battlefield, Shu bitterly regretted his lack of strength to help his friend. The car drove farther and farther away, and then finally, that bastard appeared, the one responsible for the death of an entire city. The scene shifted back to the panther and the main character. The beast stared intently, incinerating with its fiery gaze. The protagonist noted with cold surprise the remarkable vitality of the summoned creature. He decided to prolong the pleasure of the fight in order to fully enjoy the process. And with tremendous force, he struck the panther with his lightning-fast fist. His other fist was already poised to deliver a series of blows, and the main character immediately punched the aura beast with an uppercut. Then he lunged forward again, intending to deliver the final deadly blow. Suddenly, in a second, the panther disappeared along with the aura, and a desperate cry for help rang out from someone in trouble. It was the girl from the panther, but the main character only contemptuously called it a pathetic trick not worth paying attention to. And with all his might, he struck the girl in the aura. The girl began to scream in pain, and her scream became more vicious, and the aura began to evaporate. And the main character continued to press with his blow, realizing that it was only an illusion. And after a couple of minutes, the aura exploded and scattered purple pieces in the wind. Shinji immediately lowered his hand, filled with a lightning-fast aura, and he expressed his firm intention to test the real power of the third level of Iron Veins. Then he opened the gate of a house and immediately entered it. In front of him, he immediately discovered a huge pool filled with a monstrous aura. It was bubbling, and it was clear that this vile slime was indeed capable of killing. Gigi looked at it and realized that it was the same liquid that was in the monsters and the panther. Suddenly, the enemy came around the corner and admitted that he did not expect to encounter the second level, and confirmed Takada's murder, realizing that the protagonist would not be here if that bastard were alive. Shinji directly accused the bastard of destroying an entire city full of people, and the man finally decided to introduce himself, and introduced himself as Kaido, a third-level cultivator of Iron Veins. He explained that the so-called spiritual water was created from the energy and hatred of thousands of people. With its help, he could create all these creatures, and they were immortal. Kaido proclaimed himself the true god of this territory with unlimited power. He approached the main character and said that during the entire time of energy return, only a couple of people had managed to reach their level. And then he offered Shinji to become his right-hand man in exchange for the power and riches of this world. But the guy just coldly asked if that was all he could offer. After receiving a refusal, Kaido bowed his head slightly, and the main character said that he had heard everything he wanted to hear, and now it was time to die. He activated his super attack. But the bastard was no slouch either. Kaido activated his tentacles made of a liquid, terrifying aura, and in an instant, their blows met. The hero's energy immediately broke through the spiritual water, and he was able to strike his opponent. Kaido immediately gritted his teeth. He didn't expect such a fast and destructive attack, and Shinji immediately activated a lightning discharge, which repelled the monster with tentacles. But after flying a couple of meters, Kaido was able to stay on his feet and noted his opponent's impressive skills with approval. Kaido warned that the next unwise choice would be Shinji's last, and the water in the pool began to boil more and more violently. A second later, a bunch of human figures flew out of it, intending to attack the main character. Shinji immediately revealed the terrible truth about the transformation of all those who had disappeared into spiritual water. The enemy promised that his army would destroy Shinji before any other outcome, and Shinji immediately proclaimed his intention to free all the captured souls immediately. Shinji used his signature techniques, the Sacred Flame and the Immortal Sword, and the main character's energy immediately repelled the energy of the spiritual water. Kaido did not like this at all. He promised to tear his enemy to pieces for all his crimes, and he released even more of his terrifying aura from his hand. His eyes were glowing, and a stream of spiritual liquid was immediately directed at the neck of the main character. The tentacle was full of aura. It almost reached Shinji, but he managed to dodge it, and to his surprise, Kaido managed to suppress even the power of the Thunder Flame attack. The enemy mocked his confusion, anticipating complete victory. Kaido promised to give Shinji his full attention until the very end of the battle, and he directed a huge network of his aura tentacles at him. But Shinji immediately began to chop off all the tendrils that were trying to reach him. However, some still managed to reach his limbs. Shinji realized that his opponent's aura did not suppress his Thunder Flame, but absorbed it. He immediately jumped a couple of meters away from the aura tentacles. Kaido explained that his dark stream energy could absorb any other attributes. He offered a last chance to bow down or face certain death. The guy began to frantically search for a solution to the dangerous situation. Suddenly, the system detected the beginning of erosion from the effects of dark stream energy. A solution appeared to merge with the fire attribute to create light flame. Shinji remembered the light attribute he had received earlier and how to use it. The protagonist applied it, and the aura of spiritual fluid began to swirl around him. Kaido mocked him, assuming that he was ready to give up. He contemptuously concluded that the boy's powers were completely insignificant. Suddenly, a huge explosion of energy occurred in the middle of the building. It immediately began to shatter the terrible aura around him until the pieces flew all over the room, throwing Kaido back with them. The enemy was amazed to feel a completely new energy cleansing the darkness. And Gigi explained that this was indeed such energy. It was called light flame. Kaido incredulously rejected the very possibility of his energy being purified by light flame. And he directed even more at the main character with shouts and wishes for death. But the main character easily stopped them with his aura and energy sphere. Shinji declared that with such a limited set of attacks, the fight would be over quickly. Kaido immediately mocked the guy's arrogance against the third level and decided to show his true power. Kaido reluctantly acknowledged the need to use a forbidden technique, but he had no choice. He had to teach the brat a lesson. He covered himself with an aura and became like a beast, and also roared like a beast. Then he pounced on the main character. The guy asked contemptuously if he thought he was some kind of super being, but his fist was unstoppable. It was already a meter away from the main character. The opponent, in a rage, promised to tear him to pieces without leaving a trace. And he continued to beat the main character, raining down a barrage of blows on the spot where the protagonist had been standing. Then he threw his head back and took a deep breath. And then he released a huge flame of his purple energy. But suddenly, a spark appeared where the protagonist had been standing, and a fiery beam shot out of it, almost hitting its creator. Shinji coldly noted the absence of new combat techniques in his opponent. He declared that right here and now would be the end of his existence. Kaido horrifiedly denied the very possibility of purifying his dark stream energy. The bastard immediately wrapped himself in an aura, and as soon as everything calmed down, he appeared in his new form. The boy was surprised to see the true form hidden beneath the human appearance. The enemy admitted that he never expected to be forced to reveal his true nature. He explained that he had long since discarded his human body, becoming a higher form of life. Kaido promised to demonstrate the true power of the third level of Iron Veins. He proclaimed his new form to be the embodiment of absolute invulnerability and immortality. Shinji mockingly asked if the enemy realized who he was dealing with. The boy activated the secret technique, Light Flame, for a decisive attack. He summoned the sacred flame of retribution to destroy his opponent. Outside, it was visible how the beam pierced the building and was visible on the street. Shu checks the connection but was unable to get through to the outside world. He assumed that the signal was probably completely blocked in the city. And then there was a huge explosion behind them. Haruka heard strange sounds coming from the city center, and they saw huge chunks of rock flying into the air. Shu immediately recognized Shinji's signature technique and rejoiced at the city's salvation. The girl suggested they return to the boy immediately now that the danger had passed. The defeated enemy could hardly believe his defeat at the hands of the third-level Iron Veins. Shinji challenged the very concept of absolute power of levels by asking key questions. The dying Kaido warned that powerful forces would not forgive such a defeat. With a final, sinister laugh, he promised to wait for the boy in hell after all the events. Shinji pondered the information he had received about the real puppet master behind Kaido, and then, in front of him, where his defeated enemy had been, something appeared in the shape of a rhombus with symbols on it. What was it? The guys immediately jumped out of the jeep and ran up to the main character, shouting his name. Haruka and Shu ran to the wreckage, where the guy was standing and saying he was fine. The guy's companion looked at Shinji and wondered how strong he was. She thinks about his destructive power and doubts that an ordinary person could possess such power. Shinji immediately declares victory over the one who destroyed Yulsun and names Chang Chong-sun. His companion reacts with great surprise to the name she hears. Haruka cannot believe what has happened and speculates about what might have happened. After all, he is dead. Shinji asks her if she knows anything about this person. The woman tells him about Chong-sun's past. He was a suicide bomber and committed many murders even before the revival of spiritual energy. She also recounts her memories of the army. She confidently confirms the fact of his execution and has no doubt about his death. She saw it with her own eyes. The guy also says that there was no doubt about his death and recalls his image as a demon monster. Shinji shows an item found after the battle and puts forward a theory about a connection. Haruka immediately recognizes this symbol and realizes that it is the emblem of the Dawn cult. Shinji shows interest in the organization, which was previously unknown to him. They explain to him the essence of this secret community of mutants after the resurrection and their ideology. The woman reveals their belief in mutation as the final stage of human evolution and their contempt for ordinary people. She describes the cult's cruel rules, and Shinji asks about the end of the crisis after the death of the Cholam. But the guy also asks to postpone the conversation about the cult and expresses his extreme fatigue. Before he leaves, Haruka thanks him profusely for saving them. After all, Shu would not have survived and found her either. She fiercely urges her beloved partner to thank the main character as well. Shinji modestly replied that he had only fulfilled a request and did not deserve thanks. Then the girl asks in shock, "What request is he talking about?" Shinji then explained that one person had forgotten about his injury when he learned of Haruka's misfortune. That person was Shu. The girl anxiously asked when exactly Shu had been injured, but then the guy shyly waved his hand and said that it was all her request when she called and asked for help. And then they urgently needed to write to headquarters and report that they were still alive. The scene immediately switched from the view of the destroyed city to a beautiful bright day and a futuristic building. Inside headquarters, a council was in session due to reports of unprecedented energy blackouts in Ulsan. The horrific death toll and extent of destruction in the city were announced. About 10,000 victims and 80% destruction. Then the commander-in-chief asked how the infrastructure restoration process was going. The young officer immediately stood up and reported on the restoration of the main roads and the return of the surviving residents to their homes. The general bowed his head and emphasized that it was thanks to Shinji that the number of casualties had been minimized. It was said that the slightest delay on the part of the hero would have led to hundreds of thousands of deaths. Shinji was not just a strong practitioner. His power was much more powerful than that. What happened in Ulsan was described as a wake-up call for everyone. The question arose about the methods of resurrecting Chunsun and raising his rank by the cult. There was speculation about unknown, powerful forces behind it. And then the general ordered the army to strengthen its surveillance of the cult, especially their center in Sobuk. The Spiritual Energy Association was to assist in this. Sobuk was described by another official as a key point of the cult with peak activity. He recounted the association's unsuccessful attempts to infiltrate it earlier. He then concluded that the association's efforts alone would not be enough to uncover the truth. The commander-in-chief immediately decided to involve the army in order to speed up the investigation. Suddenly, he stood up and warned everyone present that all information about Shinji was to be classified at the highest level. He expressed confidence that as long as Shinji was with them, the country would be safe. The scene immediately switched to the home of the main character and his team. Entering with a huge number of boxes, Shinji asked Natsuki in surprise about the amount of food she had ordered. But Natsuki was already celebrating with a glass in her hand and said with a smile that she could drink to her beloved. The main character immediately noticed the smell of alcohol and asked how much she had drunk, but Natsuki was already too drunk and just rushed to hug him. Shinji was already spinning her around in his arms and turned to the others and asked why they hadn't stopped her in time before she got to this state. Yu was sitting on the sofa and replied that she had tried, but the girl kept pouring herself more and more. The guy just looked at her silently, and Yu didn't understand what he wanted from her. Then Shinji told the girl that she should smile more often because of her beautiful face. She shouldn't hide it. Yu blushed in shock. She hadn't even realized she was smiling. Finally putting Natsuki to bed, the guy took a slice of pizza and asked how Yu's parents were doing. The girl said that there was news that their condition had stabilized and that they would soon begin to recover. Yu expressed her gratitude to Shinji for everything that had happened and for his help. Without her, she would never have been able to save them. The guy replied that he had also broken through to a new level thanks to her. Shinji asked about her progress in mastering the new attributes of the aura, and the girl smiled again and said that she had mastered them. The scene immediately switched to a view of a dark, eerie, frightening city. The frame stopped on an old Gothic dark building with a clock at the top. Inside, a ceremony was being held. People in white robes and masks stood in a circle and performed a ritual. The one in the center folded his hands with black nails, and his mask lit up red. Suddenly, an unknown sect member reported to the high priest about the destruction of the ziggurat and the death of Chonsun. All the servants immediately turned around and were shocked. Such news was very bad for their organization. The high priest stood silently, his head bowed, thinking about how this would change their future. Suddenly, the priest turned around with a crazed look in his eyes and wondered about the force behind it. A practitioner named Shinji became the focus of attention for the cult of Dawn. The high priest of the cult spoke contemptuously of the insolent practitioner who had challenged them. This challenge was characterized as a true blasphemy against their god. It was announced that all those who rebelled against the god would pay dearly for their audacity. Immediately, all the cultists raised their hands and shouted that they would make him answer. The cult leader immediately turned around and ordered his follower to kill Shinji. The blue-haired guy bowed on one knee and said that he would certainly do it in the name of God's will. He swore to destroy Shinji without hesitation. The crowd of cult followers chanted demands to kill Shinji. The scene immediately switched to Dawn in the courtyard of the main character's mansion. Yu was standing in her beautiful combat suit again, adjusting her armbands. Seeing that she was finished, Coach Shinji suggested checking how strong his protege had become. The girl stood with a rather serious expression on her face and looked down. Suddenly, her body pushed off the ground with frenzied ease and speed, and the girl delivered a powerful kick from above, emitting cold energy, but the guy managed to dodge it. The same thing happened a second time when the student tried to strike our main character. Hitting back, Shinji noted that she had not lost her base and was in good physical shape. The mentor told her to show how to use two attributes at the same time, and she immediately complied. Then she merged them, and now she had a huge sword made of two types of energy in her hands. But the guy easily blocked her attack and instructed the girl to think not about the release of power, but about the coordination of flows. The key concept for the girl in this process was the word coordination. The coach explained that it was not a fusion, but simply one energy moving in a circle. The girl worked intently on balancing and aligning the flows. And finally, she managed to produce something else worthwhile from her repertoire of techniques. And the attack immediately flew straight into the face of the main character. And now, in place of Shinji, there was a huge wall of ice, as if we had been transported to the TV series Game of Thrones. The girl immediately looked at what she had done with her technique and instantly apologized, saying that she had accidentally pushed the guy and immediately began to apologize for her carelessness. But Shinji didn't care even after those injuries. Now he easily broke his student's ice wall. And this light from the main character immediately blinded her. After successfully performing the technique, the girl received praise from her mentor. Shinji approached and put his hand on her, then advised her to remember this feeling and keep the energy at the same rhythm. As he left, he told her that he was going to grab a bite to eat, and that she should look after her parents, and the girl obediently agreed with her master. The scene suddenly switched to a view of his house from the street. 4 members of the cult were already standing there with smirks on their faces, because they had finally found Shinji's house. Then the leader handed them all a photo. That was what their target looked like today. It showed a relaxed Shinji with a dull expression, chewing grass and his hands in his pockets. The leader of the operation mockingly pointed out the discrepancy between the guy's relaxed appearance and his strength. The cult follower expressed contempt for the title of strongest given to the greenhorn. The accomplice reminded him that the high priest was waiting and that they needed to hurry up with the liquidation. And then all the accomplices flew into the air. At that moment, Shinji stood in the doorway thinking about dinner, wondering aloud whether to choose shabu-shabu, noodles, or grilled meat. And as soon as the main character's foot touched the step in his cool white Airvarden shoes, 3 cultists immediately pounced on him with cruel demands and calls for Shinji's death. But the main character was not so simple. His body was immediately surrounded by electrical energy. He created a barrier in an instant. And all those bastards who wanted to kill him were instantly turned into fried steaks by his aura. Then they fell to the ground like fried birds from exposed wires. Meanwhile, Shinji declared that he knew where they were and demanded that they come out. The cultist immediately stepped out of the shadows and confirmed the rumors about him killing Chang Chion's son and assessed his strength. The guy didn't answer, but only asked if he was also a messenger of some cult. The stranger introduced himself as the White Judge of the Dawn cult, whose task was to eliminate traitors. His gaze suddenly became predatory, and he promised that today it was the guy's turn to dust. The enemy threatened to turn the guy into a little ice cube and activated his ice skill. It quickly rushed straight at the main character with sharp icicles, but it was just as quickly stopped by his electric aura. This defense was impossible to break through. The white cult judge's eyes immediately widened at the realization that the guy had so easily interrupted his attack. Shinji stood with his hands in his pockets and said he had questions about their Cult of Dawn. The guy asked ironically if it was a club for those who were tired of living. His opponent expressed furious indignation at the insult directed at them. He said that the guy would definitely pay for his words. The cultist immediately twisted like a devil, and purple energy swirled around him, which he began to transform into something. He clenched his teeth and declared that he possessed power that even a master of the Cholmec level could not control. The practitioner used a technique called Devouring Wave during the battle. Shinji merely noted with derision the noise created by the entire neighborhood during the battle. It was clearly louder than the fear of his technique. The white judge mockingly pressed his technique and declared that begging for mercy was now useless. Suddenly, the main character just moved his hand, and energy gathered in his palm, forming a micro-explosion for a moment. Then, pushing a huge amount of light and energy directly from Shinji's hand. And so, with just 2 fingers, our guy summoned a deadly beam of energy that easily pierced the cultist's technique. The white judge recoiled in fear. The unknown energy caused him complete bewilderment. And Shinji was unstoppable now. His whole body was engulfed in flames, and he declared that this was a power capable of wiping the cult and all its members off the face of the earth. The white judge immediately recognized the superiority of his opponent's forces and his inability to compete. There was an urgent need to leave this dangerous place immediately. The owner of the house, Shinji, was outraged by the uninvited intrusion of such visitors. Did they think he had a public courtyard? And his Susanoo, a huge monster knight made of aura, immediately struck. The cultist desperately tried to flee the battlefield and remain unharmed. Suddenly, he felt the presence of some kind of terrifying energy in this place. And in an instant, his eyes widened in horror. Shinji had indeed summoned his huge fiery Susanoo. Now it was clear that this was the end for the white judge. After all, the huge fire monster was already swinging its arm. The cultist only had time to look back and express complete bewilderment at the nature of the phenomenon. And then the monster's powerful blow struck him, destroying even the ground. And when the cultist was pinned to the ground by its energy, he still asked about the origin and type of this strange energy. But the main character immediately declared his intention to ask questions now. The cultist tried to get out, but his whole body was pinned down by rocks or covered in blood from serious wounds. In addition, Shinji hit him in the face with all his might with his fashionable white sneakers. He demanded that he speak honestly and reveal the truth about the Cult of Dawn and its founders. The cultist began his story and announced that the cult was founded by the will of a deity. This happened when the residents of Sabuka prayed for salvation during a disaster. The event took place during a super mutant-level catastrophe, when the association and the army were wiped out, and it seemed that there was no hope for survival. But then a man with a blood-red staff and a golden mask appeared, calling himself the High Priest of the Cult of Dawn. He alone destroyed the super mutant-level monster and became the savior of the inhabitants. Since then, all the inhabitants of the city have respected and worshipped the priest as the savior of their lives. The white judge said that people like him, the apostles, had proclaimed themselves servants of God and forbade anyone from questioning their teachings. Gigi was not moved by the story and only accused his interlocutor of hypocrisy and asked about a personal meeting with the super mutant. He read the archives and found only records and accusations of looting and pillaging during previous events in Sobuk. The cult was called an ordinary sect growing on the lies and fears of ordinary people. The apostles were accused of exerting pressure on the townspeople and compared to a pack of jackals. In response to Shinji's accusations, the apostle told him about the need for sacrifices to maintain order and avoid chaos. Then Shinji quietly and slowly repeated his words about the inevitability of sacrifice, and then paused. Gigi immediately activated his mega beam and added, "If sacrifice is inevitable, start with yourself." And immediately, a huge beam shook the sky and all the spaces of the residential buildings and the city around. The scene immediately shifted back to the cultist's house. The high priest was surprised to learn from his subordinates that even the white judge had been defeated by Shinji. They also reported the fall of 3 of his parishioners in a single battle. The weary priest thought of protecting Sobuka as his territory and his hard-earned faith. He issued a personal threat to Shinji, promising cruel retribution. He looked at them all and confirmed the accuracy of the ancient prophecy after the latest events. The cult follower immediately raised his head in confusion and asked the high priest about the essence of the prophecy. And then the priest said that the prophecy spoke of the appearance of a heretic with the power of thunder and lightning bringing destruction. The high priest raised his hands and announced the need to destroy the source of the disaster for the sake of Sobuka's peace. The call to destroy Shinji and save the cult of Dawn was heard again. The crowd of cultists chanted these words. Shinji's energy was called the root that devours life, and they called for his elimination. Now the priest addressed all the spectators and asked them to send him to Sobuka for trial. And then someone turned off the TV. It was the commander-in-chief, who said that the video with the prophecy had gone too viral on the internet and attracted widespread attention. They tried to clean up the media, but to no avail. Sitting next to him were Shinji, Yu, and Natsuki, the latter expressing her bewilderment at people's belief in the cult and their gullibility. Yu explained that people were not afraid of the prophecy, but of the uncertainty of the future. On the general's orders, it was decided to provide round-the-clock security and ask them to stay at home. The organization considered Shinji a key asset and the main target of their opponents. But the young man refused the security and announced his intention to leave the house. His interlocutor was horrified and enraged by this idea, given the sectarians' thirst for blood. Shinji immediately changed the subject and noted Yu's recent growth, but her lack of combat experience. The progress of the girl with the short name caused surprise and disbelief among one of those present, and Shinji expressed his hope that the story about the victory over the supermutant was true. That would explain a lot, otherwise the cult of Dawn would simply cease to exist. The scene suddenly changed, and now before them was a huge celestial foyer filled with people constantly scurrying about. Natsuki stared at the laptop screen and noticed that there were a lot more slackers around after the spiritual energy returned. Shinji then came over with 2 coffees, and Yu, asking what happened and if she was angry about something. Ignoring the question, Natsuki showed a screen full of vulgar criticism. She genuinely wondered if these people, mired in online abuse and endless cursing, had nothing better to do in real life. Natsuki declared herself fed up with them. She proposed a radical solution. Blow up the TV stations and send the slackers to factories and plants so they could finally be of real use to their country. Shinji tried to calm her down, asking her not to be so angry, because as soon as they got there, those people would immediately shut their mouths. But the girl grabbed her coffee and quietly reminded him that he needed to be careful too, although they didn't yet know what the high priest of the Church of Dawn was truly capable of. After a brief pause, she continued, noting that rumors suggested his prophetic gift might be real, and it was through these prophecies that he found hidden, talented cultivators to support the Church of Dawn. The main character raised an eyebrow and asked with surprise in his voice if this meant that the priest also possessed such power. And the scene shifted again. In the sky, a white jet was tearing through the air. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a believer knelt down and reported to the high priest that a cultivator named Fuji Shinji had boarded a flight and was heading straight to Seikoha. The high priest thought darkly that he was walking straight into his trap, and therefore he should not blame him for what happened next. Standing up and raising his arms, he proclaimed to his followers the vision he had seen in meditation, that the cultivator Shinji would become a harbinger of disaster and destruction. The followers below were stunned and began to ask in confusion how this was even possible. They begged the high priest to tell them what to do, to which he, in a soothing voice, told them not to worry. He assured them that the light of dawn would illuminate everything and that God had already shown them the way to protect their home. With a sinister glare, he called on his followers to rise up with devout hearts and, for the sake of Seikohu, for the sake of their God, let Fuji Shinji know that he was not welcome here. The followers immediately bowed their heads in obedience, declaring that since God had given the order, they would readily march out to meet the enemy. They repeated that they had to let Fuji Shinji know that he was not welcome there. Meanwhile, the entire airport sparkled under the starry night sky, with brightly lit skyscrapers rising behind it. Elsewhere, a crowd roared. People held protest signs, staging a rally. They shouted that they couldn't let this demon into the city, as the priest had ordered, and they shouted, no matter whether Shinji had saved anyone in the past, he was not welcome here. One of the followers shouted through a megaphone that the light of dawn was shining brightly over Seihoku, and that darkness was forbidden to enter. He demanded that Shinji be brought to justice for his sins. Shinji stood on the roof of a skyscraper at that moment, looking down and wondering if these people had really been brainwashed that deeply. He was genuinely surprised by the priest's abilities. Yue, standing next to him, asked what they should do now, since these were all ordinary people and they couldn't just attack them. The main character retorted sharply, asking, "Why not?" He declared that since they had decided to believe in God, so be it, and stepped forward, after which he coldly added that they would simply let them test whether their precious God could save their lives. These words sent a chill down his spine, and the crowd, looking in his direction, began to whisper that he was already here. They shouted at each other to look at this bastard, and in the blink of an eye, they rushed forward to block his way. People screamed at him not to let him in, and demanded that Shinji get out, but he stood his ground, and sparkling golden lightning erupted around his body. The overwhelming pressure made it feel like the air around him was being compressed, and then lightning swirled and struck straight into the noisy crowd. The unruly crowd instantly froze, horrified by the scene unfolding before them. They were horrified to think if this was really Shinji and how his spiritual energy could be so powerful. Then GG stated that, judging by their clothes, this trio were definitely followers of the Church of Dawn. And then a sphere of crackling lightning appeared in his hand. He challenged them to see if this god could save them from the hands of a demon like him. Seeing this, the followers immediately turned to flee. In panic, they screamed, but they only managed to take a few steps before lightning struck them, causing their feet to stop and literally frying the religious fanatics. The surrounding crowd stood with pale faces. No one dared to take a step forward anymore. Then Shinji's face darkened, and he asked if there were any more followers of their Bon here. And in response, someone in the crowd began to stutter, saying that he suddenly remembered that he had left the stove on at home. And the other girl said in a trembling voice, backing away, that her mother told her to come home for dinner and not to be late. Chaos immediately broke out in the crowd, and people scattered in all directions, justifying themselves as they went that they had not come there for religious reasons, but were simply meeting someone. Yue watched this scene with disdain, silently noting that just a moment ago they were so full of fighting spirit, but they gave up so quickly after the death of those three fanatics. To which Shinji calmly replied that they had never been truly diligent in their faith, but simply used it as an excuse not to think and take responsibility. He added that true faith is never built on fear, after which she turned to him and asked what their next step was. The protagonist suggested telling this high priest that it was time for him to retire. At the same time, one of the followers slowly walked out of the crowd of people wearing the same clothes. Kneeling before the high priest, he reported his discovery. A 17-year-old girl with a rare talent and colossal spiritual potential, capable of changing the usual course of events. The subordinate added that he had brought her here specifically and was asking the priest to personally inspect her. The high priest chuckled softly, wishing to look at her, and two followers immediately dragged the girl inside. Her body was covered in wounds, and her breathing was rapid and weak as he slowly walked down the steps, coming straight up to her. The high priest lifted her chin to assess her and noted that she had good spiritual energy and was not bad-looking either. He declared that God himself had brought her to him and wondered how he could not appreciate such divine providence. He looked at her intently and commanded her to sacrifice everything for their God. Suddenly, the ceiling exploded, sending debris of all sizes raining down, shaking the entire space as the terrified followers fell to the ground, looking up and trying to understand what was happening. And then a familiar voice echoed from above, accusing them of manipulating people's hearts, distorting the concepts of good and evil, and mocking the innocent. Shinji, levitating in the air with his spiritual power, looked down and declared that it was time for their church to leave Seihoku. He and Yue landed and were immediately surrounded by followers, while the high priest glared at him. He angrily remarked that Shinji had the nerve to break into his divine temple, to which he replied that this kennel looked more like a terrorist hideout than a temple. Then the priest decided not to stand on ceremony and said that since the main character came here to die, he would not let him go so easily. He immediately ordered all his henchmen to rush forward in order to turn this place into a grave for Yu and Shinji. Yu tried to rush forward, but the protagonist quickly stopped her, activating his aura and saying that he brought her here for training, so she better watch as he takes out this trash. The next moment, the entire group of followers were scattered to the sides by his thunderous flame strike, and the high priest recoiled in horror, watching as his men fell to the ground, unable to rise. The priest broke out in a cold sweat. Unable to believe what was happening, he muttered that it was impossible, to which Shinji coldly advised him not to worry. He added that to deal with a cultivator at Spirit Spring Peak like him, he wouldn't even have to lift a finger, and this time his opponent would be her. Yue rushed forward. The priest gripped his weapon, which emitted a dark aura, and quickly prepared for a counterattack. He immediately blocked Yu's attack, but not entirely successfully. His entire defense instantly cracked. After the attack, the girl retreated, and the priest cried out in shock, surprised that Yu was also at the peak of the spiritual spring power level. He asked in shock how she reached the maximum level while outside the sanctuary. Then Shinji, clearly pleased with his student, asked the priest how he could see that someone had the same abilities. And then the girl fired another volley of 3 ice projectiles, but the priest easily repelled them with his bloody shield. And then, pointing his staff at the girl, he ordered her to die. But she was not simple. She was also preparing her own crossed ice attack. And then the 2 sources of power collided in the air, sending shock and light waves throughout the vast hall. And the priest was completely covered by this explosion. He tried to hide from the attack, not understanding how this girl was so fast and strong, whether she was really under Shinji's mentorship, just like he once was. But the protagonist immediately interrupted his thoughts, telling him to watch his neck more carefully. And then Yu appeared behind him, preparing to strike. And as planned, she aimed it at the priest, but the bastard was no slouch either, and quickly repelled the attack with just his aura. However, the girl was able to quickly remove his protection, and soon, in addition to the 2 auras, an aura of lightning also appeared. The priest's eyes immediately widened. He didn't understand what was happening. Yu calmly used her ice shadow strike, and in the blink of an eye, a wave of power slashed across his neck. The mask on the high priest's face shattered into pieces, and he gritted his teeth with a groan. Stepping back and clutching his chest as the icy energy invaded his body, he asked in pain what kind of spiritual energy it was. He was shocked that she was able to freeze his own power while the girl continued to summon sharp ice spikes, which simultaneously began to close in around him. The high priest immediately retreated, barely dodging the attack, but just at that moment, a sharp block of ice pierced his leg. The priest screamed in pain, his body losing its balance. Yue channeled her spiritual energy and soared high into the air. Shinji chuckled and quietly praised her, noting that Yue could now single-handedly fight an opponent at the peak of the Spirit Spring stage. Ice energy swirled around her figure with a calm expression on her face, and Yu stated that it was all over. As soon as she finished speaking, another long shard of ice pierced the air, heading straight for the high priest, flying smoothly and accurately. This was her piercing ice star technique. The high priest broke out in a cold sweat and, gritting his teeth, began to beg the god of dawn to save him. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion. The earth shook, and debris flew in all directions. Yue gritted her teeth in shock to brace herself for the impact, trying to understand what was happening. Shinji's face turned cold and gloomy, his gaze fixed on his opponent. There was a terrible roar, and then a giant monster appeared. The flame of Calamity's body was covered in thick scales, emitting a cruel aura as it stood blocking their path, while the high priest groveled on the ground, calling out to him in panic. He called him his Lord and God of Dawn. Yue frowned and asked what the creature was. Shinji narrowed his eyes and replied that it appeared to be the true form of the Church of Dawn. Meanwhile, the flame of disaster lowered its head and asked the high priest why he had summoned it. Trembling and crawling on the floor, he replied that these people had broken into his divine temple and killed his followers, to which the monster angrily scolded him. The monster called the priest a cowardly fly, afraid of death, and was outraged that he dared to disturb his sleep over such a trivial problem. Immediately after, the flame of disaster extended its claw and touched the crimson source of spiritual energy, which caused the high priest's entire body to instantly become enveloped in thick, dark energy. His eyes bulged out of his head. He opened his mouth and screamed like a madman. Then his eyes rolled back, leaving only the whites as he began to twist in pain. Shinji and Yue watched this scene silently and with gloomy faces. The flame of calamity emitted a swirling dark aura, and the monster's voice grew even more terrifying. It announced that it was their turn. The monster scornfully declared that since these surviving insects had awakened him, they would pay for it with their flesh and blood. As soon as it finished speaking, a heavy, deadly energy spread out from its body. Yue coldly released a series of ice pillars with perfect precision, and the ice spears instantly pierced the body of the demon of calamity. She watched intently, the corner of her lips curling into a cold, contemptuous smile. The demon of calamity laughed, ignoring the ice spears that were still piercing his body. At the places of impact, dark spiritual energy began to swirl violently. Yue frowned in shock and shouted out a silent question, and the demon of calamity praised her with satisfaction. It noted that her spiritual energy was truly amazing, and, opening its mouth wide and releasing a terrifying pressure, it promised to swallow her whole. Yue instantly summoned a massive ice shield in front of her and gritted her teeth, and put all her strength into the counterattack, creating the Ice Blade Talisman. A razor-sharp blade of ice rushed towards the monster with incredible speed, but the demon of calamity simply opened its mouth and crushed it with its sharp teeth. Ice shards exploded in his mouth, flying through the air. Yue's eyes widened at what she saw, and her heart pounded wildly in shock. She wondered how this could be, when suddenly, a fierce flame carrying immense energy erupted behind her. The moment it appeared, the flames rushed towards the demon of calamity, who immediately let out a blood-curdling scream, and his aura plunged into chaos. Shinji's voice rang out clearly as he praised Yu, saying that she had done a great job. A powerful flame engulfed his entire body, and his aura increased sharply. He declared that he would now put an end to this farce, and rushed forward, taking the demon of calamity in his sights and delivering a decisive blow. His gaze was icy as he looked down at his opponent, and suddenly used Thunder Flame Explosive Strike. The Calamity Demon roared defiantly, its mouth wide open as its demonic spiritual energy crazily concentrated. The dazzling golden light merged with blue lightning, converging into a bizarre, dark purple core. A stream of golden spiritual energy gushed down like a waterfall, shaking the earth and scattering dirt and stones everywhere. Yue was thrown back by the residual wave, her figure lost among the flying debris. She landed on one knee, her heart fluttering, and she wondered if this was truly the power of the Steel Vein stage, and if she would ever be able to reach such a level of strength. Colossal power continued to gather in his hands, and the pressure in the air became heavier and heavier. It was the Thunder Flame End of World Strike, and he immediately unleashed this power straight at the Calamity Demon. Struck by the enormous pressure, the Demon of Calamity let out a shrill scream, its body violently swaying. A wave of force crashed into him, completely stunning the monster. The impact caused lightning to flash, engulfing his entire body in an instant, and the figure of the Demon of Calamity exploded under his desperate cry of denial. After finishing him, Shinji landed on the ground, with Yue looking at him with an expression of pure awe. He turned his gaze to her, and in a calm voice suggested that they leave. Suddenly, an evil laugh filled the air, followed by the satisfied voice of the Demon of Calamity, who remarked on how fragrant it was. The monster repeated that their spiritual energy was very fragrant. Dark energy surged violently from his body, making the air suffocating. The Demon of Calamity stood tall, looking down on the two of them, and declared that it wanted to devour them. He said that he wanted to take their power, to which Shinji sneered, and he said that they would still see if he had enough strength to survive. And with these words, he again rushed into the attack. He challenged them to see how many times the monster could regenerate. They clashed violently, and the pressure of their enormous forces flooded the entire area. He delivered a decisive blow that fell directly on the monster's body, and in that instant, the Calamity Demon's flesh was torn apart. But just a moment later, his body began to grow back together, and the wound healed right before their eyes. Shinji jumped high into the air, gripping his sword tightly, ready for the next fight, and looked down at his opponent, wondering to himself how exactly he regenerated. The Demon of Calamity bared its fangs in a grin and declared that their spiritual energy was truly exquisite. It added that once it had absorbed them, all of Seikohu would become its domain. Shinji glanced at him and thought about the domain and wondered if it could be true, then began to watch the enemy closely. No matter how fierce the battle, the monster never left the confines of this windy path. Shinji raised his sword, pursing his lips, and mentally wondered if the secret to immortality was hidden beneath this very windy path. Realizing what was going on, he immediately and decisively lowered his sword. As a result, the body of the Demon of Calamity was cut in two. The ground beneath them shook and rose into the air, revealing piles of corpses hidden below. Horrific human bodies floated on the surface of the dark red water. He looked down in anger and concluded that it was exactly as he thought. The monster was maintaining its immortal body by devouring their spiritual energy. The Demon of Calamity immediately rushed forward with a roar, declaring that Shinji had learned something he shouldn't have, and for that, he would die today. Shinji pursed his lips, the corners of his mouth curling into a weak, cold smile. Immediately after this, Shinji shouted an order to Yue, telling her to freeze the altar, and she immediately rushed to carry out the command. Her response was quick and without a hint of hesitation. The Demon of Calamity realized that the situation had changed, and a shock pierced his head. It thought things were bad, raised its claws high, and roared a warning, asking how dare they. Shinji continued to channel his spiritual energy, levitating in front of the Demon of Calamity and pressing down on it with his aura. His face darkened as he stared at his opponent and lowered his voice, asking if he had given him permission to leave. His eyes were sharp as blades as he raised his hand and commanded the monster to stay put. The Demon of Calamity opened its mouth wide, and the ominous force began to swirl violently, but Shinji didn't give him time to finish, immediately releasing a blast of energy at him. He frowned, his gaze firmly fixed on the enemy, while the Demon of Calamity was panicking and thinking that he needed to urgently find a way to escape from him. On the other side, Yue silently watched the whole situation, and seizing the right moment, she gathered her strength and launched an attack. Ancient symbols gradually materialized in the air, flashing in the blink of an eye, emitting a chilling light. She folded her hands together to control them, channeling the ancient symbols, and all sorts of mythical signs were imprinted on the ice block below. Large, sharp icicles rose up, following the flow of her spiritual energy, while the Demon of Calamity levitated and roared at what was being done to his life source. And then our main character flew into it at high speed. However, the demon was no slouch and immediately dodged even such a quick attack. However, Shinji turned to the monster and said that one should never turn one's back on one's enemy. And at that very second, a red blade flashed in his hands. It was his super sword, which immediately began to glow with energy. Immediately after this, Shinji gripped his sword tightly and struck with all his might. The blade vertically sliced through the Demon of Calamity's body, causing it to roar in pain. The golden and purple energies clashed violently, sending shockwaves throughout the area. The Demon of Calamity threw back its head and roared that it would pay for destroying the source of its life. Shinji, in a state of high alert, gritted his teeth and thought that things were bad since the monster was about to self-destruct. A stream of dazzling golden spiritual energy burst out. The Demon of Calamity released a stream of evil energy and roared, offering them the chance to go to hell together. Shinji pulled Yue close to him and quietly told her to hold on tight, after which he picked her up in his arms and rushed away from that place. The Demon of Calamity opened its mouth wide and let out a piercing scream, while simultaneously concentrating a blazing red sphere of energy, which quickly expanded, engulfing everything around it, and then exploded with tremendous force. Shinji managed to carry her away and landed safely on the roof of a nearby building. She blushed, looked at him, and stuttered, thanking him. He whispered a warning to be careful, as it wasn't over yet, to which Yue asked in shock. Black fragments hovered in the air against the backdrop of the building's ruins. Sharp, crimson lightning bolts erupted violently among the debris, their ferocious aura pressing down on the ground. The air was torn apart by raging red lightning bolts, which then quickly intertwined to form a massive roaring vortex of blood-red energy. From the center of the blood-red vortex, powerful beasts with bloodshot red eyes, filled with the lust to kill, began to emerge one after another. They rushed forward in unison, letting out piercing roars, their footsteps thundering like a bursting dam. A wave of beasts swarmed down the main street, racing along the sidewalks and plunging the city into chaos. Yue tried to rush down to stop them, claiming she would hold off the monsters, but he stopped her with his hand, saying she couldn't do it. He quickly explained that there were too many civilians in the city, and they couldn't use mass destruction spells, as if they accidentally hit people, the consequences would be even worse than the beast wave itself. She frowned and asked what they should do now. He took out his phone and replied in a firm voice that it was time to let the military do their job. An urgent report was issued in the military district about the discovery of an abnormal spiritual energy reaction. The faces of everyone present turned pale as they stared at the monitor. They realized that hundreds of units of spiritual energy were approaching Seiko, and realized that it was a wave of beasts. They wondered if they should intervene forcibly, but the city's civilian population had not yet completed evacuation. Someone suddenly shouted that Shinji was calling and told them to answer the phone immediately. His voice was clear. He reported that he was in the center of Seikohu. The cult of disaster had been destroyed. The mutated spirit beasts self-destructed before dying, releasing a horde of mutated monsters. He added that the situation was extremely critical, with a wave of beasts flooding the city. He ordered that all available forces be immediately dispatched, coordinated with the Spiritual Energy Association, to set up a defensive line outside the city and cut off the advance of the beast wave. The commander immediately gave the order to relay his command. The entire northwestern garrison was to mobilize, coordinate with Shinji, to surround and destroy the wave of beasts inside the city, without allowing any casualties among the civilian population. On the main roads, the animals ferociously chased people, sowing chaos everywhere. The people screamed in fear, calling on the high priest of the cult of disaster and begging the gods to have mercy on them. One of the beasts leaped forward, almost reaching the man, who could only scream in terror. Meanwhile, in another place, another beast was approaching a young girl. The girl tripped and fell hard, hitting her head on the ground, her body shaking. The beast immediately ran up and opened its mouth, getting ready to grab its prey. The girl screamed in despair, begging God to save her. At the same moment, a colossal pressure tore through the air and crashed down in front of her, spraying blood everywhere. It was Shinji, his sword tightly gripped, his cold gaze sweeping across the battlefield. The rescued girl muttered again and again that it was God. God had descended from heaven, that it was a miracle, and begged him to save them. He looked at her and replied in a quiet voice that there had never been any gods, just as there had been no saviors, and that if she wanted to survive, she could only rely on herself. As the crowd fled, he glanced around, and his expression suddenly darkened. He realized that something was wrong. Hearing this, Yue immediately asked what was wrong. He slowly analyzed the situation, noting that a cult that had grown to such a size would not have agreed to simply disappear through self-destruction alone. He voiced his suspicion. The monster had not actually self-destructed, but was hiding among the wave of beasts, using the chaos to try to escape. She nodded and agreed that that made sense. Then she asked if they were going to rush into the thick of the wave of beasts to find him. He briefly answered in the affirmative, but added that he would search for it himself. She immediately protested, declaring that she would never allow him to risk his life alone. He calmly instructed her to organize the evacuation of Seikohu's residents, protect them, and contact the arriving military. He ordered her to report on the situation and secure the rear. She hesitated, but didn't argue. Shinji gently stroked her head and suggested that they do just that, explaining that she was better at coordinating with the military than he was. She sadly replied that she understood, but made him promise to return alive. Immediately after that, he jumped away, leaving her standing in the middle of the chaos. A moment later, he landed on the ground, completely surrounded by a wave of beasts. The animals noticed him and rushed at him all at once with a roar. With one strike of lightning, he easily dealt with all the creatures in front of him. He walked slowly through the charred wave of beasts, their corpses scattered from the lightning strike, the smell of burnt flesh still hanging in the air. Controlling the remaining lightning bolts, he frowned and asked in a cold voice how long he could continue to hide. The scene moved to another location, inside a massive high-rise building in the very center of the city. The girl, in shock, grabbed her lover's head and asked in a voice trembling with emotion if he had gone crazy and why he, being such a weakling, decided that he could resist them. His saddened eyes met hers, and he asked what else he could do, since she was his girlfriend. Hao lowered his head and quietly said that in a minute, if they broke down the door to the meeting room, he would detain them and she should take the chance and escape. He added that once she got out of the company, she would be safe. Lulu burst into tears, sobbing, and asked what kind of nonsense he was talking about and how she could even leave him here. Before she could finish her sentence, a group of aggressive men kicked down the door and rushed inside. Luo Yan licked his lips, a lustful grin spreading across his face at the thought that he finally had a chance to have some real fun. With a twisted smile, he continued, noting that she dressed like that every single day, and that he had been holding himself back for too long. Lulu pointed straight at him and yelled at him not to come any closer, as she had already called the police and they would be here any second. His face turned cold as he smirked and asked who had time to take care of them now, especially the police. His henchman growled, adding that it was already hell outside and that even firearms weren't effective against the monsters anymore. Luo Yan rushed forward, saying that they were all going to die anyway, so he was going to enjoy it one last time. Hao suddenly jumped up and pushed him away with a roar, putting all his strength into it. He turned his head and shouted for Lulu to run immediately, while she rushed forward in panic to stop them, shouting no. Hao immediately received a heavy blow to the stomach. His body doubled over and blood spurted from his mouth. The remaining 3 men rushed at him, beating him mercilessly and leaving him no chance to survive. He covered his head with his hands and took the beating, silently enduring every hail of blows and kicks that rained down on him. Tears streamed down Lulu's face as she grabbed a chair, raised it high, and screamed, "Wish these animals would burn in hell!" Luoyan immediately slapped her hard, calling her trash. The blow stunned her, and she fell to the floor. The bastard laughed and grabbed her by the hair, lifted her up, and said that the more she resisted, the more he liked it. She clenched her teeth through tears, and with eyes full of hatred, called him scum. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion, the wall collapsed inward, and debris flew in all directions. 3 of Luo Yan's men were thrown across the room by the shockwave and rolled on the floor. Shinji appeared in the hole that had formed in the wall, his gaze quickly scanning the room. He realized that something was wrong because the guy he was looking for was not here. Lulu gritted her teeth and sat down, her heart pounding with panic as she tried to figure out why Gigi was here. She quickly called out to him, warning him to be careful. Hearing the familiar voice, he turned his head and looked in her direction. He called her auntie and quickly helped her to her feet, asking what she was doing there. She was out of breath as she replied that her company was located here and reminded him that he had forgotten about it, although he had even worked for them part-time before. His eyes widened in sudden realization, and he confirmed that her company was indeed in Seikohu, and he couldn't understand how he could have forgotten that. He turned his gaze to the men lying on the floor and urgently asked who they were and why her colleague, who he remembered was her boyfriend, was so badly beaten. He looked at the hole in the wall and was shocked. He wondered if he had done it himself, while Lulu quickly pushed him behind her. She told Shinji that he needed to leave right now, as these were bad people. Meanwhile, the men struggled to their feet and, with a sinister laugh, asked the new director where he was going. She immediately stood in front of him, begging him to let him go and saying that he was just a child. His eyes darkened as he understood everything in an instant. Realizing how things were, he stepped forward, shielding Lulu with his body, and with a gloomy face promised his aunt not to worry, since none of those who hurt her would leave here alive. Luo Yan stepped forward, placing his hands on his hips, and shouted aggressively that this brat really knew how to put on a show and imagined himself to be some kind of savior. Kumin grabbed the iron bar and roared furiously, agreeing and demanding he stop pretending. He promised to smash his head in with the pipe that very day. Lulu stood next to them, her face full of worry. She urgently called out to Shinji, warning him to be careful. Gigi remained completely still as Kumin rushed forward, swinging the pipe straight at his shoulder. At that moment, spiritual energy violently burst out from his body, knocking Kumin back. Kumin flew back, causing Luo Yan and Lan Wang to quickly jump out of the way of his flying body. Kumin's body hit the wall with force, blood gushed out of his mouth, and he collapsed to the ground, motionless. Luo Yan and Lan Wang stared at him in stunned silence, their panicked eyes fixed on Kumin's motionless figure. Luo Yan immediately fell to his knees, begging his boss to spare them and their lives. Lan Wang quickly added that they were wrong and mistaken. Shinji stood there silently as their desperate pleas continued. They begged to be released, promising they would never do it again, admitting they were wrong. He slowly stepped forward, gathering spiritual energy in his palms, and lowering his voice, replied that they did not understand their mistake, but simply realized that they were about to die. Suddenly, a powerful explosion thundered behind him, scattering dirt and rocks in all directions. A demonic creature appeared, bearing sharp fangs, its eyes fixed on him. She glared at him, and opening her huge mouth wide, let out a furious roar. Immediately after that, the demonic hound charged straight ahead, its only target being Shinji. Behind them, Luo Yan chuckled coldly, noting that it served him right. Lan Wang laughed loudly and added that he'd let that monster tear him into a million pieces. The demonic hound lunged forward, its huge paw extended, ready to strike. Shinji narrowed his eyes, keeping his sharp gaze fixed on the attacking enemy. He thrust his hand forward, grabbing the demon hound by the neck as his power instantly exploded. A blinding golden light erupted from his palm, completely suppressing the demonic hound and rendering it immobile. In just an instant, a ball lightning formed, and the demonic hound's body, crushed by the enormous pressure, slowly disintegrated. Lulu watched the scene unfold, her face a mask of pure horror. Shinji hovered in midair and turned his head toward Luo Yan and Lan Wang, declaring in an icy voice that it was their turn. The two panicked and started running, begging for mercy as they went, and promising that they wouldn't do it again. Shinji then closed his eyes and raised his hand, and the spiritual energy inside his body surged out. In the blink of an eye, two energy blasts burst out, rushing towards Luo Yan and Lan Wang, instantly cutting them both down. Having finished with the bastards, he landed next to Lulu and gently suggested that the auntie leave. Her eyes widened in surprise, and she exclaimed, asking if little Shinji had become a superhero. He sighed quietly and calmly replied that after everything in Seikohu calmed down, he would explain everything to her. The scene shifted to the exit of the building, where he and Lulu walked up to the gate and out into the street. Outside, a massive wave of beasts attacked civilians in the street. One man, completely surrounded, could only helplessly scream for help. Lulu and Shinji stepped forward as the beasts struck. The girl asked if perhaps they should stay here and wait for rescue, but Shinji said that he still had things to do that definitely needed to be done. So he ordered them and Hao to wait here and he would return soon. Finally, he stepped forward, and in front of him there were only crowds of zombies. They ran towards him with their mouths open and screaming at the top of their lungs. Finally, they jumped up and attacked the main character. One of them, the fastest, was a terrifying centimeter away from Shinji, but our guy was no slouch and had already activated his energy. Suddenly, his whole body, clothes, and even his sword were engulfed in flames. Shinji immediately took out his blade, gripped it tightly, and prepared to attack. With one deft swing of his katana, he activated the rupture technique. Immediately after this, hundreds of fireballs and beams pierced the crowd of zombies. With magic, the flames also attacked them with lightning, tearing apart and incinerating all the monsters. Within a few moments, there was not a single zombie left. The entire area was strewn with their burnt corpses and ash. Shinji stood at the starting position and looked back when he heard his name being called. From that side, he saw Yu and a bunch of military tanks approaching him. Yue ran up to the main character and worriedly asked if he was hurt. He gently replied that he was fine. He turned to Lulu and Hao, then turned to Yue and explained that they were his aunt and her boyfriend, asking for help in taking them to safety. She frowned for a second, then immediately agreed, telling him to leave it to her. Lulu looked at Shinji and shouted, asking where else he was going and insisting that he escape with them. But the main character merely looked around and quietly replied that he couldn't do that. He explained that the monster's true body was still hiding there. Continuing to speak quietly, he added that he had to find him and end it all at once. Scene change. The monster was pierced by an energy blast. It screamed in agony and then froze. Shinji appeared in the midst of this spectacle, his sword clutched tightly in his hand, the power within him seething, his aura overflowing uncontrollably. He surveyed his surroundings. Spiritual energy flowed in anomalous chaos, and the sense of danger grew. There was nothing left around but rubble and ruins. A thought flashed through his mind. He realized that all the spiritual energy was flowing downwards. He concluded that there must be some secret hidden beneath this church. He looked straight at the wall in front of him. Its strength was beyond normal, and the feeling of unease was palpable. He raised his hand and pressed his palm to the cold surface of the wall in front of him. The moment he touched her, he frowned. The theory in his head was instantly confirmed. Everything was exactly as he thought. At that very moment, a loud sound suddenly rang out. A deep, dark basement opened up before him, with a cold draft coming from below. He squinted, peering into the depths of the basement, and mentally said that he had found it. The scene changed. Deep in the basement, a cold wind howled, and the space was shrouded in thick darkness. In another tunnel, Tai Diem was kneeling on the ground. Tuk Kwang's voice rang out. He asked how Experiment 02, Tai Diem, had become so weak. Tai Diem quietly replied to the Lord that the church had been destroyed and his source of power had disappeared along with it. Tuk Kwang asked in a deep voice who could possibly injure him, who possessed the power of a fifth-level bloodline. Tai Diem trembled and replied in a weak voice that it was a man named Shinji. Tuk Kwang's eyes widened as he asked if he had really lost to a commoner. Tai Diem lowered his head and replied in a trembling voice that he was far from an ordinary person. He added that Shinji also possessed the power of the Iron Bloodline, and it was definitely no lower than the third level of the Iron Bloodline realm. Tuk Kwang cut him off coldly, reminding him how little time had passed since his spiritual energy had returned. He noted that there were hardly more masters in the entire world who had attained the Iron Bloodline realm than there were fingers on one hand. Tuk Kwang wondered how he could have not known about this if he had truly reached such a level. Tai Diem's expression tightened. Tuk Kwang added, even against the third level, Tai Diem, being a fifth-level master, was bound to win. The shameful defeat proved he was a flawed product, and such people have no place in their ranks. Tai Diem quickly explained to the master that his power had only been temporarily amassed by absorbing all the members of the Northwest Spiritual Energy Association. He reported that Shinji had destroyed the church's altar. Tai Diem admitted that without the altar, he was weaker than even a warrior from the realm of the brave, and, bowing his head, he prayed for a chance. He vowed to his master that next time he would surely defeat Shinji and atone for his weakness. The monster explained that Shinji's pure energy was the key to his transformation. By absorbing it, he would gain unprecedented power and become truly useful to the organization, surpassing his current capabilities. Tuk Kwang stretched out his hand, emitting dark power, and said that if this was really the case, then he had a solution. A magic circle appeared beneath Tai Diem's feet, and Tuk Kwang continued. He promised to give him another chance. Tentacles emerged from the ground and quickly wrapped around Tai Diem's body. The tentacles contracted, enveloping Tai Diem's body as he let out a cry of horror. The tentacles contracted and then quickly opened, as if deprived of all energy, revealing what was hidden inside. A smooth spherical container appeared in the center, hovering silently in the air, as if awaiting activation. Tuk Kwang narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice, expressing hope that this time he would not disappoint him. The scene shifted to Shinji. He suddenly felt the space around him vibrate softly, and silent circles spread through him. His gaze was fixed straight ahead, and a thought flashed through his mind. He thought he seemed to have found the right place. A deep, dark tunnel gradually appeared before him. He entered without hesitation. After taking only a few steps, he stopped abruptly, discovering a red sphere hovering in the air. He moved closer, his eyes never leaving the sphere, his entire attention focused on this strange creation before him. He slowly extended his hand forward, intending to examine the hovering object for himself. It was at that moment that a voice rang out, startling him. The voice noted that it seemed that useless piece of trash, Tai Diem, hadn't been lying. The speaker confirmed that Shinji's power had indeed reached the third level of the Iron Bloodline realm. Shinji turned around instantly, his whole body tensing up as he asked warily who was there. Tuk Kwang spoke from the darkness. He assumed this was the Shinji Tai Diem had mentioned and asked for confirmation. Hearing this, Shinji frowned slightly, his voice filled with suspicion. He noted that Tai Diem was a monster from the Church of Dawn, and wondered if that made the stranger his accomplice. The man smiled faintly, his voice dripping with contempt. He replied that he was unworthy of being his accomplice. Tuk Kwang claimed to be a member of the Royal Palace of Eternal Glory, and allowed others to call him An Huyen Sash. The madman raised his hand, as if giving a lecture. He declared that they were tired of this rotten world and were determined to replace these old relics with a new order, Shinji retorted, deducing that the Church of Dawn was one of the new orders they had created. Thu Quang placed his hand on his chin, thinking for a moment before replying that it was a failed experiment. However, he added that it wasn't entirely useless. Shinji's voice broke, and he declared that he didn't care what experiments they were doing, but they had dragged him into it. A powerful aura began to emanate from his body as his harsh words were heard, and he advised them not to blame him when he sent each of them to hell. Thu Quang chuckled, calmly suggesting that he save those words for later, if Shinji managed to survive at all. As soon as he finished speaking, Thu Quang's spiritual energy flared up, and a distinct circle appeared beneath his feet. Thu Quang vanished from sight, his voice vanishing into thin air. He added as a final thought that he would let the creature play with him for a while first. A loud noise came from behind Shinji, and he instantly became alert, turning his head sharply towards the sound. Cracks crawled across the surface of the glowing red sphere like liquid, and the light within pulsed violently. In the blink of an eye, the sphere shattered into countless pieces, and Ma Wen appeared, letting out a furious roar. Ma Wen glared at him with palpable fury and growled that he would tear Shinji to shreds. Shinji raised an eyebrow, nonchalantly noting that he had only just woken up and was already in such a hurry to die. The scene suddenly shifted to a ruined city, where embers from raging fires swirled in the air. Nearby, a little girl named Yen sat with her hands over her eyes and cried non-stop, calling for her mother. Immediately, two soldiers with machine guns ran out onto the battlefield, deciding to see what all the screaming was about. With a ferocious roar, the monster Ha Qin appeared, rushing straight at Tan Vu and Da Quan. They both immediately raised their weapons, aiming straight at Ha Qin, and unleashed a merciless hail of bullets on him. The bullets hit their target, but Ha Qin's armor completely neutralized the impact, leaving not a single scratch. Quan glanced toward Yen and told Tan Vu there was a survivor. Then he quickly turned to his partner, urging him to use that thing. Without the slightest hesitation, Tan Wu pulled out a knife imbued with spiritual energy and rushed straight at the enemy. He plunged the knife deep into Ha Qin, and immediately a roar of agony was heard. Tan Vu stumbled back a few steps as Ha Qin collapsed, his mouth wide open to let out his final scream. Ha Qin's strength was rapidly fading, and soon he was lying motionless in a pool of his own blood. Quan rushed forward to support Tan Vu, holding him up as his breathing became heavy with exhaustion. Tan Wu sighed in relief, his voice still trembling. He noted that it was a good thing they had these items from the Spiritual Weapons Association. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to defeat this creature. Quan turned towards Yen and quickly ordered her to go check on this child. The soldier quickly approached and reassured Yen, asking the little girl not to be afraid. He explained that they had come to rescue her and asked where her mother was. Yen looked up, tears streaming endlessly down her face as she sobbed and replied that she didn't know. De Quan turned to Tan Vu and gave a firm order. He ordered that the child be taken to the military base first, adding that they also needed to replenish their ammunition. Taking Yen in his arms and walking, Tan Wu remarked that they were lucky that Shinji's brother had rushed into that horde of monsters, otherwise they would not have been able to save anyone. De Quan laughed as he recalled the rumors of Shinji, who, like a superhero, could cut down monsters with a single wave of his hand. He confessed that he dreamed of such strength and inquired about his brother's current affairs. Tan Vu thought for a moment, then guessed that he had already reached the monster's lair. In his opinion, Shinji definitely deserved the top prize for this operation in Seikohu. Suddenly, a fierce flame erupted right in front of them, and a wave of intense heat forced them to stop abruptly. Quan stared forward, his face turning pale, and he let out a shocked cry. Ma Wen appeared, spreading his wings wide and emitting a furious aura as he let out a furious roar. Quan took a few steps back, his voice trembling. He asked what kind of monster it was. Immediately, all the loudspeakers began blaring that unknown high-level creatures had been spotted on the streets and that everyone should remain on high alert. Hearing that the monster's strength was equal to 3 levels of iron strength, the young soldier almost began to cry. And Quan realized that it seemed like it was all over, and this was the end for all of Seikohu. There were no more soldiers. However, the monster was in no hurry to attack, but only roared in pain. At this moment, Tan Vu and Da Quan looked up at Ma Wen, watching carefully, and a thought flashed through Quan's mind. He wondered if someone was really fighting him. High in the air, Shinji and Ma Wen clashed in a fierce battle. Quan joyfully exclaimed that it was Shinji's brother. Tan Vu declared that only Shinji's brother could have handled this, but then he lowered his voice, looking around the ruins of Seikohu. He added that all of humanity was now counting on him. Shinji and Ma Wen rushed forward simultaneously, their attacks colliding, creating a colossal column of energy. The wind whipped in all directions as the ground around them cracked and crumbled, and the huge chunks shook violently. Rocks and dirt flew into the air, and clouds of dust obscured the view. Ma Wen raised his hand and roared, demanding to see what the true power of the third stage of the Iron Vein realm looked like. Shinji clenched his fists, keeping his eyes on his enemy, his entire body tensing in preparation for a counterattack. He swung his arm forcefully, and the two fists collided, causing the very space around them to shake violently. At that moment, he realized that something was wrong. His eyes widened as he felt that Ma Wen's strength had far surpassed his previous one. The recoil force from Ma Wen's attack exploded outward, sending him flying backwards. He flew through the air and his body crashed hard onto the cracked ground. Ma Wen looked down and arrogantly, mockingly asked if this was the power of the third stage of the Iron Vein realm, and stated that Shinji was no match for him at this time. Shinji sat motionless among the rubble, when suddenly a notification sounded. The system reported the detection of high-level fire-type spiritual energy and asked if he wished to absorb it. He exclaimed in surprise and realized that he could actually absorb his spiritual energy. He pushed off with his feet and rushed straight towards Ma Wen, mentally wondering how he could let such good spiritual energy go to waste. He possibly had pushed and confirmed that he would, of course, devour her. Ma Wen burst out laughing, his voice full of contempt. He called the attempt to risk his life against him utterly foolish. Ma Wen opened his mouth, and a powerful surge of power poured out. Wen reached out and grabbed Shinji's body out of the air, then laughed loudly. The monster asked if this was the best he could do, calling him incredibly weak. Shinji lowered his head slightly, and a clear thought flashed through his mind. He realized that the time had come, and he spread his arms wide, and a flame burst out, engulfing his entire body. Ma Wen laughed sarcastically, his voice filled with malice. He declared that, in that case, he would allow himself to end his miserable life. But as if he had just noticed something was wrong, Ma Wen's eyes widened. He panicked, trying to understand what was happening and why his spiritual energy had become so weak. Raising his hand to examine it, the monster was filled with confusion. He wondered why his spiritual energy was simply vanishing into thin air. His gaze suddenly fell on Shinji, and he asked himself in horror if this was possible. Shinji smiled calmly and gently asked what was wrong, reminding him that it was he who wanted to end his life. Shinji mockingly asked why he wasn't moving. Ma Wen's voice trembled as he panicked and accused Shinji of absorbing his spiritual energy. Shinji relaxed his body and declared that it was a truly delicious treat, and as a token of gratitude, offered to send him to the next world. Sweat broke out on Ma Wen's forehead as he muttered a denial in despair. He quickly flapped his wings to retreat, and his terrified cry echoed, telling the others that he didn't want to die. Shinji thrust his hand forward and activated the magic in one precise motion. A wall of fire instantly rose up, cutting off Ma Wen's escape route. Shinji narrowed his eyes and said that he would not let him go, and generously offered to let him make the first move. Wen glared at him, his roar filled with hatred. He declared that since Shinji was so insistent on seeking death, they would die together. He turned and charged forward, his roar of death ringing through the air. Shinji drew his sword, its blade glowing crimson, and resolutely replied that it was Wen who deserved to die. He rushed forward without the slightest hesitation, smashing his sword into Ma Wen's body in one clean strike. Blood gushed from the monster's mouth, and its voice grew weaker and weaker. He couldn't believe it was possible. Shinji glanced back slightly, his cold, sharp gaze sweeping over his enemy as he said the farce was over. Ma Wen's body disintegrated until finally only a single speck of fire remained floating in the air. The scene changed after the battle. Night had peacefully fallen over Shinji's mansion. In the dining room, a long table was laden with hot dishes, and rising steam created a rare, warm atmosphere. Lulu took the can of beer, threw her head back, and downed it without hesitation. She slammed the can down on the table and happily noted that it was just what she needed, and that the drink tasted better than ever after she had managed to cheat death. Shinji looked in her direction and reminded his aunt that she should drink less, because tomorrow she had to take her uncle to the hospital. Lulu laughed dismissively, assuring him that everything was fine and that she wasn't drunk. Shinji remarked that all drunks said that. Shinji asked him not to teach Yue and Tham bad habits, fearing the house would turn into a den for drunks. Yue, shyly turning away, assured him that she would never overindulge or get drunk. Natsuki held her glass and reassured him in a soft voice not to worry, as they wouldn't be able to outdrink him. Lulu suddenly jumped to her feet and asked Dear Tian directly which of the two he planned to marry now that he had become so powerful. Natsuki's cheeks, holding the glass, turned red, and she secretly glanced at him with anticipation. Yue also turned to look at him, a gentle smile adorning her lips. Natsuki suddenly hugged Shinji's hand and exclaimed joyfully. She asked if that was even a question, and confidently declared that, of course, he would take them both. She remarked that times had changed, and a strong man supposedly deserved many women. He gently but firmly placed his hand on Natsuki's head and told her not to talk nonsense, cutting off such reasoning. Besides, the world was too unsettled right now for such things. At that moment, a call came in. It was the commander-in-chief, and Natsuki asked what her grandfather needed. Then Shinji picked up the phone and said that he would answer the call, and then they would decide what to do. He went outside to the balcony and asked the commander what his next orders were. The commander thanked Shinji for his help in the final battle and saving the people. The protagonist asked what else he had to say, as he hadn't called so late for nothing. Then the commander got to the point and said that the military headquarters had discovered an incredible secret and was now inviting Shinji to come to a meeting and discuss countermeasures. The guy was silent for a bit and thought, and then said that he understood the order and would go there now. The scene changed. In front of the door with the sign, Military Conference Room, a serious atmosphere filled the corridor. Inside the meeting room, Thakfong frowned and expressed his indignation that since spiritual energy was recovering so quickly and everyone's cultivation level was rapidly increasing, that gave Fuji Shinji the right to command them. Min Ka crossed his arms over his chest and retorted that all he knew how to do was talk. He suggested testing how many blows Shinji Thakfong could actually withstand. Wu Lam jumped up and irritably declared that in this era, breakthroughs happen every 3 days, but a name is earned in 5, so now every second person is a prodigy. The room immediately became noisy with overlapping arguments. Everyone started shouting, asking questions, and settling scores. Suddenly, Stuong raised his hands, calling for them to stop and attempting to maintain order. He ordered them to cease arguing, reminding them that they were gathered here to find solutions, not to engage in internal conflict. At that moment, Shinji entered, looked at what was happening, and made only one comment about how the discussion had turned out to be quite heated. The arguing crowd suddenly froze. Everyone was astonished to see him at the door. He calmly took a few steps forward and apologized for being a little late. Shinji looked around and suggested that they start the meeting now that everyone was there. Thakfong and Wu Lam fell silent in shock. Then they pulled chairs up to the conference table and sat down immediately. The others also took their places one by one. Their gazes were riveted on the main character. Hao Duong let out a sigh of relief, mentally noting that, as expected, only Shinji's older brother could keep this group in check. He pointed at the screen displaying the map and reported that, according to the analysis of spiritual energy fluctuations over the past week, an extremely unusual resonance point had appeared on the edge of the southwestern desert. The young man pointed to a line on the map and explained that this area originally lacked spiritual energy, but now it exhibited a stable and very intense reaction from the spiritual vein. According to their preliminary assumptions, this was a recently formed secret world. Zhou Triet looked at the screen and exclaimed in surprise, asking again about the new secret world. The screen switched to an image of Earth, and Hao Duong continued, noting that it wasn't just their location. According to intelligence, similar spiritual energy surges had recently occurred in at least 5 other areas globally. New secret worlds have also appeared in these areas. Hao Duong said that those who have explored these new secret worlds say they contain a special kind of spiritual fruit that can help a person break through to the Iron Vein realm on the spot. Those present in the room exchanged glances, and immediately a lively discussion broke out. Everyone showed signs of impatience. Shinji crossed his arms over his chest, a slight smirk playing on his lips. He thought that this was the perfect opportunity for Yu's group to break into the Iron Vein realm. Sometime later, the scene moved to the commander's office, and the atmosphere became gloomy. The commander looked at him with a smile and asked if today's meeting could be considered a success. Shinji dryly replied that this secret world wasn't much of a challenge for him, but it would be a good idea to take Yue and the others there to boost their strength a little. At that moment, his gaze grew serious and his brows furrowed. He assumed he had been called here for another reason. Commander Tam nodded and sighed. He admitted that there really was nothing he could hide from Shinji. The commander confirmed that there was one more small matter he needed help with. As he spoke, he reached for a document. He handed it to Shinji and explained that the secret world they had discovered was actually a second one. The first had been taken over by someone else a week ago. Shinji frowned at this and asked if they really hadn't been able to secure the first secret world. The commander sighed in response and explained that it wasn't that they hadn't been able to secure it, but that it had been stolen. According to him, the enemy was a mysterious force that in just a few short days had created an expert of the Iron Vein realm. After hearing this, Shinji wondered if this man had become the king of the mountain. Commander Tam confirmed, adding that the man had occupied Changtian City, defying the government and imposing a citywide lockdown. Shinji thought for a moment, then replied that he understood and would go and get him out. Commander Tam was clearly pleased to hear his agreement and thanked him. He emphasized that this attempt to divide their nation must end. That evening, the scene moved to Shinji's house, where the atmosphere was family-like but still tense from the gravity of their mission. He gathered Yue and the other two, outlining the situation to them. After listening to him, Yue frowned and asked if they should still continue their mission in this secret world. He nodded firmly, confirming that they would definitely go. However, he warned that this time the circumstances were different. Each would have to face the dangers alone. He warned Yue and Mika to be extremely careful inside the secret world, adding that he had already contacted Mach Thu, who would go with them. Hearing this, Natsuki asked with a bit of confusion where she would go if they were going to the secret world. Gigi slowly explained that, according to rumors, the first to capture the secret world was Tho Huangbei, and added that this man possessed spiritual energy with the attribute of fire, and that was why she would go with him this time. Natsuki instantly beamed with delight. She agreed and promised to train as hard as she could. Shinji remembered it clearly. In his past life, shortly after the spiritual energy had erupted in the hidden world, everything had begun to take a different turn. A real cataclysm was about to break out, and this time he had absolutely no intention of letting history repeat itself. He needed to become stronger, strong enough to protect everyone and everything he held dear in this world. While he was lost in his thoughts, Yue hesitantly asked if Shinji was hiding something from them. Shinji froze for a moment. His gaze slid over the three of them. After a short pause, he spoke slowly. He stated that spiritual energy was violently erupting everywhere and warned that they all needed to quickly increase their strength, otherwise it would be difficult for them to survive in the next stage. Hearing this, Yue and the others exclaimed in shock, asking about the next step. He did not go into details and told them not to bother their heads with it. He advised them to rest a little and then prepare to leave for Changtian City. Meanwhile, in Changtian City. In a luxurious room, a man laughed smugly. On each of his knees sat a beautiful woman whom he embraced. The two women blushed coquettishly and laughed, allowing him to hug them as he pleased. The man let out a contemptuous laugh, declaring that corporations and the government were worthless to him. At that moment, an urgent voice came from outside. Someone informed the boss that they had caught a traitor. Upon hearing the report, the man frowned and ordered him to come in and tell him everything. A moment later, a subordinate pushed the door and reported that the scoundrel had been secretly in contact with the military. He also revealed that they controlled the secret world and planned to act as a liaison to meet the spiritual energy cultivators sent by the military. The man remained unperturbed and dismissively replied that everything was fine. According to him, some run-of-the-mill cultivators from the army couldn't cause them any problems. He was confident that once he absorbed all the power within the secret world, not only this city, but the entire nation would be forced to bow before him. The subordinate frowned and asked the boss what they should do with the military. The man chuckled and ordered them to find several people who would pose as messengers. As for the 3 cultivators the military was sending, he promised to feed them to the dogs. With these words, he hoisted the 2 women onto his shoulders and casually walked out of the room. The next morning, the plane landed in Changtian City. Shinji and Natsuki walked out of the salon calmly. As soon as they appeared, a man leaned out of the car and shouted, assuming she was Miss Tam Natsuki of the armed forces. He ordered them to get in the car quickly. The 2 of them quickly got into the car and drove away from the airport. While behind the wheel, the driver chuckled and admitted that he never expected the military to send such a beauty to help them. Natsuki pouted and remarked on how flattering he was. She asked if he was the military liaison and asked for his contact information. The driver calmly replied that his call sign was Coconut Chicken. Natsuki nodded slightly and asked where they were headed next. He quickly replied that they would first go to an underground bar where there were people willing to join him in the rebellion against Michael Hume. While they were talking, Shinji, who had remained silent until then, suddenly spoke. He stated that the driver was not the young man who was supposed to be their liaison. His words made the driver wince. Natsuki's expression also instantly darkened. However, the driver quickly pulled himself together. He began to deny it, asking what he was talking about. But before he could finish, Shinji coldly interrupted him. He explained that Coconut Chicken was left-handed and had a southwestern accent. The driver wasn't left-handed, and his accent was completely different. Shinji's voice lowered as he asked if the driver had anything to say before he killed him. In a panic, the driver slammed on the brakes, and the shrill screech of wheels on the asphalt echoed into the air. The car quickly pulled over to the side of the road. The driver coldly remarked that he was very smart, but smart people did not live long. Realizing that he had just confessed everything, Natsuki frowned and asked if they had really captured their contact. The driver snorted coldly and replied that she was right, adding that she would soon be reunited with the little brat. Hearing this, Shinji directly asked him if he really thought he could defeat them alone. The driver roared that he had had enough, and the power inside his body burst forth without any restraint. With a deafening roar, the car instantly exploded, drowning in a sea of fire and thick smoke. The driver reacted incredibly quickly, jumping out of the car just before the flames spread. His body landed gently on the ground, showing no signs of injury. He laughed triumphantly and shouted that their 2 heads would be his gift to Mr. Nguyen. But as soon as those words left his lips, the driver's eyes widened in shock, seeing Natsuki and Shinji emerge unharmed. The false leader advised his sister not to blame him for his ruthlessness, to which Natsuki pouted contemptuously and suggested they see what he was really capable of. Immediately after that, they rushed forward simultaneously, clashing impulses like ferocious beasts. Natsuki was half a beat faster, putting all her power into a single strike. The blow caused blood to gush from the man's nose and his body to visibly stagger. He took a few steps back, wondering how this was possible since she was just a girl. While he was still confused, Natsuki closed the distance and grabbed both of his hands. The driver gritted his teeth and muttered in disappointment that this made no sense. Natsuki showed no mercy, delivering another decisive kick from which the driver flew off and crashed hard into a road barrier. There was a sharp crack as something in his back broke, and he roared in rage, calling her a bitch. But before he could finish, he saw Natsuki rushing towards him furiously, and in his eyes there remained only undisguised horror. He immediately fell to his knees, hitting his head hard on the ground. The false leader begged for mercy without stopping, admitting his mistake and asking not to kill him. Trembling, he promised to take them to the Coconut Chicken, lamenting that the boy was barely holding on. Natsuki coldly told him she was giving him another chance, but warned that if he dared pull another stunt, she'd twist his head off and use it like a soccer ball. The driver nodded frantically, swearing he'd never dare. Having dealt with him, Natsuki turned to Shinji with a smile and asked him how he liked her performance and whether it was outstanding. He nodded approvingly, confirming that everything had been excellent. Soon, at a secret base in the city of Changtian, they found themselves in a dark basement, lit only by one dim light bulb. There was a young man tied up there, exhausted and covered in wounds, who, hearing the sound of approaching footsteps, tried with difficulty to raise his head. When he saw Shinji and Natsuki, he suspiciously asked who they were. Natsuki spoke quickly, asking if he was Coconut Chicken and explaining that they were sent by the military to rescue him. Coconut Chicken trembled and stuttered as he demanded to know their identities. Natsuki responded calmly, reminding him how he had once confessed to her that his nickname was not based on his favorite food, but on the favorite dish of his late sister, who had passed away. Hearing this, Coconut Chicken finally breathed a sigh of relief and said with confidence that it really was them, and that it was simply wonderful. Natsuki quickly removed his shackles, encouraging him along the way and promising to take him to the hospital. Coconut Chicken shook his head slightly and replied that there was no need for that, but asked to hear his report while he was still conscious. He explained that Michael Hume was originally the vice president of the Changtian Spiritual Energy Association. Half a month ago, a secret world suddenly appeared in the city, where the association president took him to investigate the situation. Unexpectedly, Michael Hume killed the president right inside the secret world and stole the treasure located there. Natsuki was stunned and screamed, shocked that he had killed the president of the Heavenly Vault City Spiritual Weapon Association. Coconut Chicken confirmed this, explaining that Michael Hume had used a treasure from the secret world to successfully break into the Iron Vein realm. Afterward, he began wreaking havoc on the City of the Firmament. He quickly urged them to leave, saying that they were no match for Michael Hume, who had already reached the Iron Vein realm, while Natsuki was only at the peak of the valorous selection. Moreover, Coconut Chicken added that he didn't feel any spiritual energy from Shinji at all. Shinji thought for a moment after hearing this, but quickly asked if he had ever seen what treasure looked like. The young man nodded and replied that he had only seen it briefly and that it looked like a red key. As soon as Shinji heard this, his eyes widened in shock. He wondered if this could really be the very thing. At that very moment, Coconut Chicken noticed something was wrong, and in panic he screamed that this was the spiritual energy of Michael Hume and that he was already here. And indeed, soon a familiar silhouette appeared in sight. Michael Hume grinned and quipped, welcoming the legendary forces of justice. Natsuki looked at him and asked doubtfully if he was really Michael Hume. Mikhail Hume stared at her for a moment, then licked his lips and remarked in a lustful tone that the lady sent by the military had quite a nice figure. At that moment, Natsuki exploded in rage, gritting her teeth and cursing him for seeking death while she was clearly emitting killing intent. Mikhail Hume was not at all offended by her anger. He merely sneered contemptuously and, lowering his voice, threatened that if she insisted on tormenting her, she should not blame him for his cruelty. Before his words had even faded, the spiritual energy around him swirled into a whirlwind, and an enormous pressure spread in all directions. Coconut Chicken panicked and shouted at them to run, as they couldn't defeat the Iron Vein expert. At that moment, Michael Hume rushed forward like a wild animal, roaring that they should not even think about escaping, because they would all die here. Shinji, however, remained completely calm, seeing the Iron Vein fighter as nothing more than a training dummy for Natsuki. With this thought, he looked at her and suggested using Mikhail Hume as a practice partner, adding that in order for her to grow, she needed to fight powerful opponents. Natsuki immediately nodded, stating that she had to become someone who could stand by his side, and without the slightest hesitation, she rushed into the attack. In an instant, the two figures collided, and their fists began to clash in the air over and over again. Feeling the force of her blows, he laughed contemptuously, asking if this was all her power, and if she was just trying to tickle him. Enraged by his taunts, Natsuki furiously channeled spiritual energy into her palms, preparing to counterattack. But at that very moment, Michael Hume grabbed her wrist with an iron grip. He forcefully and viciously hit her in the stomach with his knee, causing Natsuki to fly back and fell heavily to the ground. Michael Hume snorted coldly and boasted that he had absorbed only 1% of the spiritual energy of the secret treasure. But he had already become so strong that he wondered who in this world could stop him once he had consumed her completely. Gritting her teeth, Natsuki forced herself to stand up, throwing out only one insolent word in response, calling him a bastard. Coconut Chicken added worriedly that he had already warned them that victory was impossible and that they needed to run. Shinji did not move from his place, and in a cold voice asked Michael Hume if he now had with him the very treasure he had just mentioned. Hearing this, Michael Hume snorted dismissively, asking who gave him permission to open his mouth and what he thought about it. Shinji chuckled, his voice filled with oppressive force. After finishing speaking, he stamped his foot, breaking the ground beneath him, and rushed forward. In the blink of an eye, he found himself right in front of Michael Hume. The heavy fists came crashing down straight into the bastard's face with such overwhelming speed that he didn't have time to react and took the blow on himself. His body flew back, crashing into the cold ground and shattering it into splinters. Humiliated, Michael Hume roared in rage and rose from the rubble, clenching his fists and filling them with spiritual energy. But it was too late, as Shinji had already caught up with him, moving at the speed of the wind. He delivered a decisive kick and noticed with a cold laugh that some first-level Iron Vein dog still dared to bark at him. Beaten to the point that his mouth was full of blood, Michael Hume lay on the ground, sprawled out like a dead fish. Shinji easily defeated the man feared by the government itself without even drawing his sword. But he didn't stop there. He grabbed Michael Hume by the hair and dragged him along the ground, which was a truly pitiful sight. Only then did Michael Hume realize that he was facing a monster. He trembled and begged for mercy, asking not to be beaten anymore, and confessing that the treasure was indeed with him. Hearing this, Shinji finally stopped. Behind him, Natsuki and Coconut Chicken stood stunned, never expecting their opponent to break so quickly. Fearing a new round of beatings, Michael Hume quickly pulled out the red key, and with a trembling hand he held it out, stuttering and calling Shinji, "Sir." He explained that he had found this treasure in the depths of the secret world. Shinji took it, and a familiar feeling washed over him. This was it. This key was used to open the deepest level of the secret world. In his past life, it was the opening of this level that marked the beginning of an era of spiritual energy restoration, where the only outcome was death. Thinking about this, Shinji immediately asked where the entrance to this secret world was. This question momentarily stunned Mikhail Hume, since he had already cleaned that place completely clean long ago. There was nothing left inside, and he thought that if he told them about it, they might kill him on the spot. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to lead them to the secret world, knowing that it was a risk he would have to take. Soon the group came into view of a colossal and imposing mountain range, where a massive waterfall roared, filling the air with mist. Shinji silently followed Michael Hume deep into the dense forest until he finally stopped and announced that the entrance to the secret world was right here. He looked in the indicated direction and immediately saw a massive stone door looming in front of him. Shinji paused for a moment, studying the door and noticing every detail. Then he moved forward, his steps slow but sure as he headed straight for the stone door. There was a small hole on the surface of the door, which obviously served as a keyhole. Gigi narrowed his eyes slightly, realizing that everything was exactly as he suspected. Without further hesitation, he raised his hand and inserted the key straight into the lock, and at that very moment the stone door shook slightly and began to open with a creak. But when what was inside appeared before him, his pupils narrowed and his heart sank. When it opened completely, a spatial portal gradually appeared. Natsuki saw this and couldn't hide her amazement. She thought that this was another portal to a secret world, and that the treasure was actually a key. Mikhail frowned and mentally cursed everything in the world, realizing that this thing was the key to opening a secret world. He became angry and secretly deeply regretted what had happened, and thought that if only he had known that this gate required the key to the secret world, he would have taken everything inside exclusively for himself. However, Mikhail tried to maintain his composure and planned to follow the main character in order to kill him and take the treasure when he was off guard. Suddenly, Shinji spoke up, suggesting that they first return and report this to the military department. Natsuki was completely confused. She asked in bewilderment if they weren't going inside. Gigi turned his head and noted that this type of secret world was very dangerous, adding that they should thoroughly prepare before entering. Furthermore, he suggested that Yu's group likely had a similar secret world. He felt it necessary to remind them not to lose their key. Hearing these words, the man tensed and realized that things were bad and that Shinji was about to hand it over to the military. He was determined that he couldn't allow himself to be caught and hoped he'd still have a chance if he could just escape. Mikhail took off running just as Natsuki screamed at Shinji that he was trying to escape. Shinji frowned and looked ahead. He reassured her, saying that the fugitive wasn't going anywhere. In an instant, Shinji turned into a streak of light and rushed after him. In the blink of an eye, he blocked Mikhail's path. Before he struck, Shinji chided him for not understanding what was best for him. The man was knocked down to the ground by him. Mikhail's jaw was shattered and scarlet blood spurted from his mouth. Having dealt with this matter, Shinji shook off his hands with disdain. At the same time, in the sunlit forest, a group of people gathered in front of the newly opened secret world. They looked around and asked with irritation if they hadn't been promised treasure, to which the guy standing next to them chimed in that they had come all this way in vain and found nothing. Despite this, Yu sternly reminded everyone to exercise caution. She noted that the flow of spiritual qi in this area was highly abnormal. The young man with slicked back hair ignored her warning, confidently retorting that it wasn't as serious as she'd said. He expressed the opinion that this secret world was just that, but before he could finish his thought, a red wolf suddenly jumped out. A piercing scream of horror rang out. She and the other participants could not hide their fear. The boy shouted for everyone to run faster as they ran away in a hurry. His cry successfully attracted the predatory gaze of a nearby red wolf. The beast sank its fangs into him mercilessly, literally devouring him in an instant. At this moment, Yu immediately formed hand seals to create a glacial barrier and binding chains made of ice crystals. All the ice chains were quickly summoned. The tied red wolf roared continuously. Next to her, Mika also went on the attack, using glacial spikes. The wolf received several blows in a row, and his roar became more pitiful. After a short struggle, the red wolf broke free from the icy chains. He chose Mika, who was nearby, as his target. Seeing this, Yu couldn't just stand there and watch. She shouted at the girl to be careful. She created a wall of ice, blocking the space between the red wolf and Mika. Mika successfully escaped death and landed on the ground, trying to recover. At that moment, a gray-haired boy ran up and outlined his plan. He asked Sister Mika to shoot glacial spikes into the sky, promising to then teleport them straight into the giant wolf's throat. She confirmed that she understood everything. As soon as he finished speaking, the red wolf rushed down. Following the plan, Mika launched glacial spikes into the air. The beast ducked and dodged thanks to its keen eyesight. The gray-haired boy seized the opportunity and immediately went on the attack, exclaiming that this was a great chance. The ice blocks she created were drawn into his spatial storage. Then, they appeared from the other side, heading straight for the target. The red wolf was wounded and howled, while dark red blood splashed in all directions. His body fell powerlessly to the ground. Yu pretended to reproach the guy, asking why he pretended to be a newbie every time if he was actually so strong. The guy then asked if it was really worth risking his life for a measly $3,000 a month. If it weren't for Shinji, he wouldn't have come at all. At this point, Mika approached the red wolf and discovered something unusual. She informed Sister Yu that there appeared to be a treasure hidden inside the wolf's body. She frowned and began to watch closely, and noticed that there was some structure remaining inside his body. She added that it looked like some kind of instrument. Suddenly, light began to emanate from the red wolf's corpse. The girls wondered aloud what it was. An object, shrouded in cold flame, slowly floated to the surface, revealing itself to be a key. That night in Shihong City, at the Spirit Association, Shen Miao was surrounded by scorching flames. He silently admired the power of the third stage Iron Vein realm, which was truly powerful. The man standing nearby mentally praised him, noting that this time they would finally be able to settle the score with Shinji. He twisted his lips into a smirk and sarcastically told the president that he had given him such a good item only for the sake of killing Shinji alone. The director's face darkened, and he replied that his interlocutor didn't know much. He explained that ever since Song Jinggang insulted him, the military had been suppressing the resources of the entire city of Shihong. He surmised that Song Jinggang must have been pulling the strings in the shadows. As he spoke, the man grew increasingly enraged. He declared that if this continued, the city of Shihong would never be able to raise its head. Hearing this, Shen Miao confidently told him not to worry. He boastfully added that the pathetic Shinji was now no different from an ant in his eyes. He promised he could crush him with a snap of his finger, and the director laughed like a maniac and noted that it was just in time because Shinji had sent an invitation calling them to a meeting in 3 days. Then Shen crossed his arms over his chest and said that since he really considered himself a big shot, he would humiliate him in front of everyone at the meeting. Time passed, and 3 days flew by. Shinji presented his findings in the conference room. He explained that this was the key to unlocking deep, secret worlds, and began to talk about what needs to be paid attention to. Suddenly he stopped, sensing a hostile gaze. He asked point blank if anyone had anything to say. The man apologized and introduced himself as the mentor of Shen Miao, a genius from Shihong, who had just reached the 3rd stage of the Iron Vein, and therefore still had poor control over spiritual qi. He then turned to the man next to him and reminded him that this was Shinji, the current leader of the cultivation world. He added that in the future, he would have to obey him. Shen Miao reacted immediately, his eyes filled with obvious contempt. He defiantly asked why he should listen to this sweet boy. Shinji frowned slightly but remained calm. He warned Shen Miao that the power of the 3rd stage Iron Vein was insufficient to protect him in the deep secret world. Shen Miao chuckled and suggested they test it out, since that was the case. He wanted to see just how much actual strength this cultivation world leader possessed. Knowing he couldn't be persuaded, Shinji said, so be it. He suggested they step into the open arena for a little exchange of experiences. The two entered the arena under the watchful eyes of everyone present. In the stands, some people mocked Shinji for daring to accept the challenge. They said that, as expected, he was the pinnacle of military strength. But they also noted that Shen Miao was no slouch either. They waited with anticipation to see if he could undermine Shinji's reputation this time. Shen Miao flexed his wrists and grinned at his opponent, saying that he would now see how strong his title as leader really was. The man standing in the middle attempted to mediate, reminding them that it was a friendly duel. He asked them not to get angry. Shinji didn't say much, merely making a slight beckoning gesture with his hand, accepting the challenge. He declared that he would show him how genius status was merely the minimum threshold for meeting him. As soon as he finished speaking, the enemy, without thinking, rushed forward. Shen Miao's high kick was easily blocked by him. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Shinji counterattacked with incredible speed. He channeled spiritual qi into his hand, using 30% of his strength to strike the man straight in the chest. Shen Miao landed with difficulty, using both his arms and legs to absorb the force of the impact. However, he was not going to give up so easily. He let out a battle cry. This time, Shen Miao decided to move in a zigzag pattern to deceive his opponent. But as soon as he got close, his attack was repelled by Shinji. Shen Miao was quick-witted and easily blocked the blow. He mockingly called it child's play. After that, they separated, maintaining a safe distance. He snorted and asked if that was all his power, calling it too weak. And ordering them to watch carefully, Shen Miao used his ultimate technique, an explosive fire slash. He swung his hand forward to unleash an attack. Scorching fire flew forward, as if intending to swallow Shinji whole. Everyone in the stands turned pale. They thought that Shen Miao had actually managed to raise his fire spiritual qi to such a level, and that the military leader might be replaced soon. Only Shinji calmly commented that spiritual qi of that level was indeed too weak. As the bright red flame touched Shinji, it slowly dissipated. The onlookers were horrified. They couldn't believe what they saw and wondered if Shinji was even human since he was completely unharmed. Even Shen Miao couldn't help but panic. He asked in bewilderment how this was possible and how he had managed to block his most powerful move. Shinji quietly reminded him that he had already said this and reiterated that an attack of this type was fundamentally insufficient to protect himself in the deep secret world. Immediately after this, Shinji deprived him of the ability to resist. He added that in order to emerge alive from the deep secret world, that's exactly the kind of force he needed, and he put his hand forward to attack. Shen Miao, unable to withstand his own scorching flames, screamed. His body fell powerlessly to the ground. It seemed like Shen Miao's mental state was no longer stable. Shinji approached him and reminded him that he didn't know what grudge he held against him and that he wasn't interested in finding out. He threatened that next time he challenged him, it would cost him his life. The fear among the crowd watching the match only intensified. They whispered that, as expected, Brother Fuji was the strongest in their army, and perhaps in the entire world. The scene suddenly changed. At the same time, in the dark building, An angry voice was heard, announcing that the restoration of the Earth's spiritual chi had entered a new phase. He declared that the time had come to retrieve the treasures the military had been guarding. The man with the seal on his forehead clutched the key in his hand and smiled joyfully. He confidently declared that this world would definitely belong to the Yunyao royal court. A few days later, Shinji's group reached a strange spatial portal. He carefully inserted the key into the correct slot on the gate. Immediately, the structure of the secret world shook violently. A massive whirlpool emerged from behind the gate, sucking everything in. Several people couldn't help but let out exclamations of amazement upon seeing it. They were amazed by the strength of the spiritual chi and asked Shinji's elder brother if this was a deeper, secret world. They worriedly asked if they would be a burden to him if they entered. To reassure them, Shinji firmly replied that they should not worry and explained that not only were they experts he had personally selected, but their own spiritual chi attributes were the same as those of this secret world. He reminded them that everyone had to take advantage of this opportunity to break through to the third stage of the Iron Vein realm, and that only then would they be able to overcome any future crises. Yu nodded, understanding. As soon as he finished speaking, Shinji led everyone inside, ordering them to follow him and not wander off. The landscape gradually changed. The ground became cold as ice. The spatial door disappeared. The group officially entered the secret world. Suddenly, his companions were seized with panic. A monster with its claws out suddenly jumped out of the white fog. Everyone shouted in unison, warning of danger, asking what kind of monster it was, and calling for them to leave. They simultaneously used spiritual chi to suppress and counterattack. The gathered soul power combined to temporarily push the monster back. One of them noticed something abnormal. He screamed that it was useless, that they couldn't hurt him, and that they were simply no match for him. The monster quickly changed tactics. A deafening roar was heard. At the same time, the monster fired several ice arrows into the crowd. Cries of fear rang out. Before the arrows could reach them, a fire shield blocked their path. Shinji slowly descended from the air, fire in his hands. His eyes lit up, and he commanded them in a low voice to back off, as he would handle everything himself. The monster then growled with its icy breath, increasing its alertness. He changed his target and rushed straight at Shinji. The roar rang out again. Shinji's hand burst into flames, carrying powerful pressure. Shinji rushed at the monster, causing it some confusion. His body gradually dissipated as the flames died down. Watching this scene, the group couldn't help but admire that this was the true strength of Shinji's older brother, since the monster from the deep level of the secret world couldn't withstand even one blow from him. Upon landing, Shinji explained that the monster was strong because it had reached the first stage of the Iron Vein. But once they entered that realm themselves, they would be able to fight it. Speaking of which, he turned to Yu and told her that she must seize this opportunity to break through to the second stage of the Iron Vein, or even higher. She promised that she would definitely not let him down. Meanwhile, in a skyscraper in the city, Natsuki sat and worked in her office. Suddenly, unusual sounds came from behind the door. She winced, frowning in secret suspicion and wondering what was going on and if the military was under attack. Natsuki quickly jumped up from her seat and ran down the stairs. As she hurried with all her might, she kept asking herself who it could be. The answer came very quickly. It was none other than Xuanza, the guy with the seal on his forehead. His face was grim. He demanded that the commander give him the thing, promising in exchange to give him a quick death. The commander firmly told Xuanzhe not to even think about it, declaring that this thing would never fall into the hands of people like him. Then he took out the Spirit Stone, and he declared that if that was the case, then he should not blame him for being ruthless. He shouted to begin the attack, and the soldiers also shouted to open fire. However, Xuanza had already created a protective shield. The bullets were stuck in it. He grinned with utter contempt and mockingly asked if they really thought they could hurt him with those pieces of iron. A group of soldiers approached cautiously from behind, intending to strike a surprise blow. They shouted a warning to watch carefully. However, Xuanza had anticipated this and simply waved his hand to stop them. The soldier was extremely surprised by this sudden turn of events. A cry of astonishment rang out. Immediately, a purple shield appeared, from which grew countless sharp thorns. They pierced the soldier's body through and through. This scene plunged his comrades into such horror that they cried out his name in despair, Old Man Wong. At that moment, Zhuangzi arrogantly offered them a choice between life and death. He noted that they had reached the first stage of the Iron Vein, and he offered them a chance. Join the Yunyao royal court or die by his hand. Domingo gradually began to waver in the face of such a tempting offer. He dubiously asked if what he was saying was true. He slowly confirmed his proposal and added that killing Commander-in-Chief Shen would be the way they would prove their loyalty. As soon as the bastard finished speaking, the soldier immediately attacked his own comrade. The one who was attacked could only shout out old Li Yu's name with his eyes wide open. Unable to simply stand and watch, the commander growled Li Domingo's name in rage. Domingo felt no remorse and responded by shouting at Commander-in-Chief Shen that he had been the first to treat them unfairly, so he should not complain now. The commander suppressed his emotions and asked again in a low voice what exactly he had done wrong to Li Dominguez. He stated that the deep secret world was beneficial to all cultivators and was indignant at why Shinji should be the one to decide who had the right to enter it. Hearing this, the commander only shook his head and sighed, and replied that if that was the case, then he could explain everything to him. He remembered asking Shinji why he didn't take people like Li Domingo, who were in the first stage of the Iron Vein, with him. Then Shinji honestly laid out the truth. He said these people's talent was too weak and explained that the people he had chosen were the ones with the potential to break through to the second stage of the Iron Vein realm. Suddenly, Domingo refused to believe it and stated that these were just his thoughts, but where is the evidence? At this point, Zhuangzi intervened, telling him not to worry and assuring him that no matter what, geniuses this Shinji took with him, not a single one of them would return alive. The commander's gaze darkened as he gave the well-meaning reminder that Shinji's height wasn't what they'd ever imagined. He was too strong. But the enemy said he had misunderstood him. He began to explain what he had meant. Zhuangzi's face became stern, and with a smile, he admitted that he had deliberately given the key to this secret world to the military, adding that the level of danger in this deep secret world was such that even he himself could not handle it. Hearing this, the commander was so shocked that his eyes opened wide. Elsewhere, Shinji's teammates simultaneously attacked the monster. As the monster gradually lost its advantage, they couldn't contain their excitement and joyfully shouted that they had succeeded and that they had actually been able to kill the first stage Iron Vein monster. Yui watched from the sidelines and noted that it was thanks to Shinji that everyone had become so fast and strong. The main character crossed his arms and replied that it was all thanks to their own talent and hard work. But something felt wrong. There were too many monsters in the secret world, completely at odds with his memories of his past life. He wondered if this might be a different kind of world. Meanwhile, the crew grew increasingly complacent. Deciding that since they had defeated such a monster, they could easily proceed deeper, they began to hope for treasure. Seeing this attitude, Yu felt some hesitation and noted that they were becoming too self-confident and asked if they should stop them. However, Shinji only casually replied that there was no need for that, as necessary dangers could also help them grow. He said they would simply follow them. After that, the whole group moved up the mountainside together. Suddenly, the ground beneath their feet began to shake violently. The ice monster roared and appeared right before their eyes. Taking advantage of the momentum, the team members' auras flared. They screamed. And in order to finish him off, they simultaneously combined the power of their souls to attack. The monster's eyes glowed brightly with rage, and he sent his attack into them. His resistance filled the group with utter terror. Everyone stopped. One of them, in a panic and trembling with fear, shouted that it was all over, since he could not move. And at that moment, the monster raised his hand high, preparing to deliver the fatal blow. Everyone could only stand motionless, desperately awaiting their end. A scream rang out. Just as the blow was struck, an ice wall was erected, blocking it. Seeing that nothing had happened, several people slowly opened their eyes. They shouted with relief the name of their older sister who had saved them. Yu ordered them all to retreat in a cold voice. The ice monster growled ferociously. A menacing roar rang out. He furiously attacked the ice block she had created. Yu gracefully dodged, simultaneously closing the distance with him. Following this, she unleashed a glacial slash at him. And as soon as the girl's blow reached its target, the ice monster roared in pain. Only then did Shinji speak up to warn them that killing intent was everywhere in this secret world. He emphasized that negligence and recklessness would only hasten their death. The team members quickly admitted their mistake. They promised they wouldn't dare be reckless again. These words satisfied him completely, and he ordered them to be more careful in the future. They chorused a promise not to wander off again and asked Shinji's brother if he was going to help his older sister. He told them not to worry, stating that this monster was no match for Yui. And indeed, soon after, Yu defeated the ice monster. He lost his head and balance and collapsed. The girl hovered high in the air, watching the movements of the monster. From below, Shinji watched the battle with pleasure, amazed by Yui's genius. She managed to break through to the third stage of the Iron Vein realm right in this secret world. In his heart, he was convinced that Yu could now easily deal with Shin Miao. When she landed, the crew couldn't help but exclaim in delight, admitting that this time they almost paid with their lives. Shinji turned to Yui and ordered them to return, as they had all already reached the Iron Vein realm. The rest of the group responded in unison that they understood Shinji's brother. The group left, unaware that a thin fog was gradually spreading beneath their feet. In just a few seconds, the space was completely covered. Everyone simultaneously turned pale with fear. A dark whirlpool appeared, carrying a terrifying aura. They asked in fear who it was. The man emerged from the fog, slowly revealing himself. He said he had finally waited for them, the military geniuses. Shinji stepped forward and coldly asked who he was. The man's face darkened, and he introduced himself as Wang Qingxiu of the Yunyao royal court, adding that this secret world would be the place where their bones would be buried. Hearing this, Shinji took the opportunity to ask him if he knew a man named Wen Xuanza, since he was from the Yunyao royal court. Wang Qingxiu put his hands behind his back and asked if he was the Shinji brother Wen had mentioned. Shinji was surprised that he had become so important to him. Wang then smiled and said that if he could defeat test subject 025, Dai Ran, in a direct confrontation, he would be qualified to join them. Wang Qingxiu paused for a moment and added another condition. He promised to let him join them if he killed the war dogs behind him. He asked him what he thought of the proposal. Shinji countered with a question, asking what their organization did, since he'd never heard of it. These words seemed to hurt his pride. Wang Qingxiu replied that it was natural he hadn't heard of them, since before the restoration of spiritual qi, they were the country's most secret military unit. They risked their lives for the country, but in the end, they were betrayed. As he recounted this, his resentment grew. He noted that they had only survived thanks to Brother Wen's help, and declared that now they were going to take everything back. Shinji was clearly bored and concluded that they were just a bunch of trash waving the flag of revenge, adding that he thought they had some kind of noble ideal. Hearing this, Wang Qingxiu couldn't contain his anger. He snorted, declaring that, judging by everything, he was the kind of person content to be a slave to others. But a second later, he regained his composure and said that in that case, he had a proposition for him, to commit suicide right now, promising in return to spare the others. Yui turned to Shinji with concern, asking him not to listen to this nonsense. His companions grew worried. They supported her, suggesting that Shinji's older brother attack him together and defeat him. Shinji calmed them down with 2 short words, telling them not to panic. He narrowed his eyes and told Wang Qingxiu that he had misunderstood him, and then explained that he despised them not because they wanted revenge, but because they were too weak. Shinji emphasized the next words clearly, saying that they were so weak that even their enemies wouldn't bother taking action against them. These words successfully drove Wang Qingxiu into a rage, and he growled that he was asking for his own death. He no longer had any intention of recruiting him and immediately resorted to lethal force. The crew members shouted a warning to Shinji's older brother, asking him to be careful, because this guy was even stronger than the monster from before. Shinji frowned, increasing his guard. Only when Wang Qingxiu approached did he raise his hand in defense. The enemy still didn't know his place and screamed, wanting to check whether he could withstand the blow of his palm. A billowing green aura erupted outward, swirling straight towards Shinji. Vance smiled excitedly and asked if that was all his skills were, noting that Brother One was probably right. He claimed he was only able to completely destroy the flame because he was a failed experiment. One of the crew members asked in shock if even Shinji's older brother was no match for him, and wondered how strong he really was. Even Yu didn't believe he could win this duel. She figured this man named Wang Qingshu must be at least stronger than the 5th stage of the Iron Vein, and she figured interfering would only be a hindrance. In response to their concerns, Shinji's calm voice said that it was fine. Since he hadn't yet had the opportunity to test his strength in this secret world, he stood in the blazing fire without receiving a single scratch. Wang Qingshu was shocked and couldn't believe it. He wondered what kind of spiritual qi this was. While he was distracted, Shinji took the opportunity to rush forward. Wang Qingshu was kicked in the stomach and suffered a very serious injury. His body was thrown back uncontrollably, and he left a mark on the ground. Blood gushed from Wang Qingshu's mouth. He wondered how such power could exist. Shinji looked like a god looking at him. He mockingly asked, how dare someone with only the 5th stage of Iron Vein bark in his face? Everyone's jaws dropped. They were shocked that Shinji's older brother had crushed a Stage 5 Iron Vein expert with a single blow. They thought he might be Stage 6 or even higher. Yu just sighed silently, wondering what she would have to do to ever approach his strength. On the other hand, Shinji told Vanya that before he died, he wanted to get answers to a few questions. He begged with a trembling voice not to kill him, promising to tell everything. The first question the main character asked was how he got here without being noticed. Wang Qingshu honestly admitted that he had not sneaked in here secretly because he was already here and waiting for them. Shinji's eyes narrowed, and he began to question what he meant. After clearing his throat, he confessed everything. The key to the secret world was originally found by their royal court of Yunyao, after which it was deliberately given to Mikhail to lure the military here. Yu came closer and felt that it was wrong that they were underestimating them too much, since they sent only him into such a big secret world. A strange grin appeared on Wang Qingshu's face. He replied that it was because Brother One would lead the main force to ambush the military headquarters. Yu, shocked, asked again, "What did he say?" Yui quickly turned around, waiting for orders from Shinji, and reminded him of his words about wanting to join the army and asked if that meant. Very quickly he made a decision and ordered to immediately leave the secret world and return to military headquarters. As they walked away, a spark flared under their feet. Instantly, all 5 found themselves surrounded by walls of fire. They anxiously asked what was happening. Wang Qingshu laughed maniacally, declaring that they would no longer be able to leave. He activated the Blood Soul Summon to die with them. Faced with this situation, Shinji quietly asked if he was willing to die here just to prevent him from returning. The only response he received was the cry of a fanatic praising the Yunyao royal court. A massive whirlpool appeared in the air, emitting a blinding light from its very center. The gray-haired boy opened his mouth in surprise and asked what that thing was. Shinji's face darkened, and his gaze became sharp as a knife. He guessed that if he wasn't mistaken, this must be the final boss of this secret world. At this moment, Yui was about to say something else to Shinji. Unexpectedly, he was already prepared and explained that the final boss of each secret world has a chance of dropping super powerful treasures. A winged, dragon-like monster appeared from afar. It was the king of the bloody abyssal prison, a huge, terrifying creature at the peak of Tiello's 7th stage. His eyes turned red at the sight of the intruders and he roared. And then he swung his tail out of the air and straight to the ground. The crew members were terrified and sweating. They panicked and asked what kind of monster it was, realizing that it was all over and they would surely die. Shinji quickly jumped up to block the blow. His eyes never left the monster for a second. And in the sky, 2 stripes of light and energy collided with monstrous force. The shockwave sent people below tumbling backwards several times. There were cries of surprise. Tiello arched his body and flapped his wings powerfully. Its speed even threw Shinji far back. Yu was amazed that Shinji was actually as strong as that monster and wondered, could Shinji, with such momentum, have reached the peak of the Iron Vein's 7th stage? Returning to the battle, Tiello charged forward with a ferocious aura. He dodged to the side and noted to himself that, although the power was enormous, the speed was too slow. Having gathered enough information, Shinji began to counterattack with his Thunder Flame Fist. All the consecutive blows landed directly on Tiello's chest. The monster was scorched by the flames and suffered monstrous damage. A deafening roar was heard. After knocking Tielo down, Shinji said indifferently that he expected more from the peak of the Iron Vein's 7th stage. After that, the flames that wrapped around Shinji's hand changed. He took a stance, gathering strength to deliver the finishing blow. The absolute thunder flame-breathing slash was released very quickly. Tielo could only watch with his mouth open as he took the blow. He tried to use his hands to block the oncoming destructive force. Unexpectedly, this blow left him seriously wounded. The roar rang out again. The time had come. Shinji sternly ordered him to perish right now. A tiny spark of flame flared in his palm. Then it widened into a massive gash. A death roar was heard, and a moment later, Tielo's severed head rolled across the ground several times. A single swing of the sword severed the head of an expert at the peak of the Iron Vein's 7th stage. The crew members were overjoyed, proclaiming that Shinji's older brother was invincible under the heavens. Having finished his task, Shinji landed slowly, patiently awaiting the reward of the secret world. And he suggested to see if there was anything good in the drop from this monster. Suddenly, Shinji's expression changed. He wondered out loud what it was. 3 spirit stones appeared before his eyes, purple, green, and red. Shinji smiled, mentally amazed that these were spiritual chi essence stones. He thought he'd hit the jackpot this time. He then directly commanded the system to quickly check the attributes of these essence stones. The system congratulated the owner on obtaining the fire, wind, and spatial attribute essence stones. However, the system issued a warning, as a scan revealed that the owner had not yet mastered the attributes of wind and space. It asked if he wished to absorb them. After weighing the pros and cons, he gave the stones to Yu, asking her to help him hold them. She took them in complete confusion and asked in surprise if this was really a reward for killing that monster. Yu looked at Shinji suspiciously and asked what he was planning to do. He smiled as if he had planned it in advance and replied that, naturally, he wanted to acquire new attributes. She grew increasingly worried as she heard about his plans to absorb the spiritual chi from the essence stones and warned him of the danger. The chi in them was unusually violent. Shinji took the purple spirit stone in his hand and told her not to worry, but to just obediently wait for him. He added that everything would end very soon, and after these words, he directly crushed the stone. The shards fell, transporting Shinji to a strange new space. The system issued a new notification that high-level spatial attribute spiritual chi had been detected, and asked if he wanted to devour her. He firmly replied that she should devour her. Immediately, Shinji's entire body seemed to be pierced by countless rays of light. His eyes flashed brightly, and his loud cry of pain echoed throughout the space. The scene immediately changed. At the same time, in the military building, Jaiming led Xuanzu all the way to the basement and reported to the master that the place was right here. Xuanzi controlled Natsuki, using her as a hostage, and demanded that Commander Shun choose between his daughter's life and the thing inside. The commander trembled with rage and began to angrily address Xuanjie, but he only curled his lip, squeezing his hand tighter around the girl's neck. Xuanzi remarked to Miss Shun that her grandfather seemed to not want her to live. Despite her pale face, Natsuki gritted her teeth and endured, deciding she wouldn't speak at any cost. She thought that even if she died, she wouldn't let this guy get his way. Finally, the commander could not stand it any longer and shouted at him to stop, promising to open the door for him. He walked up and scanned his fingerprint to unlock the main gate, and at that very moment there was a heavy sound of the lock opening. At that moment, the commander had no choice but to give in and let Xuanzu inside. He was overjoyed to have achieved his goal and exclaimed triumphantly that he had finally got it. The dagger emitted a bright light from within, and Xuanzi added that this was exactly what they had originally risked their lives to find. Xuanzi casually tossed Natsuki into the corner, and the commander rushed over to support her. He anxiously asked his granddaughter if she was injured. Natsuki was a little exhausted, but she still managed to answer that she was fine. She quickly asked her grandfather about that dagger, wanting to know what it really was. Hearing this, the commander could only lower his head and sigh, after which he helplessly told the old story. It was something he had discovered 3 years ago, and the memories came flooding back. He said they had accidentally discovered a huge amount of energy in an ancient tomb near the Chongbai Mountains, and Xuanzi's team was the first to stumble upon it. But then, disaster struck. After entering, they suddenly lost contact. They immediately sent a second team to support them, but the unexpected happened. When the entire Schwanza team went crazy, they mistook the second support team for people who wanted to kill them, causing a fierce battle to break out. They eventually recovered the dagger from the tomb, and Schwanza led the team away. He still remembered how it had later been discovered that the spiritual chi emanating from the dagger could drive people mad. To avoid further casualties, they sealed it here as a dangerous, prohibited substance. Natsuki couldn't believe it and, shocked, asked how that was possible. Suddenly, Schwanza's voice was heard quietly, whispering that the dagger was finally back in his hands. He went mad, his pupils turned white, and he screamed madly that they would take revenge on those who had harmed them. He proclaimed that they would build a world that would belong only to them. The commander's face became stern, and he loudly reminded Xuanje that evil could not defeat good, and he would definitely be punished. Zhuangzi didn't even turn his head as he snorted about the punishment, claiming that the old man was even worthy of talking to them about punishment. He glanced back furtively and asked angrily who had given the order to cover the rear and who had decided that they could become victims. The commander felt helpless and explained the situation, reminding him that he had already told him many times that all of this was just his illusions caused by the dagger. Zhuangzi did not believe him and suggested checking whether his granddaughter's death would now become an illusion or not. Natsuki was lifted into the air and, screaming in terror, the commander called out to her. The enemy tested the dagger, pointing it straight at her, while Natsuki could only endure it in silence. The old man's pupils narrowed and a helpless cry escaped him. At the last minute, the girl thought to herself that she would really like to see Shinji one last time. Suddenly, a familiar hand emerged from the spatial crack, and Shinji dealt a powerful blow directly to Xuanjie. He didn't have time to react, and blood gushed from his mouth. His entire body flew to the side, hitting the wall hard, and Natsuki was shocked and looked at her savior. Shinji slowly emerged from the spatial crack and spoke, frightening the enemy with the words that they met again. Shinji's eyes flashed with a spark of rage as he shouted Xuanzi's name. She was overjoyed at his appearance, affectionately calling him Shinji's brother. Natsuki couldn't help but run up and hug him tightly, admitting that she thought she would never see him again. Shinji stroked her head and gently reassured her, telling her not to worry because he was back, and reassuring her that everyone was safe now. The commander quickly asked Shinji if they had been ambushed in the hidden world. He understood and explained clearly to Commander Shun not to worry. The matter with the hidden world had already been completely settled. The old man's eyes widened and he couldn't help but tremble, amazed that everything had already been settled, and he wondered if this guy had really single-handedly destroyed Xuanzu's ambush squad. Before dealing with Xuanzu, Shinji ordered the others to go outside in order. Yui's surprised voice came from the portal. They had indeed returned to headquarters. The gray-haired boy excitedly confirmed this, adding that Shinji's brother was invincible under the heavens. At this moment, Xuanzu rose to his feet and laughed, angrily noting that he hadn't expected the guy to actually get out of there alive. The commander saw that he was still unharmed and couldn't help but feel alarmed at the thought that this guy had taken such a heavy blow and was still alive. A chill instantly ran down the team members' spines as Xuanzu took a quick glance, silently assessing the situation. Judging by their appearance, they probably went through a fierce battle with Wang Qingshou in the secret world, and somehow miraculously escaped alive in the end. Thinking about this, he burst into a mocking laugh, and laughingly teased them that they looked extremely shabby due to the warm reception of his people. Xuanza even targeted Shinji and stated that his survival was indeed beyond all expectations, but he shouldn't have survived and played the hero. He showed off the dagger he had just stolen and added mockingly that if the boy had continued to hide like a turtle, he might have lived for a few more days. After finishing speaking, Xuanza gripped the knife more comfortably and shouted that in that case, no one should blame him. He quickly rushed forward with a laugh, furiously wishing for Shinji to go to hell. However, Xuanzi's plan was revealed, and Shinji simply stopped him by grabbing his head. Gigi noted that the equipment in this place was very expensive and suggested going out to fight outside. With these words, he jumped into the air, directly breaking through the ceiling of the war zone, causing a loud roar. Two figures, like streaks of light, flew out of the tall building, and Shinji used the momentum to forcefully throw Xuanzu forward. It fell uncontrollably right onto the courtyard, after which Shinji landed softly, his expression remaining as calm as before. He said that everything was ready and added meaningfully that the time had come to make the enemy pay the price. Xuanzu chuckled, offering a measure of praise, and admitted that Shinji's strength was a little greater than he had imagined. However, he was quite confident in himself thanks to the dagger in his hand, as he boasted that by holding this dagger he became invincible. Hearing this, Shinji immediately ordered the system to check what kind of dagger was in the enemy's hand, and it issued a notification to start scanning. Seconds later, a description of the blade of Wulong appeared. Mental strength increases its attack and explosive effect, but a lack of it leads to a backlash, hallucinations, breakdowns, and madness. Shinji's eyes narrowed slightly, flashing a strange light as he realized that this was how it really was. He realized that it was no wonder why those people back then had all gone crazy after entering, while Xuanza had screamed madly, unable to maintain his sanity. He furiously demanded that Shinji go to hell and swung the knife repeatedly, creating countless huge cuts. Shinji still stood there, showing no sign of evading, as the cuts passed his back, crashing with great force into the tall building. Xuanza showed obvious excitement and asked himself in delight what kind of power it was. He felt like he could destroy absolutely everything, and this belief made him even more reckless. He screamed at Shinji to die, while Shinji squinted as the cut barely missed him. Immediately after this, the series of attacks continued to fall in rapid succession. They hit the walls, causing serious damage to the entire area. The people inside were terrified, fearfully wondering if a human could really cause such destruction. They hoped Shinji would cope. In the large courtyard outside, Xuanza seemed to have completely lost his mind and burst into wild laughter. The answer was Shinji's voice, full of irritation, ordering him to shut up, while the guy himself remained completely unharmed, step by step approaching Xuanjie. The enemy gritted his teeth, unable to believe his own eyes, and stuttered as he asked how such a thing could have happened. Shinji, crushing the enemy's last line of defense, firmly stated that if this was all his power, then the dream of the Yunyao royal court would never come true. Xuanza became enraged, carrying a ferocious black aura within him, and furiously shouted at the enemy to go to hell. Shinji only said 2 cold words, noting that it was too slow, and tilted his body just enough to make the attack useless. By this time, Xuanza was provoked to the point of exploding with rage, and he growled viciously at how disgusting it was. He switched to using soul power to launch an attack, and the green cyclone rushed towards Shinji at high speed. The boy clenched his fists, and lightning bolts burst out furiously when he struck hard, meeting the giant cyclone head-on. Lightning bolts rushed forward like a soaring dragon, which caused Xuanza to be overcome with shock and horror. Lightning struck him, causing a painful groan to escape his lips. Xuanza pressed one hand into the ground, struggling to stay on his feet. He gritted his teeth and spoke with eyes full of hatred, threatening little Shinji not to dare run away if he had the courage. But Shinji asked with disdain if he really thought his attacks could harm him. He made a provocative gesture and promised that this time he would stand right there and not move, challenging the enemy to try. Xuanza chuckled to himself, thinking that this was to be expected from the young man. He only needed to be provoked a little, and he would immediately fall into the trap. He excitedly raised his dagger, and the surrounding air was filled with an ominous aura, while Xuanza retreated back to gain momentum. He rushed forward with a wicked laugh, shouting with complete confidence that the guy was bringing death upon himself. He was overcome with courage. He raised his dagger, his face twisted with anger. However, Xuanza was unable to penetrate Shinji's shield. He cried out in disappointment that this couldn't be and that it was impossible, while the guy shook invisible dust off his shoulder and asked if he had played enough. Xuanza grabbed his arm, unable to understand how the boy had remained unharmed. After all, at the 7th stage of the Iron Vein, he himself had peak stage strength with his weapon. The attack should have been damaging. Shinji emitted a seething aura as he replied that it was all because he was at the peak of the 8th stage of the Iron Vein realm. The scene suddenly changed and was transported to a quiet time in Shinji's house. Natsuki held a red stone in her hand and asked curiously what it was, to which the protagonist looked down and explained that it was an attribute crystal, an artifact obtained after defeating the master of a deep secret realm. Shinji continued, noting that the energy the cultivator absorbed from the attribute crystal increased and enhanced his own strength, and the girl herself was surprised at the possession of such a crystal and asked if he really wanted to give her such a precious thing and if he was not going to use it himself. The main character responded indifferently that it no longer had much of an effect on him, adding that increasing her power for her own protection was more important than anything else. Natsuki clutched the crystal tightly and prepared to leave hastily, declaring that if that were the case, she would immediately go and absorb it. But Shinji held out another crystal and called out to her, asking her to wait a minute, as there was one more. She turned around and asked in surprise if it was a wind attribute crystal, adding that she didn't have a wind attribute and wondering if they couldn't only be absorbed by someone with the exact same attribute. He smiled confidently and said there was no need to worry, assuring her that he had a way to turn her into a dual attribute cultivator, both wind and fire. Natsuki was in disbelief about the dual attribute cultivator when Shinji looked straight at her with his amber eyes and asked if she trusted him. She shyly replied that of course she trusted him, but only asked what she needed to do and whether it would hurt. He carefully analyzed the situation, explaining that the fusion of the two attributes did indeed put more strain on the body than usual, but since he was nearby, nothing would happen to her. So Natsuki was a little nervous, but she still suggested starting then. She sat on the floor in the lotus position and closed her eyes, concentrating while Shinji held the two crystals in his hands and looked down at her. Two crystals shimmered brightly in his hands, when Shinji suddenly clenched his palms. The energy sources of the two crystals merged together, and two streams of energy, one green and one red, scattered throughout the room. He raised both his hands to control them, and Shinji compressed them back into two spheres of energy. Gigi warned that it would be a little painful and asked her to be patient, to which she rather nervously agreed. Shinji poured these two sources of power into her body, and Natsuki cried out in discomfort. She called out to Shinji and complained that she was too hot. A look of pain crossed her face. The girl tried with all her might to hold on, realizing that she could no longer withstand this pressure. Shinji gently advised her not to be afraid, but to simply focus on her breathing and repeating the movements. Finally, the two spheres began to interact and gradually entered Natsuki's aura. She could barely hold back a scream because every movement caused unbearable pain, tearing her body apart. Gigi tried to cheer her up by shouting that she only had to endure a few seconds. Finally, the spheres were completely absorbed by the girl's aura, and she immediately arched. And then she groaned and screamed from the pain and the force that was bursting through her. In one moment, everything vanished into thin air, and the girl's eyes widened, unable to believe and understand what it was. A shocked Natsuki wondered if she had now become a dual cultivator, to which I received an affirmative answer from the main character and praise for excellent work. The scene suddenly switched to some mountain landscape full of snow. In the little house in the middle of the forest, someone swore loudly, feeling how icy this place was. As he walked inside and warmed his hands, a guy in a military uniform asked if they had anything to eat. He was terribly hungry. His gaze fell on a can of leftover beef from the previous day, which could be used for dinner. His partner also noticed several packets of spices and suggested making hot beef noodles for dinner. The first guy took off his helmet and agreed, saying that he would gladly eat anything just to warm up a little. However, in the silence, a long beep sounded, and then the number 531 appeared on the guy's watch screen. Another signal sounded, and the guy exclaimed in horror, looking at the indicators as if a bomb had exploded nearby. Immediately, a huge magical whirlwind covered the entire sky above the house, the forest, and the mountains. The young man hastily ordered that a report be sent to base immediately, as the situation was clearly getting out of control. And then the senior officer transmitted a report from White Mountain to headquarters about strange surges of spiritual energy that required urgent investigation. However, he didn't have time to finish speaking, and suddenly blood began to flow from his mouth. The soldier looked down and saw the blade of a sword piercing his chest. It was his young partner, completely obsessed with something incomprehensible. His eyes were glowing. The elder turned to his partner in shock and asked what he was doing. The interlocutor, with his consciousness captured, replied that he was simply welcoming her long-awaited return. The elder, perplexed, asked again whose return exactly they were going to celebrate. Finally, the dagger was pulled out of his chest, and now all that was left for him to do was bleed to death. Then the elder turned around and shouted, demanding that his partner immediately come to his senses and stop behaving in this way. The man whispered again several times with an empty look that she had finally returned. The elder one clutched his wound and begged his partner to stop and come to his senses, but his consciousness had long since been somewhere far away, so the guy raised the dagger again, and then, with force and hatred, he struck them forward with a sweeping blow. And then the senior soldier saw the end of his life before him. The next moment, his cry of pain shook the area along with lightning and thunder. Soon the scene switched to another headquarters. The commander stood and read a report that a huge vortex of spiritual energy was hanging over White Mountain, and one of the soldiers was seriously wounded. The second soldier on duty suddenly committed suicide on the spot for no apparent reason. Everyone immediately started whispering. Commander Shen continued and said that before Private Liu slit his throat, he showed clear signs of insanity due to the surge of foul energy. This was the very place where Sylvan Van's team once lost control of the situation. Suddenly, one of the officers asked an alarming question about whether the spirits from that ancient tomb had risen again. Commander Shen bitterly confirmed their worst fears, admitting that their past measures had only been temporary. Mind control, spatial anomalies, and an energy vortex indicated that this secret world was unusual. Someone confirmed that ordinary soldiers were completely useless in the current situation, and much stronger fighters were needed. Commander Shen immediately stood up and ordered an immediate call to all the branch heads of the Spiritual Development Association. Everyone immediately accepted the order, and Shen thought that it was time to contact Shinji again. His face became very serious, and he realized that the time had come to correct past mistakes once and for all. The scene changed. Shinji was in a state-of-the-art laboratory and was standing there, carefully examining the maps hanging on the walls and the numerous measuring instruments. On the table lay a dagger emitting noticeable pulses of energy that at times resembled rhythmic breathing or an irregular heartbeat. Through the interface, the young man examined the properties of the ancient blade and learned of the threat of personality destruction associated with its use. Once the information was confirmed, Shinji's gaze grew more confident, and he became convinced that his initial hunch about this unusual artifact was correct. An image of Kagami flashed through his mind. Kagami, who had already wielded this dagger and whose willpower had proved insufficient to control the weapon. Commander Shen entered with a serious expression and reported that about 3 hours ago, the blade had emitted a sharp and abnormally strong surge of spiritual energy. At the very same time, unusual activity was detected near the ancient ruins located on the slopes of the snow-covered and rugged Changbai Mountain. Shinji managed to recall that in his past life, an incredibly valuable treasure capable of shifting the balance of power in the world had been found on this mountain. He concentrated and came to the conclusion that all the pieces had now fallen into place, and letting such a golden opportunity slip away would be an unforgivable mistake. Shinji adjusted the sword on his back and immediately headed for the laboratory exit, deciding to set out for Mount Changbai in search of answers. Shen, for his part, sincerely thanked him for his help and promised to provide any necessary support should problems arise. As he considered which girl to take as a partner, Shinji noted that Natsuki had just awakened dual elements and needed rest, and that due to Yu's unstable mental state, he couldn't take her along on such a dangerous journey. But remembering that these weren't his only options, he was delighted to realize that Mika had already arrived at headquarters and could join him. Shinji asked Shin about Mika's power level, and the officer confirmed her second-degree iron vein and asked about his plans to take her along. The protagonist explained that Mika had excellent mental resilience, so the destructive influence of the ancient ruins was unlikely to affect her significantly. The scene immediately shifted, and the military helicopter was already flying over majestic snow-capped mountain ranges, heading straight for its destination. Through the window, a harsh yet uniquely beautiful winter landscape unfolded, with endless expanses and jagged mountain peaks. Sitting in the cabin, Mika had doubts about whether Shinji had made the right choice, since she was only at level 2 of the Iron Vein. The pilot thought that her words sounded extremely modest, since very few had even reached the second level of the Iron Vein. Shinji tried to cheer her up, telling her that her strength was more than enough and that confidence in her own actions played a crucial role in battle. He handed her that very dagger and asked her to really listen to her own inner sensations when she took it in her hands. Mika carefully took the dagger and froze, focusing intently on the energy of the blade, which glowed brightly in her hands and began to radiate immense energy all around. The girl tensed at the power that overwhelmed her and stared in amazement at the glowing dagger, which was creating iridescent flashes all around it. Shinji immediately asked if she had a headache, or if her pulse or emotional state had changed upon contact with the ancient weapon. The girl honestly admitted that a strange sensation had arisen in her head, similar to someone knocking inside her head or an intrusive presence. Shinji noted that Miki definitely had a natural gift for handling such objects. He emphasized that the energy she had absorbed could have driven any ordinary cultivator mad, but she was able to handle it. Mika demonstrated a high level of mental resilience, after which Shinji encouraged her and urged her to have more faith in her great potential. Suddenly, the silence in the cockpit was broken by a panicked scream from one of the crew members, who reported that the helicopter had just come under attack. The pilot instantly gripped the control stick, trying by any means necessary to stabilize the flight and regain control of the violently shaking aircraft. Shinji, however, decided to calmly look out the window. Outside, a powerful vortex of blue spiritual energy struck the military helicopter's fuselage with great force. The surrounding space was filled with anomalous wind currents that swirled at tremendous speed, creating an extremely dangerous situation. The wave of blue energy continued to assault the vehicle's hull, striving to pierce the armor and reach the people inside. Panic broke out in the cabin, and the pilot was barely able to keep control of the helicopter. The pilot shouted that he could no longer control the craft and urged an immediate retreat to save their lives. In response, Shinji coldly ordered the cargo hatch to be opened, declaring that there would be no retreat and that he would resolve the problem himself. The pilot was deeply shocked by this order, for jumping from such a height was sheer madness, even for a powerful cultivator. Shinji remained completely calm and began a countdown to prepare the crew to open the cargo hatch at the right moment. The pilot screamed in despair, reminding them that they were at an altitude of several thousand meters. Ignoring the panic, Shinji counted down the first second, preparing for the dangerous jump into the very heart of the energy vortex. The second second of the countdown flew by unnoticed, and the young man struggled to hold onto the control stick. The third second ended, and now all that remained was to wait for the terrified pilot's reaction. He was supposed to open the emergency hatch. At the controls, the pilot, overcome by stress, finally pressed the red button. As soon as the hatch opened, Shinji peered outside, preparing to jump down, leaving the shaking helicopter behind and heading toward the mountain. After jumping, Shinji plummeted through the cold air currents, the wind mercilessly whipping his black hair and billowing his long cloak. Enveloped by a whirlwind and a bluish energy flame, Shinji soared into the air, while swirls of dark blue energy swirled around him. Sharp blue energy blades whistled as they sliced through the air. His clenched fist, encased in a dark glove, was tightly enveloped by bright flashes of blue lightning. Shinji swept his piercing gaze across the area, and powerful streams of electrical energy surrounded his body as he declared that the game of hide-and-seek was over. With a loud crack, the boy delivered a crushing blow, and his fist sparked into an electric flame. Two blinding blue streaks of energy sliced through the air with a dull rumble. A deafening, furious roar of a monster echoed from the storm, and a powerful burst of blue lightning blazed across the sky. The pilot in the helicopter cockpit watched this with undisguised horror, wondering what kind of monster was lurking there. It turned out to be a huge winged monster with red eyes, scales, and sharp spikes. The monster opened its jaws, lined with sharp teeth, and let out a menacing sound as it prepared to attack. Mika, watching the battle from the cockpit, anxiously assessed the monster's power level as at least stage 5 of the Iron Vein. The pilot, still at the controls, fearfully concluded that their only chance of survival was to evacuate the danger zone immediately. A huge glowing circle of energy shot rapidly toward the protagonist. Shinji hovered motionless in the air beneath the light of the enormous moon, his sword still sheathed behind his back. Mika, panicked, warned the captain of the danger, to which Shinji merely smirked, asking if that was really all the enemy was capable of. The young man reacted instantly to the approaching threat and deflected the powerful stream of white energy with his bare hands. The monster let out a heart-wrenching scream when the attack failed to cause any damage, and decided to attack at close range. Shinji also rushed after the monster, his long cloak fluttering in the wind as energy concentrated around his body. With a swift turn, the young man delivered a crushing kick to the monster's neck. Gathering all his available strength, bright electrical discharges pulsed with tension in Shinji's palm. The winged beast let out a deafening screech as blue lightning engulfed its body and began mercilessly piercing its muscles, causing them to convulse in unbearable pain. Shinji stood surrounded by bright lightning, taunting the monster with the question of where it intended to flee from retribution. The power of the Thunder Fist flared up in his right hand, and a bright blue flame enveloped the young man's tightly clenched fingers. A devastating beam of pure energy struck the monster's body, piercing right through it. Immediately, blood gushed from its wide-open maw. Under the crushing force of Shinji's power, the monster's body began to shatter into tiny pieces, gradually dissolving into the air without a trace. The pilot watched the beast's destruction with her mouth agape, genuinely wondering whether Shinji was an ordinary human or a true deity. Mika, watching the swift victory, was shocked by Captain Fuji's power, which she had finally seen with her own eyes. At that moment, the scenery changed abruptly, revealing snow-capped mountain peaks, as well as the walls of ancient stone ruins. Near the stone ruins stood a group of 3 people, carefully scanning the surroundings in search of a way into the ancient structure. The guy with purple hair turned to his companion, noting that the military had blocked off this passage and that entering here was extremely risky. The blonde man, noticing a slight tremor in the other man, coldly asked his companion why he was shaking so violently in this place. With an extremely arrogant expression on his face, the blonde man publicly proclaimed the superiority of his clan, calling the soldiers helpless infants. The man continued to humiliate the soldiers, calling them his clan's trained dogs, and thoughtfully touched his chin as he plotted their discrediting. A brown-haired girl timidly interjected a remark about a supposedly existing genius in the army who had reached the 8th level of the Iron Vein. The fair-haired man asked for details about Shinji Fuji with surprise, and skeptically dismissed the rumors of his 8th level as a fabrication by the military. Continuing to mock, the man said that if this pathetic army had truly been able to train an 8th level fighter, the world would have been turned upside down. The blonde man arrogantly crossed his arms over his chest and added sarcastically that, in that case, he himself would not have been stuck at the 5th level for so long, but would have advanced much further by now. Recalling his clan's estates, the blonde man haughtily declared that his Yotsuya family's financial resources were 5 times greater than the country's military budget. And as he recalled stacks of books, boxes, and glass vials, he declared that their connections, medicine, and martial arts completely surpassed anything the military could boast of. With a smug look on his face, the blonde man called Shinji Fuji a fake hero, created by military propaganda to boost their prestige. The purple-haired guy standing next to him, with a smug smile, backed up Mr. Yui's words, calling them absolutely true. The chestnut-haired girl shot them an irritated glance and smirked inwardly, considering the men's naivete to be as foolish as frogs at the bottom of a well. The blonde man's eyes flashed with fire, and he rubbed his hands together energetically, promising that when he met Shinji, he would show him who was boss here and knock him to the ground. Suddenly, an indignant voice rang out from the ancient stone hall. The girl who entered asked what exactly they were doing in this restricted area. It was Mika, who warned them that this sector was completely sealed off and surrounded by military units. Yuya gave the girl speaking to him a haughty look. Then, a lewd smirk suddenly spread across his face. He declared that the girl standing before him was quite pretty, and he wouldn't mind making her his own. Standing surrounded by his henchmen, Yuya asked them not to look at him with such horror. He suggested that the girl just chat with him a bit, instead of trying to play the heroine. Mika reiterated her declaration that this was a restricted zone, and warned that she couldn't guarantee the safety of outsiders if they stayed here. Suddenly, Yuya's gaze turned icy and dangerous, and he coldly asked how a mere soldier dared to speak to him in such a tone. Bright green tongues of flame flared around the blonde man's body as he decided to teach the insolent girl a harsh lesson and demonstrate his power. Forming a dense cluster of green energy in his palm, he extended his arm forward to unleash the Squall Wave. The green energy beam whizzed past the girl, forcing her to dodge sharply, and she noted that her enemy's speed and strength were every bit as great as her own. Yuya prepared for a second attack, and acknowledged that she had excellent reflexes, but declared that they wouldn't work on him. In the heat of the battle, Mika made a sharp lunge with her foot. A bright flash of light illuminated the point of contact, but Yuya parried the blow and counterattacked. After taking the blow, the girl was sent flying and let out a pained gasp. The purple-haired guy watched the fight with an admiring smile and loudly declared that Mr. Yuya had fully lived up to all expectations. Rising from her knees, the girl shouted a warning, threatening that if he attacked again, she would immediately report the violation to higher command. The blonde man merely snorted derisively, asking if some electrical department was really capable of harming him, while dense green energy swirled around his body. The girl declared she'd had enough of the chatter and, channeling all her fury into a burst of speed, rushed forward. Her technique Blizzard Wave began to rapidly close in on the blonde man with its icy spikes. A powerful energy blast nearly struck the blonde man's outstretched arm, but he managed to dodge it. The subsequent clash of green and blue energy caused a powerful burst into the surrounding area, but they continued to fight. Yuya was shocked by what had happened and couldn't understand why this seemingly ordinary woman possessed such monstrous strength. The blonde man's henchman, watching as the girl took the full brunt of Mr. Yuya's attack, was forced to acknowledge her formidable combat prowess. Finally, she thrust her arm forward and struck with her ice technique, which reached Yuya and dealt him damage. The humiliation he'd suffered in front of Lilica literally enraged the blonde man to the limit, and he vowed silently that he would definitely kill the insolent girl for this disgrace. He straightened up again and realized that this fight would require his utmost concentration. The blonde admitted that he'd only planned to teach the insolent girl a slight lesson, but now his plans for her had changed drastically for the worse. A genuine thirst for murder flashed in the depths of his eyes. He coldly announced that he was going to kill her right there. Without wasting a second, the blonde man quickly popped a round yellow pill into his mouth. A dense energy instantly enveloped the blonde man's body. He stood with his arms spread wide, preparing to unleash a powerful attack. With a wild and furious scream, he revealed his true power level and demonstrated that his strength had reached the peak of the 6th stage of the Iron Vein. Lilica desperately begged Master Yu to stop the fight. She warned that if he didn't stop, his opponent would simply die. Ignoring his friend's words, the blonde man shouted the name of the technique, Squall Wave, and, enveloped in a green energy flame, rushed toward the girl at breakneck speed. The attack was so fast that it left almost no time to dodge, and the stunned Mika barely had time to notice her enemy's movement. She raised her hands, creating an icy barrier, which the blow crashed into with tremendous force, scattering tiny shards and dust in all directions. The blonde man merely smirked derisively at her defense, and asked if she really believed that fragile ice could stop him. The blow pierced her defense, and the blonde man crashed straight into the girl. With a dull thud, he reached her. Mika was sent flying, and shards of broken blue ice scattered all around. Green energy continued to pulse, and she realized just how monstrous the power of her opponent, who surpassed the 5th level, truly was. Exhausted, the girl sank to the floor, while the blonde man, enveloped in green flames, looked down on her as she gasped for breath, racked by a wrenching cough. The blonde man's arrogant face suddenly betrayed genuine bewilderment. No one understood how the girl could have survived a direct hit from a level 6 spike. That was when Yuya realized that killing such a powerful opponent would be an extreme waste. Despite the battle, she could be of use if she were to live. Standing over the defeated girl, the blonde man made a lewd proposal, a life of luxury in exchange for complete servitude. Lying on the floor, Mika struggled to lift her gaze despite the intense pain. She snarled furiously through clenched teeth, warning her enemy not to even dare come near her. Smiling smugly and relishing the situation, the blonde man promised to train the rebellious girl into an obedient slave, while dense green energy flared up around him once more. Suddenly, Shinji emerged from the shadows with a long sword on his back and sarcastically remarked that his opponent was far too cocky for a mere 6th-level Iron Vein. Noticing someone's unexpected appearance, the blonde man spun around abruptly, his face etched with utter surprise. The blonde man's 2 henchmen, who had previously been standing to the side, also stared in horror at the guy with the sword who had appeared out of nowhere. Yuya was stunned to the core by his opponent's speed. He couldn't figure out exactly when the man had managed to sneak up behind him completely unnoticed. Shinji held out his hand, a bolt of lightning flashing on his finger. He made a counteroffer, giving the blonde man exactly the same chance at salvation. Shinji demanded that the blonde man immediately cut off the very hand with which he had recently dared to strike Miku. Blue sparks crackled around him, and he coldly warned that failure to comply would result in immediate death. Yuya recoiled in panic, unable to understand how this guy had gotten so close to him without warning. He demanded that this whole charade stop immediately, and that the blonde stop pretending. An aggressive determination appeared on the blonde's face. Deciding to test the uninvited guest's strength, the blonde man lunged forward and struck with a fist shrouded in powerful green energy. A green wave of energy surged forward, rapidly closing in on the protagonist. A bright light illuminated the stone walls of the ancient hall. Shinji calmly raised his open palm to meet the oncoming attack. Blue bolts of lightning began to gather right in the center of his hand, ready to counterattack. And immediately, the green stream crashed into the blue defense. Shards of blue and green energy scattered. The blonde man was sent flying backward with a dull thud by the incredible power of the counterattack. As he flew backward, he couldn't believe that a full power attack had been repelled so easily. Lilika, who had been watching the battle, was deeply perplexed. She knew perfectly well that her master was at the peak of the 6th level, but the one who had defeated her master, and now stood before them, hadn't even broken a sweat during the battle that had just taken place. Surrounded by blue flames, Shinji soared into the air, gazing at Yuya. With icy composure, he asked whether this attack should be considered a challenge. Cold sweat broke out on the blonde man's forehead, and his face contorted into a grimace of fear. He finally realized that provoking this monster had been a fatal mistake. Lowering his head and cowering, the blonde man finally admitted defeat. He began to stammer apologies, acknowledging that he had seriously misjudged the situation. Shinji looked down at his pleading enemy with complete indifference. He coldly remarked that apologies alone were not enough, and that the world wasn't all that kind. With a trembling voice, the blonde man began to make excuses, citing his affiliation with a powerful clan. Shinji remained utterly unmoved as he listened to the frightened opponent's excuses. He declared that one's background didn't matter, and that he would say only one thing. Shinji's eyes, with their narrow pupils and amber glint, stared intently at his enemy. He warned that anyone who dared to harm his comrades would be punished immediately. Shinji lunged forward, preparing to deliver a crushing blow. A blue flame shot into the air as he attacked his frozen opponent. The blonde man's mouth fell open in disbelief and sheer terror. The speed of the approaching attack simply left him no time to defend himself. With a swift turn, Shinji's fist slammed directly into his opponent's torso, and a powerful burst of energy exploded from the impact. The force of the blow sent the blonde man's body flying backward. Yuya crashed onto the stone floor with a dull thud, sprawled out in the dust. Dark blood gushed from the blonde man's mouth as he lay helplessly on the ground. Lilika, in shock, covered her face and jumped back. She couldn't believe that Mr. Yuya had been sent flying by a single blow. Standing in the darkness, Shinji uttered words that made everyone present shudder. He declared that if Mika had died, the blonde man would already be dead. Yuya barely managed to sit up and began begging for mercy once more, admitting his guilt. But Shinji merely turned away and declared his complete readiness to fight any enemy from their clan if they were looking for trouble. The blonde man tried to get up and, in his mind, shouted angry words in response, vowing that he would never forget this humiliation and defeat. Soon, the young man approached Mika and offered her a helping hand, asking if she could stand on her own. Mika assured him with a cheerful smile that she was fine, though she was clearly not in good shape after the grueling battle. Noticing her unsteady condition, he asked her not to move and promised to stabilize her spiritual energy. A blue energy aura enveloped the young man's hand as he gently clasped her shoulder. Lilika was horrified to realize that the young man had seriously maimed their master, yet was now calmly and methodically treating his own subordinate. And so she came to the frightening conclusion that the young man was an enemy with whom she must under no circumstances get involved. Suddenly, a powerful vibrating energy emanating from the depths of the ancient tomb illuminated everything around them and created a dangerous spatial vortex. The blonde man's two companions, in a panic, clutched their heads, feeling intense mental pressure emanating from the walls of the stone crypt. The guy with purple hair cried out in panic that the tomb's gates had swung open, and all of its internal energy was now bearing down on them, trying to crush them. It became clear that the mental pressure affected the strongest cultivators the most, while the man and woman continued to writhe in pain, and the attack clouded their minds. Through the mounting pain, Lilika realized that Shinji, as a stronger cultivator, must be experiencing this pressure several times more intensely than she was. Suddenly, the girl let out a cry of surprise, noticing something extremely unusual happening right before her wide-open eyes. Shinji and Mika stood calmly, simply exchanging brief glances while the protagonist finished stabilizing his spiritual energy. After confirming that her spiritual energy was normal, Shinji asked again if she was ready to continue on her own. Mika reported with confidence that she felt great, and that this kind of pressure wasn't a serious problem for her at all. Lilika, watching from the sidelines, was in shock. The pressure of the ancient tomb turned out to be completely imperceptible not only to the young man, but also to his fragile companion. And now, with a splitting headache and utter amazement, All she could do was watch, as Shinji and Mika fearlessly headed straight into the depths of the dangerous dungeon. Brought to his knees by the pressure, the blonde man and his men watched Shinji and Mika with fear in their eyes, while a bewildered Lilika asked what they should do next. Burning with shame and determined not to forgive the humiliation, the blonde man, overcoming the pain and clutching his bruised stomach, struggled to his feet, resolved to settle the score with his enemy inside the crypt. Having devised a plan for revenge, he recalled that he had successfully memorized all the traps and rules of this dungeon in order to find a way to kill his tormentor. Yuya loudly announced to his companions that they would go inside, since the clan had tasked him with retrieving all the treasures hidden in this tomb. However, his companion reasonably pointed out that their methods wouldn't work under such pressure, and asked if he had a plan of action. With a self-assured smirk, the blonde man declared that he was fully prepared for such a turn of events and had everything at the ready. A round, white, glowing jade appeared in Yuya's open palm, radiating a powerful, magical light. Upon seeing this glowing object in his hands, his violet-haired companion exclaimed in surprise. Recognizing it, letting go of the amulet, the blonde man explained that he had brought it along specifically, anticipating possible difficulties. The glowing jade began to hover directly above his palm, and the space around them was illuminated by bright blue rays that dispelled the darkness. Under the powerful light of the protective amulet, the mental pressure eased sharply, and all three companions were finally able to rise from their knees. With immense relief, the girl sensed that the intrusive mental interference weighing on her consciousness had completely vanished. She realized with amazement that this small amulet had been able to completely block the mental attack emanating from the ancient tomb. The blonde man confirmed that it was a protective jade amulet given to him by the elders, specifically to guard against mental attacks in this place. The young man also proudly added that his clan had invested simply colossal resources into studying this tomb in advance. Judging by the supplies on his belt, he had stockpiled a multitude of valuable items to overcome any difficulties on the way to the center of the crypt. With a smug smile, Yuya turned to his opponents and asked if their own clan hadn't prepared any useful items for them. His purple-haired companion merely lowered his gaze in embarrassment and awkwardly scratched the back of his head, realizing they had nothing of the sort. And just then, the scene shifted back to our heroes. Shinji and Mika stood shoulder to shoulder before the entrance to the unknown. Pausing on the threshold before the massive stone archway leading into the pitch-black crypt, Mika pointed toward the dark passage. Stopping at the fork in the path, she turned to Shinji and asked seriously which path they should take to continue their journey. Suddenly, a ringing metallic sound rang out as Shinji noticed that his dagger was behaving strangely. Shinji's amber eye flashed brightly in the dim light of the corridor. Shinji gripped the glowing blue dagger tightly in his hand. It had unexpectedly revealed its magical power amidst the stone debris. You could see his fingers, clad in a dark glove, grip the weapon's golden pommel, while the blade shimmered with a cold glow. The boy raised the dagger above his head, and it flashed, lighting their path. Shinji and Mika confidently moved forward down the dark corridor, deciding to try taking this particular path. Suddenly, Mika froze in astonishment, noticing something incredible and completely unexpected right in front of her. But the protagonist reassured her. Glowing blue lines began to appear on the stone floor beneath their feet, forming a teleportation circle. Shinji and his companion found themselves inside a powerful energy vortex that instantly transported them to another location. Now they stood there in bewilderment, gazing at the dense undergrowth of a mysterious night forest that had appeared out of nowhere. Shinji scrutinized the landscape before him and surmised that this might be a hidden chamber inside the tomb. Mika stared in surprise at the space before them, for she had noticed something strange. Suddenly, the ground beneath them began to turn into a swamp, and the girl screamed in panic, warning of the emergency. Seeing the approaching danger, Shinji abruptly reached out his hand and ordered her to hold on tight to him so she wouldn't get stuck in the mud. A powerful trail of energy flashed through the darkness, slicing through the air and helping them escape the dangerous swamp. With a dull thud, they both landed on solid ground, surrounded by a dense forest, while the ground behind them continued to shift. From a pile of earth and rocks right in front of them, a skeleton skull appeared, its eye glowing bright red. Next to it, a bony hand rose from the ground, and a little further away, an entire small skeleton was already crawling out. The skeletons armed themselves with swords and had now completely surrounded Shinji and Miku. Several skeletons with glowing red eyes, clacking their jaws loudly, methodically closed in on them. Watching this, Mika realized for the first time exactly what kind of places her captain had been fighting in all this time. The captain's companion asked anxiously in which direction they should break out of the forest. Shinji, however, sensed no hostility from these skeletons, and the aura emanating from them seemed quite peaceful. Turning to his frightened companion, Shinji asked if she had noticed anything unusual about his glowing dagger. The boy's dark glove gripped the golden hilt, and the blue blade itself shimmered with a magical glow. The two skeletons, with their glowing red eyes, stared intently at the uninvited guests. But upon seeing the dagger, they did not attack. To everyone's surprise, several sword-wielding skeletons dropped to their knees, showing submission and as if greeting people who were important to them. Mika was deeply moved by the fact that the skeleton soldiers had suddenly knelt before them. Shinji smiled contentedly, confirming his hunch that this dagger was an important artifact in the tomb. A blue haze began to gather around the two heroes, filled with sparks and particles of energy swirling in the air. The armed skeletons lined up in two neat rows, forming a living corridor that led deep into the mystical forest. The girl asked, confused, whether they should trust these creatures and follow the path they had indicated. Shinji decided that since they had come this far, they needed to see it through to the end to find out what awaited them there.